Xuanhuang Great World. Dongji Domain. Xingyun Temple. Training Ground. Fan Shangqi refining 4th layer passed. Lu Qiuzhanqi refining 1st layer failed. Meng Huishu Qi refining 3rd layer passed. Chen Guanyu Qi refining 6th layer excellent. Chen Guanyu gazed at the large characters on the testing steely, his expression as calm as still water, as if none of this concerned him. The old man presiding over the test was Ji Hang, the temple master of Xingyun Temple at the 9th layer of Qi refining. He looked at the handsome young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes before him and nodded with satisfaction. Guanyu, congratulations on breaking through to Qi refining 6th layer. Our Xingyun Temple finally has a worthy successor. Ji Hang's voice was not loud, but the dozen or so youths on the training ground could all hear it. For a moment many cast envious glances at Chen Guanyu. Hey, so this is a middle-grade spirit root. In just 10 years he reached Qi refining 6th layer. This cultivation speed is terrifying. I can't imagine how powerful those geniuses with upper-grade or even extreme-grade spirit roots must be. That's right. If only I had a middle-grade spirit root. Tisk, I think you'd better go to sleep now, boy. Ha! Why? Because it's daytime, perfect for daydreaming. Oof. Logically, a middle-grade spirit root shouldn't cultivate this fast. It's just that the temple master sought his outstanding talent in swordsmanship and poured all the resources into him. Otherwise, how could he have progressed so quickly? Ha! Trash is trash. What are you, a miscellaneous grade spirit root, barking about? Even if you had the same swordsmanship talent and the same resources, you would never reach Qi refining 6th layer. You? What, you? Want to spar with me? I'll beat the crap out of you. All kinds of voices reached Chen Guanyu's ears. He curled his lips. Although he had experienced such scenes many times, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Enough. Ji Hang spoke calmly, his expression emotionless as he glanced over the dozen youths below. Only when his eyes fell on Chen Guanyu did a faint smile appear. Guanyu, although you have reached Qi refining 6th layer and entered the midstage, the main sect's assessment is half a month away. Whether you can enter the main sect to cultivate depends on that moment. So never slack off. This disciple understands. Chen Guanyu clasped his hands and said, feeling a little emotional inside. He was actually not a native of the Xuanhuang Great World, but an outstanding youth from Blue Star in the 21st century. After a stroke of luck, he was transmigrated to this world, and now he had been here for 16 years. This world possessed extraordinary beings, cultivators who could fly through the sky, move mountains, part rivers, boil seas, and burn the heavens, seemingly omnipotent. Ever since Chen Guanyu awakened his past life memories, he had vowed to become a true powerhouse, to live as long as the heavens. Fortunately, he possessed a spirit root, and it was a middle-grade one. In the 2nd year after awakening his memories, he was discovered by Ji Hang, who was traveling, and brought back to Xingyun Temple. There were no high-level cultivators inside Xingyun Temple. The highest cultivation within the temple was the temple master Ji Hang, who was only at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Yet no one dared to look down upon Xingyun Temple, for it was an affiliated institution under the nascent soul-level sect Xingyun sect. Similar temples were scattered everywhere with the purpose of recruiting and nurturing young immortal seedlings for the sect. When the young seedlings reached the age of 16, they could participate in the Xingyun sect's entrance selection. If they passed, at the very least, they would become an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect. And if they failed, they would have to return whence they came, either waste away their life in the temple or become a rogue cultivator venturing outside to seek a slim chance of breakthrough. Having read countless cultivation novels in his past life, Chen Guanyu naturally understood the pros and cons. How could a rogue cultivator compare to a sect disciple? Rogue cultivators, not even dogs, want to be one. So after entering Xingyun Temple, Chen Guanyu began to cultivate diligently. At first he thought that the wretched author had given him a mundane mortal script, absolutely no golden finger at all. But facts proved him wrong. The protagonist is the protagonist. The moment he successfully led Qi into his body and stepped into the 1st layer of Qi refining, Chen Guanyu activated his status panel. A semi-transparent attribute panel that only he could see. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu activated his panel again. After all, he was not afraid of others seeing it. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 6th layer, sword art Yu Guang, sword art, grade achievement 991-1000. Panel description: the host can only obtain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the practiced sword art. The limitation of this panel was obvious: it could only add points to sword arts, not directly improve cultivation. But the advantage was equally clear. He could ignore any bottleneck in the sword path. As long as he persisted in practicing the sword, he would surely break through. Most cultivators, when practicing sword techniques, would encounter bottlenecks due to talent making no progress for decades or even longer. Although he could not match those sword cultivators with heaven-defying comprehension and sword cultivation speed, as long as he cultivated step by step, he would definitely break through without any bottlenecks. Back when he reached Qi refining 4th layer and saved enough spirit stones to purchase techniques, Chen Guanyu decisively chose the Yuguang sword art. This was a first-grade middle-rank sword technique perfectly sufficient for the Qi refining stage. And because it was a sword technique, its lethality was no weaker than ordinary first-grade upper-rank techniques. Although the entry speed was not fast, relying on accumulated points, Chen Guanyu gradually advanced from the initial stage to minor achievement, and now he had long broken through to great achievement, nearing perfection. This was even the result of him spending most of his time improving his cultivation. Otherwise, the Yuguang sword art would have already reached perfection. Nevertheless, on the day he broke through to great achievement in Yuguang sword art, the entire Xingyun temple was stirred. Even Ji Hang, the temple master, was astounded. You see, the Yuguang sword art was even harder to cultivate than the 5 elements techniques. Ordinary Qi refining sword cultivators might not even be able to cultivate a sword technique to great achievement by the 9th layer of Qi refining. For this reason, he even invited a foundation establishment senior cultivator from the main sect to test Chen Guanyu's bone structure, wanting to see if he possessed some kind of sword physique. It was well known that every cultivator with a sword physique was a once-in-a-century sword genius. If Chen Guanyu had a sword physique, even the worst kind, he could immediately be accepted as a true disciple by a golden core elder within the sect. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword physique. Therefore, that foundation establishment's senior cultivator only believed he possessed extraordinary comprehension in sword-type techniques. This was not particularly rare in the cultivation world. Some cultivators indeed had exceptional talent in certain types of techniques. So he concluded that Chen Guanyu merely had better sword talent than most cultivators without a sword physique. Moreover, Chen Guanyu only had a middle-grade spirit root. Although it was outstanding in this tiny Xingyun temple, it would not stand out in the main sect. In the main sect, geniuses with upper-grade spirit roots were not lacking, and there were even a few with extreme-grade spirit roots. Yet he still affirmed Chen Guanyu. From now on, focus on learning swords. As long as you don't waste this talent, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should not be a problem. With that, he left Xingyun temple. Before leaving, he left Chen Guanyu his waist token, saying he could seek him after entering the sect. He also gifted Chen Guanyu a true magic tool, a first-grade upper-rank dark iron longsword. This was worth a fortune. Without at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, one could not acquire it on the market. It was his early investment in Chen Guanyu. After all, in his view, Chen Guanyu passing the test to enter the main sect was a certainty, an indisputable fact. Guanyu. Just as Chen Guanyu was about to leave the courtyard, the temple master Ji Hang called out to him. "Come to my room for a moment." With that, he turned and walked toward the inner courtyard. The other disciples still in the courtyard naturally heard as well, casting envious or jealous glances at Chen Guanyu. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu quickly followed Ji Hang's retreating figure. After following Ji Hang into the room, Chen Guanyu closed the door behind him. "Sit down." Ji Hang sat beside the tea table, quickly brewed a pot of tea, then gestured to the seat opposite him, indicating Chen Guanyu to sit. "Thank you, temple master. So do you have confidence in the sect selection half a month from now?" Ji Hang said with a smile, placing a cup of tea in front of Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu hesitated, then nodded. "I think it should be fine." "Fine is fine. What do you mean by should be fine?" Ji Hang shook his head and continued, "You are currently at the 6th layer of Qi refining. In terms of cultivation, you cannot compare with the disciples who possess superior or even extreme spiritual roots in the main sect. However, relying on a mastered sword technique." At this point, Ji Hang raised his eyes to look at Chen Guanyu. "Passing the sect selection should be without any issue." Chen Guanyu had just drunk the tea on the table and felt that the spiritual energy circulating in his body had become a bit clearer. "Is this spiritual tea?" "Of course." Ji Hang chuckled lightly. "I only let you have it because you're going to cultivate it the main sect, otherwise I wouldn't be so generous." "Ha ha." Chen Guanyu gave an awkward laugh and drank down the tea leaves in one gulp, then stared wide-eyed at Ji Hang. "Ahem." Ji Hang coughed uncomfortably twice. "Stop staring. I don't have much of this spiritual tea. Let's cut to the chase. Do you know the rules of the main sect selection?" Chen Guanyu shook his head. "This disciple does not know." "Then let me tell you." Ji Hang tapped the table with his hand and said, "The main sect selection rarely changes. It basically consists of 3 trials. The first trial is the heart-questioning trial. Its form varies, but as long as your Dao heart is sound and you are not a spy sent by demonic cults, you will pass. Only by passing this can you enter the second trial. The second trial is the martial testing trial. Generally, each of you will be arranged to fight a puppet of the same cultivation level. Win and you pass and you can join the outer sect. The third trial is the key. The sect will have you duel in pairs. Only the top 10 can enter the inner sect. You have a middle grade spiritual root and are currently at the 6th layer of chi refining. This is only average talent in the main sect. Normally you would only be able to enter the outer sect. But Xuanhuang paused at this point. You possess extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Even at the middle stage of chi refining you have mastered a grandmaster level sword technique. In my view you even have a slight chance of entering the inner sect. You flatter me, Temple Master. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged. You are the most promising disciple I have encountered in all my years as Temple Master to enter the inner sect. So I hope you seize this opportunity. This disciple will only do his best. Chen Guanyu avoided Xuanhuang's gaze. Having cultivated in the temple for 10 years, he naturally knew what Xuanhuang was thinking. He had been stuck at the 9th layer of chi refining for over a decade, making no progress in cultivation. If his calculations were correct, he had at most 20 years of life left. In 20 years he would turn into a handful of yellow earth, and then everything in this cultivation world would be unrelated to him. And as an outer sect disciple of the Starcloud sect, Xuanhuang naturally had some savings. At the same time, if a disciple of the temple successfully passed the sect selection, the Starcloud sect would give him a reward. If there was a disciple who successfully entered the inner sect, the reward would be even more considerable. If Chen Guanyu guessed correctly, Xuanhuang hoped he would enter the inner sect so that the sect would issue rewards, giving Xuanhuang a chance to go all in. If he successfully broke through to foundation establishment, he would completely turn his life around and enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. But entering the inner sect was far from certain. Chen Guanyu had basically cultivated within the temple for 10 years and had no idea about the level of cultivators in the main sect or other Starcloud temples. In such circumstances he naturally could not be sure he could enter the inner sect. So I have prepared this for you. As he spoke, Xuanhuang took out a golden glowing magical artifact from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. This is a first-grade middle-rank defensive artifact, the Golden Silk Soft Armor. According to the sect's selection rules in the third trials arena battle, each cultivator can bring at most 2 magical artifacts, and both must not exceed their own major cultivation realm, meaning they must be first-grade artifacts or ungraded artifacts. I haven't seen you practice any body refining techniques over the years, so I specially prepared this artifact for you. Thank you, Temple Master. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up, eager to take the Golden Silk Soft Armor. Wait. Xuanhuang pressed down on the soft armor with one hand, his slightly cloudy eyes staring straight at Chen Guanyu. If you can enter the inner sect, this artifact will be a gift from me. If you cannot, then I will sell it to you at a discount and you will have to repay me with spirit stones later. This disciple will definitely enter the inner sect. Chen Guanyu looked at Xuanhuang with strong conviction. Xuanhuang nodded with satisfaction and handed the golden silk soft armor to Chen Guanyu. Go now. Prepare well these days. The difference between inner and outer sects is not just one word. As he said this, Xuanhuang's eyes dimmed and a trace of loneliness appeared on his face. Chen Guanyu naturally saw this and knew it was not the time to linger, so he cupped his hands and took his leave. Back in his own room, he eagerly took out the golden silk soft armor and examined it closely. The golden silk soft armor was as thin as a cicada's wing, had almost no weight in his hand, and felt cool and refreshing. Chen Guanyu took off his outer robe and put the soft armor on. Within seconds the armor wriggled on its own, slowly clinging to his body. And Chen Guanyu felt no discomfort, as if it were his own skin. With this golden silk soft armor, maybe I really can enter the inner sect. Chen Guanyu smiled, then took out his own lifebound magical artifact, the profound iron longsword, slung it on his back and headed to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship. With only half a month left before the sect selection, there was no way to break through to the late stage of chi refining. It was better to practice swordsmanship and improve his strength. He was only 9 points away from mastering the light-controlling sword art. He would go all in on the light-controlling sword art during this time. Perhaps he could even break through to perfection right around the sect selection. Half a month later. Today was the day to set off for the main sect to participate in the entrance selection. Chen Guanyu ceased his cultivation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and summoned his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation chi refinement 6th layer, sword art, radiant sword art, mastery 999-1000. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. Gazing at the translucent panel, Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes. These days he had been utterly immersed in cultivating the radiant sword art. Aside from his 3 daily meals, he spent all his remaining time training on the back mountain. Finally, the day before yesterday he had pushed the Radiant Sword Arts points to 999. Now he needed just one more point to break through from mastery to perfection. He wasn't worried about that last point. He could sense that after a few more executions of the sword art he would gain another point. Then he could make a breakthrough right on the spot. Guanyu. Just as Chen Guanyu was lost in thought, a call pulled him back to reality. Chen Guanyu looked up at the sound and saw a young boy running towards him. It was his only close friend in the temple, Wenxiao. The same age as Chen Guanyu, but because he possessed a lower grade spirit root his cultivation was merely at the Qi refinement 4th layer. This was even after cultivating in the Star Cloud Temple for an outside rogue cultivator. A mere decade would never allow a lower grade spirit root to break through the bottleneck from the early to middle stages of Qi refinement. Thus cultivating within a sect was indeed better. After all, a large tree provides good shade. Before Chen Guanyu could reply, Wenxiao had already arrived before him. Guanyu, I've been looking all over for you. I went to your room and you weren't there, so I knew you must be practicing swords on the back mountain. Today's the day we head to the main sect. Hurry up and come with me, the temple master has already called us to assemble. Wenxiao was panting heavily, clearly having run all the way from within the temple. I've been here all night and didn't go back. Thanks for coming to get me. Chen Guanyu stood up and patted the dirt off his pants. Ah. Wenxiao chuckled and said, with our relationship you still need to say thank you for coming to get you. That's too formal. But honestly, with your strength, entering the main sect is a foregone conclusion. Do you really need to work this hard, even staying up all night to practice swords? Wenxiao couldn't quite understand Chen Guanyu's diligence. If he had Chen Guanyu's spirit root and talent with a 100% guarantee of entering the main sect, he would never push himself so relentlessly. Haha, old when you know me. I'm already used to it. Chen Guanyu just laughed off Wenxiao's confusion, offering no further explanation. The two had different pursuits. Wenxiao came from a wealthy mundane family and had never known hardship, living a life of silk and satin. Even after being brought to the Star Cloud Temple by Ji Han, he remained somewhat indolent. But this indolence was relative. He wasn't as diligent as Chen Guanyu, but compared to the other disciples in the temple, Wenxiao was already quite commendable. Most of the other disciples in the temple with lower grade spirit roots like his hadn't even reached the Qi refinement 4th layer, still languishing in the early stages of Qi refinement. Chen Guanyu had lived 2 lives. In his previous life he had suffered from a lack of effort. Having been reborn into the Xuanhuang Great World, he was fortunate enough to possess a mid-grade spirit root. Though his talent wasn't top tier, it was better than some and worse than others. Moreover, with the panel's assistance, as long as he diligently practiced his sword arts, he was certain to achieve great things in the future. It seemed that immortality was no longer an unattainable dream for him. Therefore Chen Guanyu would never let this opportunity slip away. Alright, enough talk. Let's hurry, we don't want to keep the temple master waiting. Wenxiao ended the conversation, signaling for Chen Guanyu to follow him immediately. I understand. Chen Guanyu wrapped his scabbard in a coarse grey cloth, slung it over his back, and followed Wenxiao back. Inside the temple, Ji Han looked at the assembled disciples below, his face betraying no emotion, his thoughts unknown. Just then Wenxiao arrived belatedly with Chen Guanyu. Temple master. Chen Guanyu bowed respectfully. Go on over. Ji Han nodded and waved for Chen Guanyu and Wenxiao to stand among the crowd. After another quarter of an hour, a few more arrived. Only when they had entered did Ji Han begin to speak. Since everyone is here, let me explain the key points of the entrance selection. Ji Han swept his gaze over the disciples below and continued. The entrance selection concerns your future path of cultivation. You must take it seriously. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep can determine the depth of your cultivation and the length of your life. Chen Guanyu listened below. As time passed, he couldn't help but find it tedious. In his past life he had heard plenty of speeches from homeroom teachers or school principals. It was all essentially the same, nothing more than inspirational platitudes or life lessons. These were all quite useful. If the young disciples below could truly heed these words, they would generally benefit greatly. But if they could truly internalize them, they wouldn't be called youths. Chen Guanyu could see that his fellow disciples on the scene were all very nervous, most of them infected by Ji Han's words, their minds filled with thoughts of the future. But this was merely hearing, not understanding. True understanding was demonstrated through action. Unfortunately, action was always harder than words. Chen Guanyu understood this well. After nearly half an hour, Ji Han's speech finally ended. Some of the disciples below had already started yawning. Ji Han noticed but made no comment. The future of these disciples was entirely in their own hands. Alright, the flying boat to pick you up has arrived. Jihang suddenly looked up at the sky and spoke slowly. The disciples below looked up as well and saw a black dot in the distance rapidly expanding. It was clearly heading straight for the Star Cloud Temple. In just a dozen breaths the flying boat was above them. It descended slowly, stopping about 20 zhang from the ground, and a middle-aged man with a gentle expression descended from the boat. Controlling an object to fly, this is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, a disciple exclaimed. Chen Guanyu's pupils also contracted as he fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Damn Guanyu, is this a Foundation Establishment cultivator? When do you think we'll break through to Foundation Establishment? Wen Xiao excitedly grabbed Chen Guanyu's sleeve. How should I know? Chen Guanyu replied casually. He was also somewhat excited, as this was only the second time in his 10 years of cultivation that he had seen a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Flying with an object, which cultivator didn't desire that? While everyone was still stunned, the Foundation Establishment cultivator had already entered the temple. Greetings, Uncle Master Zhou. Ji Hang bowed respectfully. The disciples below snapped to attention and bowed in unison. Greetings, envoy of the main sect. Their address differed from Ji Hang's because Ji Han was a registered outer disciple of the Star Cloud sect, a true sect disciple, and could address the Foundation Establishment cultivator as Uncle Master. But they were merely disciples of the Star Cloud Temple, yet to pass the entrance selection and join the Star Cloud sect. They were not yet sect disciples, so they could not call him Uncle Master. No need for formalities. The middle-aged cultivator smiled amiably and made a slight lifting gesture. Chen Guanyu and the others felt an invisible force straighten their bodies. So this is a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chen Guanyu's heart surged with emotion. There are 19 in total, right? The middle-aged cultivator took out a jade talisman and confirmed the number with Ji Hang. Reporting to Uncle Master, it is 19, not a single one missing. That's fine. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, then flicked his sleeve. Chen Guanyu and the other disciples only felt a fierce gale sweep over them and the world spun. A few breaths later, when Chen Guanyu opened his eyes again, he was already on the flying boat. On the flying boat, besides the fellow disciples from the temple that Chen Guanyu knew, there were also dozens of young boys and girls of similar age who looked at the newcomers with a matter-of-fact expression. 5 days later. With a loud bang, the flying boat suddenly shook violently and Chen Guanyu slowly opened his eyes. Hey! Guanyu, can you tell which nebulous sect we've arrived at? How would I know? Chen Guanyu, closing his eyes to rest, casually shrugged off Wen Xiao's question and fell silent. Over the past few days, the flying boat would occasionally stop to pick up disciples from the nebulous sect in the regions it passed through, specifically those participating in the sect selection. In 5 days there had already been a full 100 people on the flying boat. This was just the number aboard one flying boat. Chen Guanyu dared not imagine how many would participate in the selection overall. Seeing Chen Guanyu uninterested in chatting, Wen Xiao also quieted down, drifting into boredom inside the cabin. Just as the two were passing the time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Hey, look! It seems we've arrived at the main sect." What? No way is that true. Let me see. A ripple of excitement surged through the cabin as everyone rushed to the windows, eager to catch a glimpse of the true grandeur of the immortal realm. Even Chen Guanyu felt a stir of excitement, standing up to squeeze over to the window with Wen Xiao. Silence. Zhou Fuxuan, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from earlier, suddenly appeared in the cabin. Everyone dared not utter a word, standing still in place. Zhou Fuxuan scanned the crowd with a stern face. Follow me to the deck, prepare to disembark. With it he vanished in a flash before the crowd's eyes. Chen Guanyu exchanged glances with Wen Xiao, then followed the crowd towards the deck. Upon exiting the cabin, Chen Guanyu, Wen Xiao and all the disciples brought to the main sect for the selection were struck by the scene before them. In the sky, hundreds of flying boats were densely spread out, each as large as the one they were on. Zhou Fuxuan stood at the bow, his back to the crowd as the wind whipped around him, his robes billowing. In the distance a veil of mist shrouded the landscape, obscuring the view, though it was evident that countless mountain ranges lay beyond. Boom! 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 With 3 resounding chimes, all the flying boats descended as if commanded. In just a few breaths the flying boats had lowered to about 5 zhang above the ground, then paused, hovering steadily in midair. Alright, at this height you can jump down yourselves, right? Zhou Fuxuan suddenly spoke. We can. The voices of the crowd on the deck were sparse, still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Once you disembark, just stay put, there will be someone to arrange things for you. Zhou Fuxuan finished speaking, removed the barrier of the flying boat and gestured for everyone to leave. A female disciple, seeing this, jumped down from the deck first, followed closely by the others. Let's go, old one. Chen Guanyu walked to the edge of the deck, turned back to smile at Wen Xiao, then jumped down. Bang! He landed in a crouch on the blue stone ground, kicking up a bit of dust. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt something and rolled to the side without looking up. Bang! Wen Xiao crashed heavily to the ground, fortunately not landing on his head and sustaining no injuries. Seeing it was Wen Xiao, Chen Guanyu felt a surge of anger and walked over to kick his butt, scolding, "Damn it, old one, are you trying to crush me?" He. Wen Xiao chuckled, scratching his head, "I didn't adjust my landing posture properly, sorry ha." Chen Guanyu could only shake his head in exasperation. After a moment, all the disciples jumped down from the flying boat and arrived at the Blue Stone Plaza while the flying boats in the sky departed. Just as the participating disciples were puzzled, a figure of an old Taoist with white eyebrows suddenly coalesced in the air. It was noon and the old man stood with his back to the sun, slowly forming his figure, appearing as if a true immortal had descended into the world. In an instant the plaza fell silent, with even a falling needle audible. Chen Guanyu gazed at the figure in the sky, unable to help but swallow hard. He realized that beneath the old Taoist's feet there was nothing at all. This was walking on air. The Foundation establishment stage requires a flying artifact to soar in the air. However, at the Golden Core stage no medium is needed, one can leave the ground with just a thought, which is known as walking on air. Thus this white-browed Taoist was at least at the Golden Core stage in cultivation. As for the nascent soul stage, Chen Guanyu dared not even think about it. Just reaching the Foundation establishment stage was already an unattainable goal for him, let alone the two entire realms above it, the nascent soul stage. "Everyone." The white-browed Taoist spoke lightly, but his voice was clear enough for everyone in the Blue Stone Plaza to hear. "Welcome to the Nebula sect. For the selection, I am Elder Fongqing of the Nebula sect, tasked with presiding over this sect selection. Now that all the participating disciples have arrived, the selection will commence shortly. Disciples from each Nebula sect stand to my left, while the disciples of the Nebula sect and miscellaneous participants stand to my right." With that, he stood silently in the air, watching the crowd below. "Let's go. We should head over there." Wen Xiao patted Chen Guanyu's shoulder and walked towards the left side of the white-browed Taoist. Chen Guanyu turned to follow. Along with them were countless other disciples who had jumped down from the flying boats. Once he and Wen Xiao found a spot to stand, he noticed a group of people on the right side of the Blue Stone Plaza who at some point had appeared and were now coldly staring at Chen Guanyu's side. "Are those the disciples of the Nebula sect? They should be, after all, Elder Fong up there just mentioned it." Some whispered, also sizing up the group opposite them. Fongqing nodded slightly as he saw that the disciples from the Nebula sect had gathered to his left. "No matter what your status was in the Nebula sect before or what your sect master may have told you, now that you are here for the selection you must obey my commands. Let me briefly explain. This selection is divided into 3 phases: the Heart's Inquiry, the Martial Trial, and the Duel of Skills. Passing the Heart's Inquiry allows you to participate in the latter 2 phases, and those who pass the Martial Trial can enter the outer sect, while the top 10 from the Duel of Skills will directly enter the inner sect. I hope you all will do your best to seek the path of the immortal. If you do not advance, you will retreat." "Yes." The crowd in the Blue Stone Plaza echoed in unison. With that, the sect selection begins now. Heart's Inquiry. As soon as the words left Fongqing's mouth, a large bell appeared in his hand, and before the crowd could react, he struck it forcefully. "Where exactly is this?" Chen Guanyu stared at the boundless void before him, somewhat dumbfounded. He had been waiting in this endless empty world for half an incense stick's time, yet nothing had come. Could it be that the first trial of the Nebula sect is to imprison us here, testing our patience? Chen Guanyu felt a bit speechless. He had initially thought the sect would conjure up an illusion realm. It seemed he had overestimated the Nebula sect. Unable to cultivate in this void, Chen Guanyu grew bored from sitting idly, so he stood up and began to execute the radiant light sword art. Perhaps because this wasn't reality, executing the sword art consumed no spiritual energy, allowing him to improve his proficiency. For a time Chen Guanyu immersed himself in practicing the sword art, forgetting the passage of time. After an unknown duration, a cough suddenly sounded behind him, interrupting his training. Ahem. What did Chen Guanyu turned around angrily, ready to curse, but stopped short upon seeing the figure behind him. "Greetings, Elder Fong. Haha, no need for formalities. I have been observing you for quite a while." Fongqing said with a smile, then pointed at the long sword in Chen Guanyu's hand. "If I am not mistaken, you are executing the radiant light sword art, correct? Elder Fong truly has extensive knowledge. At merely the 6th layer of Qi refining, you have mastered a great sword technique. Your talent in the way of the sword is quite commendable, young friend." Fongqing's tone indicated satisfaction with Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu remained respectful as he faced the smiling white-browed old Taoist. Why did Fongqing, who appeared so stern outside, seem so amiable within this void? Chen Guanyu found himself at a loss. I understand. This is the illusion realm the Nebula sect has prepared for me. Chen Guanyu smirked, raising his longsword. Demon. I knew you weren't human. Ha! Fong Cheng was taken aback. Please forgive me, Elder Fong. It was a misunderstanding on my part. Chen Guanyu rubbed his nose, wearing a sheepish grin. It's fine. Fong Cheng waved his hand. This heart-questioning trial is not difficult. What stands before you now is merely one of my illusionary avatars. Hearing this, Chen Guanyu suddenly understood. He had truly mistaken Fong Cheng for an NPC in the illusion and had chased after him for quite a while before believing this wasn't a trial arranged by the Nebula sect. I will now ask you a few questions. Please, Elder Fong, proceed. Seeing Chen Guanyu's agreement, Fong Cheng spoke. I ask you, what is the one thing that has accompanied you the longest since childhood? Chen Guanyu was stunned by the question. The thing that had accompanied him the longest. If speaking only of this life, it would be the sword on his back. But if including his past life. Thoughts swirled in Chen Guanyu's mind, flashing through many modern world objects: computers, phones, tablets, juice cups, dolls. Ah, a doll. Chen Guanyu found his answer. What kind of doll and how did you obtain it? Fong Cheng pressed on. Chen Guanyu answered without hesitation, a calico cat doll the size of a head. It was a gift from my Dui Xiang. Fong Cheng nodded, then looked somewhat puzzled. May I ask, young friend, what is Dui Xiang? Ah. Chen Guanyu then realized that Fong Cheng, a native of the Xuanhuang Great World, might not understand the term. Dui Xiang means fiancé. Ah, Fong Cheng nodded. So, young friend, you have a fiancé in the mortal world? No, she is no longer in this world. My condolences. Seeing no change in Chen Guanyu's expression, Fong Cheng continued, all right, I will ask you another question. Would you be willing to form a Taoist partnership with that calico cat doll of yours? Chen Guanyu. No, Elder Fong. Setting aside whether I am Straw Hat Boy or not, given my relationship with my fiancé, I could never form a Taoist partnership with it. Ah. Fong Cheng nodded again. It seems you are a person of deep loyalty and affection. However, Fong Cheng suddenly drew out his words, making Chen Guanyu tense up. What is Straw Hat Boy? Ah. Chen Guanyu was stunned again. It's a character from a mortal world picture book. Because he wears a straw hat, everyone calls him Straw Hat Boy. Fong Cheng fell into deep thought. Chen Guanyu dared not speak and could only sit quietly and wait. After a moment, Fong Cheng slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Guanyu. Young friend, I understand. The heart questioning is over. You have failed. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu's face filled with disbelief. What? Elder Fong, I feel this completely fails to reflect the firmness of my Tao heart. How can I have failed? Questioning the heart doesn't necessarily mean testing the Tao heart. Fong Cheng shook his head. Since you have failed, you are not qualified to participate in the remaining 2 trials. Without listening to Chen Guanyu's explanation, he waved his sleeve. Chen Guanyu felt his vision go dark and lost consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the familiar azure stone square. Before he could assess the situation, someone grabbed his collar and with a flash he was transported to a strange place. The rapid shift in space made him dizzy. Shaking his head, he looked up to see a stone tablet twice the height of a man standing before him. Engraved on the tablet were the 3 characters Nebula Sect. I've been eliminated just like that. Isn't the sect selection process far too arbitrary? Chen Guanyu was agitated, even tempted to kick the stone tablet. But before he could take a few steps, a cultivator in dark robes emerged from behind the tablet, staring coldly at him. Failed the sect selection. Follow that path behind you down the mountain, then go about your business. Do not linger here. Damn it. Chen Guanyu glanced at this person, unable to discern his cultivation level, and realized he was outmatched. Not daring to argue, he gritted his teeth, turned and headed down the mountain in the direction indicated. As he walked down the mountain, thoughts raced through Chen Guanyu's mind. Since the Nebula sect wouldn't keep him, he didn't care. Relying on his system panel, he refused to believe he couldn't cultivate immortality on his own. Once he reached the nascent soul stage or even higher, he would surely return to avenge today's disgrace. With this thought, Chen Guanyu stopped dwelling on it and strode down the mountain path, sword on his back. After walking for an unknown time, a panicked cry for help suddenly came from the forest. Fellow Taoist, save me. As the words fell, a graceful figure landed before Chen Guanyu. A glimpse of scandalous exposure. Though in a foul mood, Chen Guanyu still cast a critical glance or two as compensation to himself. At the same time, a black-robed masked figure emerged, shrouded in black mist. Without much sensing, Chen Guanyu could tell this was a demonic cultivator. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations, the man was around the same level as him, likely also at the 6th layer of qi refining. Were demonic cultivators so brazen nowadays, daring to kill at the foot of the nebula sect? Ah, the demonic path. Chen Guanyu's pupils abruptly contracted. Before coming to participate in the sect selection, Ji Hong had specifically told him that the focus of the heart-questioning trial was to root out demonic spies. Fang Qing's questions earlier had completely failed to reflect that. Therefore was he still within the illusion? The masked figure cast a glance at the woman on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Chen Guanyu. My good fellow, I take it you're also a cultivator rejected by the Starcloud sect. Why not join us in the Blood Fiend sect? The path to the Great Tao is still wide open. As the masked man spoke, an inexplicable turmoil seized Chen Guanyu's heart. The indignation of being spurned by the Starcloud sect, lust for the female cultivator on the ground, and even the disappointment of failing to find employment in his past life all surged forth at once. In an instant, a torrent of negative emotions battered his mind. Clang! With a twisted expression, Chen Guanyu uttered not a single word, drew his sword and slashed it toward the masked man before him. Before the masked man could react, a blindingly bright sword aura was already upon him. Shiak, the sword aura sank into flesh. The masked man stiffened, reaching up in disbelief to touch his neck, but the moment he raised his hand, a thud was heard. His head slid from his neck and his body collapsed uncontrollably. This. The female cultivator on the ground was stunned, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Even Chen Guanyu furrowed his brow slightly. Is a qi refining 6th layer cultivator in the illusion this week? Dead with one strike. Still uneasy, Chen Guanyu thought it over and delivered several more slashes at the corpse to ensure it was truly dead. Only then did he turn and extend a hand to the female cultivator on the ground. Fellow cultivator, it's safe now. Chen Guanyu forced a genial smile onto his face. If this was an illusion arranged by the Starcloud sect, he had to appear thoroughly righteous. Yes, exactly that. Chen Guanyu felt quite pleased with his performance. As the female cultivator saw his outstretched hand, the dazed expression on her face gradually faded. Then she broke into a smile. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, for passing this heart-questioning trial. Boom! Another chime of the bell resounded. The sky, the ground, the trees, and even the female cultivator on the earth began to warp and twist around them. Chen Guanyu snapped his eyes open and found himself still standing on the Azure Stone Plaza. Many others who had participated in the selection were also waking up alongside him. Some wore expressionless faces, others had bewildered eyes, some showed ugly countenances, and still others glared with such ferocity that they seemed ready to commit violence on the spot. Fang Qing pointed a few fingers through the air, and the cultivators, who were clearly out of control, exploded into clouds of blood mist. Those who did not pass the heart-questioning trial, leave on your own. Fang Qing's voice rang out, jarring Chen Guanyu's eardrums. As soon as the words fell, many on the field departed with grim expressions. On the left side of Fang Qing, quite a few of the Starcloud sect's menial disciples also walked out, their faces dejected and their spirits broken. Eh? Guanyu, you didn't get eliminated either. Wen Xiao suddenly spoke. Chen Guanyu gave him a look of exasperation. What kind of talk is that? Old one, if you weren't eliminated, how could I be? True enough. Wen Xiao scratched his head. Guanyu, what did you run into in the illusion? First, Elder Fawn told me ID failed the heart-questioning trial. Then on the way down the mountain, I met a demonic cultivator who tried to recruit me into some sect called the Blood Fiend sect, obviously a demonic path. And what did you do? Wen Qiao pressed. What else could I do? Since I'm still standing here, I obviously turned him down. Makes sense. What about you? Chen Guanyu asked. Me. Wen Qiao thought for a moment. My illusion was the same, a demonic cultivator appeared later. But originally I didn't want to meddle. But for some reason I suddenly felt really irritated, and that demonic cultivator kept yapping on. I couldn't hold back, so I went and beat him up. I'd already taken off my trousers, but who'd have thought? Stop. Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched as he hastily cut off Wen Xiao's outrageous account. We passed, that's what matters. Let's get ready for the next trial. He had figured it out. The Starcloud sect's heart-questioning trial was a pretense of failure coupled with a few minor tricks to maximally provoke negative emotions in cultivators, thereby assessing their character. It even managed to flush out some demonic cultivators. But luckily Ji Hong had warned him beforehand, or he might have truly turned to the demonic path. After all, Chen Guanyu's goal was never to gain shelter by joining a great sect, but to acquire resources through the sect and achieve true immortality. So whether demonic or righteous, any path that allowed him to cultivate was the righteous path. He. Wen Xiu chuckled and scratched his head. After a while, when all the failed spirit seedlings had left, Feng Cheng spoke again. Since everyone has passed the heart-questioning trial, I won't waste any more of your time. With that, Feng Cheng waved his hand and 30 foundation establishment cultivators flew over from afar on their artifacts. Once they arrived, Feng Cheng instructed, there are about 3,000 spirit seedlings left below. Each of you take 100 to the martial testing tower. I'll be waiting there. Yes. Feng Cheng nodded and vanished in an instant. Whether intentionally or carelessly, he had not used sound transmission, so everyone below could hear his words. Instantly a murmur rippled through the spirit seedlings below. 3,000 people, that many. Wen Xiu gasped, tugging at Chen Guanyu's sleeve. Guanyu, did you hear that? Obviously. I'm not deaf. Chen Guanyu rubbed his forehead in frustration. Only about 200 or 300 had failed the heart-questioning trial. Most had stayed and earned the right to participate in the martial testing trial. Passing the martial testing trial would grant entry to the outer sect and true discipleship of the Starcloud sect. From what he had learned in his past life, the Starcloud sect's recruitment pass rate was never very high. Thus this martial testing trial was the true gatekeeper for selecting Starcloud sect disciples. Barring surprises, the vast majority would be eliminated here. Soon Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiu were assigned to a foundation establishment cultivator from the Starcloud sect. My surname is Chu, given name Tongguang. I am an overseer within the Starcloud sect. I will now lead you to the martial testing tower. There's no need to be nervous, just follow me. After introducing himself, Chu Tongguang turned and walked away. Chen Guanyu, Wen Xiu and the other spirit seedlings hurried to follow. In less than half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the Azure Stone Plaza was empty and restored to silence. After half an hour, Chen Guanyu and the other promising disciples finally arrived at the martial examination tower of the Starcloud sect. It was a towering structure 20 zhang in height, yet consisting of only 2 floors. Many disciples of the Starcloud sect were still emerging from the tower, some casting curious glances toward the gathered newcomers. This is the sect's martial examination tower. Chu Tongguang introduced to the crowd. It was built 1,000 years ago by our sect's ancestor Yunhe. Within it houses a 3-tier spatial array granting vast interior space capable of accommodating hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators and thousands of qi refining disciples for cultivation simultaneously. Once you join the sect, you may enter free of charge once every month. This trial will only open the first floor. Upon entering, you will be randomly teleported to a venue where puppets of your own cultivation level will appear. Victors shall pass and receive a wooden token granting entry to the outer sect. Those who fail to pass, disciples of the subordinate Starcloud observatories, shall gather at the flying vessel on the west side. Those who succeed return here and await me. Do you understand? Yes, the crowd of disciples quickly responded. Meanwhile, the remaining 29 teams also arrived one after another. The leading foundation establishment cultivators briefly introduced the tower before departing from the group. Chen Guanyu then noticed that Feng Cheng, the overseer of this recruitment, was already standing in the air above. How is it? Have all the qi refining disciples been cleared from the tower? Feng Cheng asked the foundation establishment steward beside him. All cleared, Elder Feng. We await your command. Feng Cheng nodded slowly, then looked downward. The martial examination is now officially open. Enter 1,000 at a time. Once the count reaches 1,000, the doors will close. Proceed on your own. As his words fell, the disciples outside the tower surged inward. Chen Guanyu had intended to hold back, but standing near the front, he was swept along by the tide and pushed into the tower. Once inside, before he could take more than a few steps, the stone slabs beneath his feet began to rotate and the surroundings blurred past. With several heavy clunks, Chen Guanyu found himself sealed within a closed stone chamber. The chamber was vast, with luminous stones embedded in the walls and ceiling to provide light. Before Chen Guanyu could observe further, a hollow in the center of the chamber was sealed by a stone platform upon which stood a 7-foot wooden puppet. So this is the trial puppet. Looks rather ordinary. Chen Guanyu thought, gripping the longsword at his back. As he began to draw it, the puppet suddenly lifted its head and its empty eye sockets blazed with crimson. Chen Guanyu frowned and unsheathed his sword. In an instant the puppet moved, closing the distance to him in a single breath. Chen Guanyu's brow furrowed deeper. Not good. Having never practiced movement techniques, he found it impossible to evade the lightning-fast puppet. Since that's the case, I'll have to meet it hidden. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, wielding his longsword to create a shimmering barrier of light so dense that not even water could seep through. The moment the wooden puppet touched the barrier, a grating screech rang out. In the next instant 3 of its fingers had been severed. With a loud crash the puppet retreated rapidly after its failed strike, exactly as Chen Guanyu wished. He pushed off the ground with his legs swiftly widening the distance between them. Simultaneously he slashed his sword, unleashing a blinding flash of light aimed at the puppet. The puppet ducked low, evading the sword aura, then conjured 2 fireballs in its palms, twisting its wrists to hurl them at Chen Guanyu. With 2 swift cuts the fireballs were extinguished. A resonant hum filled the air as Chen Guanyu's tightly bound hair came loose. Threads of sword aura emanated from the dark iron longsword in his hand, radiating a pure white glow. For a moment the stone chamber blazed with light. Chen Guanyu's ink-black hair danced wildly and a faint glimmer appeared in his eyes. The wooden puppet seemed to sense the danger, slamming its hands against the ground to raise a thick earthen wall. Another resonant hum echoed. The sword aura from the dark iron blade grew sharper and more intense. Slash! Chen Guanyu delivered a single strike. An astonishing sword light burst forth, razor-sharp and blinding, turning the entire chamber as bright as day. In the blink of an eye the light reached the earthen wall. With a sharp swish the wall exploded without warning, filling the chamber with dust. Through the haze Chen Guanyu's figure moved, sword in hand, stepping forward calmly. When he reached the puppet he saw its pitiful state. Its body had been cleaved in 2, the red glow and its eye sockets dimmed considerably. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged as he pressed the tip of his sword against the puppet's forehead. With a series of cracking sounds he slowly thrust it in. As the sword tip pierced the puppet's head a bell rang out and a palm-sized wooden token appeared in Chen Guanyu's hand. The stone chamber shifted around him once more. The stone slabs beneath his feet parted, transporting him to the tower's entrance in mere breaths. Chen Guanyu looked up and stepped out. Ha! Another one. Are the newcomers this year really this talented? 3 in a row, all passing so quickly. Impressive. I've been in the sect for 3 years and still can't take down a puppet of the same realm that fast. That's just because you're utterly useless. The murmurs of surrounding Starcloud sect disciples reached Chen Guanyu, who simply pursed his lips. He felt the puppet's strength was actually unremarkable, only its speed was notable. Could mastering a sword art at the grand completion level really be this formidable? Chen Guanyu momentarily wondered if he had been underestimating his own abilities all along. From this perspective, even if Ji Hong hadn't given him that golden silk soft armor, he could still have entered the inner sect. No, the martial examination pits one against puppets of the same realm, but the subsequent arena battles disregard cultivation level. Perhaps among this batch of newcomers no one of the same realm could match him, but among those at the late Qi refining stage there might be many far stronger. After all, techniques could only partially bridge the gap in cultivation, never truly close it. Hey! As Chen Guanyu was lost in thought, a voice called out nearby. Chen Guanyu looked up to see a heavily bearded man carrying a long spear striding toward him with an arrogant swagger. Beside him was a flamboyantly dressed man holding a folding fan and grinning at Chen Guanyu. Kid, not bad, you came out around the same time as us brothers. The spear-carrying man stopped before Chen Guanyu, nodding repeatedly. The flamboyant man agreed heartily. Indeed. This handsome young brother is truly skilled, makes my little heart go pitter-patter. Ah. Chen Guanyu was speechless, unsure how to respond. Oh right, forgot to introduce us brothers. The spear-carrying man tapped his forehead and announced loudly in Jiangyinru, and this here is Xuanhuang. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Chen Guanyu. He cupped his hands. Ooh, what a lovely name. A pleasure, fellow Taoist. You cooed the cultivator called Xuanhuang. This left Chen Guanyu utterly bewildered. No need, fellow Taoist John, just call me Chen Guanyu. Tisk, you've both got it wrong. Now that we've passed the martial examination, we're official disciples of the Starcloud sect. Jiangyinru corrected. We should address each other as junior or senior brother. As for who's senior and who's junior, let's decide by the order we came out. That makes me the senior brother, haha. Xuanhuang stroked his chin, feigning sudden realization. Ah, I see. A pleasure, junior brother Yu. Chen Guanyu instinctively stepped back. A senior brother Jean, just call me junior brother Chen. Xuanhuang tilted his head. Wouldn't that be too distant? Chen Guanyu quickly waved his hands. Not distant at all, not in the slightest. As the two conversed, many disciples emerged from the tower one after another. Some rejoiced, others despaired. Most wore downcast expressions, empty-handed, and trudged toward the flying vessel. Others walked out with wooden tokens at their waists, looking at ease. Guanyu. Ha, I pass too. From today on I'm an outer sect disciple of the Starcloud sect. Chen Guanyu turned at the voice and saw an ecstatic Wen Xiao. Chen Guanyu was happy for him. Congratulations, Wenxiu. Hee, you passed too, right? Of course I did. Nice, from now on we're the twin heroes of StarCloud. What happened to your leg? Chen Guanyu suddenly noticed Wenxiu limping. Got hit by that puppet. But you know my strength just passing the trial was lucky enough. A little injury's nothing, there are plenty worse off than me. True. Chen Guanyu glanced around. By now almost all the disciples had emerged from the tower. Most of those who passed bore injuries. Those like him, Jiang Yinru and Zhang Yangang, who emerged unscathed, were the rare exceptions. Junior brother Chen, who is this? Jiang Yinru asked curiously, looking at Wenxiu. Logically, Chen Guanyu, having emerged right behind them, should be among the most outstanding of his peers. Why would he keep company with someone who barely scraped through? This is Wenxiu, a fellow disciple who cultivated with me at the StarCloud Observatory. TSK Tisk junior brother Qiuqiu looks quite tender too. Zhang Yanggang's voice suddenly rang out, sending chills down both Chen Guanyu and Wenxiu's spines. What? Guanyu, who are these two? Just met them. Haha, no need to be nervous, junior brother Qiuqiu. Since you've passed the test, we're all fellow disciples now. Zhang Yanggang laughed. Well said, junior brother Zhang. Jiang Yinru nodded in agreement. Although Wenxiu had scraped through, passing the martial examination meant no one could deny his status as an official disciple of the StarCloud sect. After all, it was far better than those who failed the selection and became rogue cultivators. Silence. Fang Qing's voice rang out, and the previously chaotic scene before the martial testing hall instantly grew much quieter. Those still present have all passed the martial trial. Keep the wooden tokens issued to you. Once this selection is fully concluded, you will officially become disciples of the StarCloud sect. Now the stewards will lead you to the third trial. If your injuries are truly severe or you wish not to participate, you may remain here for treatment. However, this opportunity for direct entry into the inner sect will be forfeited. Consider it well. With these words, Fang Qing's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The various Foundation establishment stewards also returned to their original positions. Junior brother Yu, junior brother Qiuqiu, see you later. Zhang Yanggang waved reluctantly at Chen Guanyu and Wenxiu as he left, wanting to stay but being pulled away by Jiang Yinru. The world is vast and full of wonders. Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the two depart. Indeed, you speak truly. A gentle voice sounded without warning, and Chen Guanyu spun around abruptly. He saw Chu Tongguan gazing at him with a smile. Greetings, Steward Chu. Greetings, Steward Chu. Chen Guanyu and Wenxiu quickly bowed. Haha, you will soon be sect disciples, no need for such formalities. Chu Tongguan chuckled amiably, his gaze still fixed on Chen Guanyu. I saw it all just now. Passing the martial trial so quickly makes you the third among the 991 who succeeded, second only to Jiang Yinru and Zhang Yanggang. Those two possess superior grade spiritual roots and are descendants of sect elders. Though not yet formally inducted, they have already cultivated the sect's techniques. At this point, Chu Tongguan stared intently at Chen Guanyu and spoke slowly. For a disciple from the subordinate StarCloud Observatory to stand shoulder to shoulder with them is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Steward Chu. Chen Guanyu replied modestly. What grade is your spiritual root? Chu Tongguan pressed on. Reporting to the steward, this disciple only has a mid-grade spiritual root. That is somewhat regrettable. Chu Tongguan shook his head with a hint of pity, then looked at the long sword strapped to Chen Guanyu's back. Are you a sword cultivator? Chen Guanyu was taken aback by the question. This disciple is uncertain if he truly qualifies as a sword cultivator. I suppose I am merely a cultivator with some rudimentary knowledge of swordsmanship. Chu Tongguan disagreed, shaking his head as he spoke. No need for undue modesty. Passing the martial trial so swiftly proves your combat prowess is considerable. If you specialize in swordsmanship, you absolutely qualify as a sword cultivator. From this it appears your talent on the path of the sword is exceptional. Thank you for the compliment, steward. Chu Tongguan said no more and turned his gaze to Wenxiu, who stood beside Chen Guanyu. Seeing that Chu Tongguan, a Foundation establishment master, was looking at him, Wenxiu immediately lowered his head in nervousness, not daring to meet his eyes. How about you? Do you wish to try the third trial? Wenxiu finally looked up, forcing a faint smile onto his face. Steward Chu, with my leg in this condition, even if I went to the third trial, I would certainly not enter the inner sect. It is better to stay here and receive treatment. Chen Guanyu wanted to dissuade him, but with Chu Tongguan present, he could only swallow the words that rose to his lips. Very well. Chu Tongguan nodded, then turned to face the remaining disciples. Earlier there had been 100 here, now only a little over 20 remained. Those not participating in the subsequent selection stay where you are. Someone will take you for treatment. The rest follow me." With that he turned and walked away. After nodding to Wenqiu, Chen Guanyu followed. As he went he glanced back and counted, including Wenqiu, 7 people had chosen to stay. The arena for the third trial was set up on the training grounds of the outer sect of the Nebula Star Sect. By the time Chen Guanyu and the others arrived, the viewing stands were already packed with inner and outer sect disciples eager to watch the matches. Fang Qing sat upright at the center of the viewing platform. Flanked by 4 core formation elders of the Nebula Star Sect, he watched the incoming celestial seedlings with an impassive expression. No, they should now be called newly inducted disciples. Regardless of their ranking in this competition, their entry into the Nebula Star Sect was already a foregone conclusion. An elder on Fang Qing's right observed the disciples entering below, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Elder Fang, what do you think of this batch of disciples?" "Mediocre at best. Only 3 are passable, the rest are misfits," Fang Qing replied. Another elder burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha, 2 of them must be Zhan Yanggang and Zhan Yinru, right? We all know about those 2. Old Fang, this batch is already quite good. A full 10 have reached the 9th layer of qi refining. If I recall correctly, the last selection only had 2 at the 9th layer and both entered the inner sect." "Hoof." Another elder interjected, "That only means there are more sect-born celestial seedlings participating this year. Look at those 5 little ones at the 9th layer, how many came up from the subordinate nebula observatories?" "Not a single one. Among the 3 I mentioned, 1 is from a subordinate nebula observatory," Fang Qing suddenly said. "Oh." At this the other elders all showed expressions of surprise. "You'll see for yourselves later. If he can make it into the top 10 and enter the inner sect, then he truly has skill. If not, then this old man was mistaken." An elder chuckled upon hearing this. "Tsk tisk, since old Fang says so, let's watch." "Agreed." The other elders said no more. After a moment, once all participating disciples had entered the grounds, Fang Qing slowly rose to his feet. "Ahem." He cleared his throat twice, yet his voice reached every cultivator present. In an instant the entire training ground fell silent as countless gazes turned to the white-browed old man. "You all know the rules. Each person may bring at most 2 magical artifacts and their grade must match your current major cultivation realm. Violators will have their cultivation abolished and be forever barred from the Nebula Star Sect. Finally, only the top 10 in the competition may enter the inner sect. The sect will grant different rewards according to the rankings from 1st to 10th. With that, Fang Qing clapped his hands. 10 arenas slowly rose from the training ground and 10 foundation establishment stewards flew over from the edges, each standing by an arena presumably to act as referees. Next, disciples whose names are called will go to their respective arenas for the match. With that, Fang Chan waved his hand grandly, signaling the start. The foundation establishment stewards below then took out a jade talisman upon which the names of the participating disciples appeared at random. Lu Haoran, 7th layer of qi refining versus Wang Ju, 4th layer of qi refining. Zhao Jinyu, 5th layer of qi refining versus Dong Ju, 5th layer of qi refining. Zhan Yanggang, 9th layer of qi refining versus Zhao Boyan, 3rd layer of qi refining. Sai Elder Fang, Elder Zhan's grandson, is already at the 9th layer of qi refining, yet he drew a qi refining beginner as an opponent. Isn't the disparity too great? An elder frowned, dissatisfied that the competition didn't assign opponents based on cultivation level. Fang Qing remained expressionless, merely casting a faint glance at the speaker before speaking slowly. "Elder Yu, I know you and that old fellow Zhan Bushu don't get along, but the sex selection has always been this way. Sometimes luck is a crucial part of one's strength. Those with poor fortune may perish midway. Even with excellent talent, those with heaven-defying luck can ascend to immortality even with mixed spiritual roots." "I know that." The middle-aged cultivator addressed as Elder Yu curled his lip and said no more. Below, the first 9 arenas already had contestants, leaving only the 10th arena empty. Fomua, 5th layer of qi refining versus Chen Guanyu, 6th layer of qi refining. Hearing his name called from the 10th arena, Chen Guanyu furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected to be in the first round. But since he was drawn, he couldn't refuse. With that thought, Chen Guanyu leaped onto the arena, and at the same time Fengyu arrived on the opposite side. "Fengyu." The opposing cultivator cupped his hands, his phoenix eyes fixed on Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged, his right hand gripping the sword hilt at his back as he slowly spoke. "Chen Guanyu. Ha, bumpkin is still a bumpkin, so cautious." Fengyu naturally noticed Chen Guanyu's movement and revealed a look of disdain. Both were at the mid-qi refining stage with only a single layer's difference. As a sect-born celestial seedling who had cultivated within the Nebula Star sect since childhood, he was confident he could defeat Chen Guanyu despite the disadvantage. Very well, let the match begin. The Foundation establishment steward acting as referee said this and retreated outside the arena. Hum. A sword hummed. Feng Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. He only saw a point of icy shimmering white light dazzlingly bright. For a moment he felt as though no other light existed in his vision, only that white radiance. Ding! By the time Feng Yu came to his senses, the Foundation establishment steward was already standing on the arena, having dispersed the sword light with a single finger. Chen Guanyu slowly sheathed his sword, watching Feng Yu with an impassive expression. You lost. Only then did Feng Yu shift his gaze from the steward's back to Chen Guanyu. This is impossible. Feng Yu trembled all over with agitation. He couldn't believe that, having stepped onto the arena brimming with confidence, he was eliminated without even using a single move. The one who eliminated him was a bumpkin disciple from a subordinate Nebula observatory whom he had always looked down upon. How can you be this strong? The more Feng Yu spoke, the more agitated he became, even trying to bypass the Foundation establishment steward in front of him to fight Chen Guanyu again. He's right, you've already lost. If this were not a competition, you would be dead. The steward's voice rang out coldly. Feng Yu's body shook violently as he looked incredulously at the back before him, then back at Chen Guanyu. Finally he opened his mouth, but no sound came out and he could only walk off the arena in a daze. Arena 10 Victor Chen Guanyu. As the steward's announcement echoed, Chen Guanyu slowly descended from the arena. In an instant, countless gazes from the viewing platform converged upon him, and many Nebula Star sect disciples were stunned by the blinding flash of light from moments ago. They hadn't seen anything clearly, they only felt a streak of white light flash across Arena 10 before seeing the steward declare Chen Guanyu's victory. A sword cultivator, eh? It's a pity his cultivation is a bit low, otherwise he could have entered the inner sect this time. It's only a matter of time. Unlike the ordinary disciples, some idle inner sect disciples were also seated in the viewing stands. They weren't particularly impressed, only somewhat curious about Chen Guanyu. Because they could do the same if they were in his place. The difference between the inner and outer sects had never been just a single word. On the observation platform, not only the inner and outer disciples of the Star Cloud sect witnessed the contest between Chen Guanyu and Feng Yu, but also the several core formation elders on the central high platform. The core formation elder who had previously questioned Zhang Yanggang curled his lips and spoke, "Oh. A mere 6th level Qi refining disciple has mastered a sword technique to the grand completion realm. It seems this is the third person you mentioned, Elder Feng." Indeed. Feng Qing did not deny it, merely nodding indifferently. "Old Feng, do you know his spiritual root?" asked another elder who was clearly familiar with Feng Qing. "Of course I do. This lad merely possesses a mid-grade spiritual root," Feng Qing said, a hint of regret in his tone. At this moment a female elder who had remained silent until now suddenly interjected. "Since he is a disciple promoted from a subordinate Star Cloud observatory, he likely has no seniors within the sect. With only a mid-grade spiritual root." She paused, seeing that Feng Qing did not refute, before continuing. "His only strength lies in his talent for the sword. So after all that, he's just a mudleg brat from a lower institute. I reckon reaching Foundation establishment would be his limit," the last elder said with undisguised disdain. The term lower institute disciple referred to those promoted from subordinate Star Cloud observatories, a label coined by the sect's aristocratic disciples to distinguish themselves from these so-called mudlegged individuals. Hearing this, the female elder frowned and retorted, "Li Chongzhou, watch your mouth. Don't keep calling them mudlegged." "Ha!" The elder named Li Chongzhou sneered. "Jiangzhen, have I struck a nerve? Don't forget your core formation wasn't achieved entirely on your own. That's none of your business. I, however, have high hopes for this lad. He should have no trouble entering the inner sect. You overestimate him." Li Chongzhou remained contemptuous. "Enough." Feng Qing suddenly interjected. "The sect summoned you here to observe the contests, not to bicker." Zhang Zhen and Li Chongzhou, seeing Feng Qing intervene, had no choice but to swallow their words and fall silent. The other two core formation elders, however, felt a twinge of regret. There would be no more entertainment. Chen Guanyu, of course, knew nothing of the events on the observation platform. Nor did he care to. After descending from the stage, the participating disciples around him automatically made way, a silent acknowledgement of his strength. Chen Guanyu stood quietly below, opening his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 6th layer sword art, light chasing sword art, grand completion 999-1000. Seeing that his light chasing sword art was merely 1 point shy of reaching the perfection realm, Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. "Just a bit more. He could sense that he would soon gain another point. With the light-chasing sword art at the perfection realm, entering the inner sect would be effortless. With this thought, Chen Guanyu was not anxious. He dismissed the panel and stood quietly watching the matches on the arena. Although most disciples' contests held little value for him, to learn from the combat methods of some late-stage chi refining disciples still had merits worth noting. After all, those who reached the late chi refining stage or even the 9th layer before the age of 20 were either blessed with high-grade spiritual roots or were from clan families receiving dedicated guidance and abundant resources. Both types of cultivators had superior external conditions compared to Chen Guanyu. Yet he felt little envy, for he could rely on his panel to bypass all bottlenecks in sword cultivation, a fortune they could never obtain no matter how much they coveted it. As Chen Guanyu's thoughts wandered, a soft feminine voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Tist, junior brother Chen, I watched your match just now." Chen Guanyu whirled around to find Zhan Yangang, whom he had met earlier, looking at him with an excited expression. "My god, that was so cool. One strike to decide the victor, whoosh." As he spoke, Zhan Yangang mimicked Chen Guanyu's movements and even imitated the sound of a sword's hum. "Chen Guanyu, how did you watch my?" He stopped mid-sentence, for he had also seen Zhan Yanggang's match. Due to the overwhelming gap in strength, the disciple opposite Zhan Yangang had conceded directly to avoid injury. So by the time Chen Guanyu stepped onto the stage, Zhan Yangang had ample time to rush to platform 10 and watch the contest between Chen Guanyu and Fengyu. "Ah. Junior brother Chen didn't even notice me silently watching you from below TVT." Zhan Yanggang's face adopted a hurt expression. "This?" Chen Guanyu was momentarily at a loss for words and instinctively shielded his backside. But then he reconsidered whether it was Zhan Yangang approaching the stage earlier or coming up behind him just now. He had completely failed to sense Zhan Yanggang's approach. Logically speaking, as a 6th layer chi refining cultivator, though his cultivation level was lower than Zhan Yanggang's 9th layer, he should not have been unable to detect Zhan Yanggang's presence when he was right behind him. Moreover, having lived 2 lives as a transmigrator, his innate soul strength naturally surpassed that of cultivators at the same cultivation level. Thus, even though his cultivation was lower than Zhan Yanggang's, their soul strengths should have been comparable. This meant that Zhan Yangang was likely proficient in concealment techniques. In a real battle, such a situation could have led directly to his death, rendering even the most exquisite swordplay useless. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Guanyu's forehead. He would need to find an opportunity to learn soul-type techniques. No, what he needed was a sword art that enhanced the soul or perception. After all, in the Xuanhuang Great World, techniques that could enhance the soul were extremely difficult to cultivate, and the related heavenly treasures often sold for astronomical prices. More often than not, they were unavailable even at any price. "Alright, I'll forgive junior brother Chen this time. Senior brother Jiang is currently competing on platform 3. Let's go watch him." With that, Zhan Yangang pulled Chen Guanyu toward platform 3. Chen Guanyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhan Yanggang's hand firmly gripping his arm and recalling that both Zhan Yangang and Zhan Yinru were descendants of the sect's core formation elders, he held his tongue. Before coming, he had also heard Ji Hang explain the general situation within the sect. Disciples native to the main sect often looked down on cultivators from the subordinate Starcloud observatories. This conflict had existed since the founding patriarch established the sect and remained unabated to this day. Under these circumstances, building good relations with 2 descendants of the sect's elders would bring no harm and possibly many benefits. With this in mind, Chen Guanyu followed Zhan Yangang to platform 3. On the stage, Zhang Yinru wielded his spear with formidable might, overwhelming a latest-stage chi refining disciple. Moments later, Zhang Yinru secured an unsurprising victory. Upon noticing Chen Guanyu standing beside Zhan Yangang, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, yet he was more than willing to engage in conversation with Chen Guanyu. The mere fact that Chen Guanyu, hailing from the humble Xingyun Observatory, could match their aristocratic caliber in the trial of martial arts was enough to earn Zhang Yinru's recognition. Those he deemed worthy, Zhang Yinru would never spurn, and Zhan Yangang felt the same. Such highborn scions of noble houses delighted in rallying talented disciples within the sect. After all, though they were grandsons of core formation elders, they were not the sole descendants and faced no small measure of internal rivalry. At such times, common disciples of skill but lacking background became their finest allies. In the time that followed, Chen Guanyu accompanied them as they moved among the arenas, focusing chiefly on the contests of latest-stage chi refining cultivators. These competing cultivators each had their own strengths, some excelled in spells, others in blade arts. Chen Guanyu also spotted quite a few sword cultivators like himself. Yet in comparison, Chen Guanyu felt that none of these so-called sword cultivators could measure up to him. Among the sword cultivators he had observed, not a single one had mastered a sword art to the grand completion realm. They were mostly at minor completion, with a few barely having achieved entry level. Watching them wield their swords was an eyesore to Chen Guanyu. At this moment he was but a step away from perfecting the radiant light sword art. In the subsequent bouts, as his opponents were merely mid-stage chi refining, Chen Guanyu dispatched them with ease, each victory a single decisive strike. After several rounds, Chen Guanyu's visage had become etched in everyone's memory. Each time he stepped onto the stage, most eyes converged upon him. The attention he commanded even surpassed that of the 5 ninth layer chi refining disciples. After all, a mid-stage chi refining cultivator who had mastered a grand completion sword art was an exceedingly rare sight. Truth be told, most disciples of the Star Cloud sect harbored a dream of becoming sword immortals, for sword cultivators were undeniably stylish. Alas, ordinary folk lacked that gift. They might devote years to mastering a single spell only to barely scrape into minor completion, the effort and results utterly disproportionate. Had it not been for his own advantage, Chen Guanyu would never have dared to train in sword arts. At most he would have practiced sword control after foundation establishment, just enough to fly on a sword. Ah, having a cheat is truly wonderful. Chen Guanyu muttered, averting his gaze in resignation from the cringeworthy swordplay on the stage. Zhang Yinru, overhearing Chen Guanyu's mumbling, asked with a puzzled look, "Junior brother Chen, what does having a cheat mean?" What else could it mean? Junior brother Chen must be praising his own sword talent. After all, his sword art far surpasses those sorry excuses up there. Before Chen Guanyu could answer, Zhan Yonggang chimed in. Zhan Yonggang had not lowered his voice, so the surrounding disciples caught every word. Among them happened to be a disciple dressed as a sword cultivator with a sword strapped to his back like Chen Guanyu. Upon hearing Zhan Yonggang's words, his face darkened. He pushed through the crowd to approach, only to lift his head and meet Chen Guanyu's gaze. The instant he recognized Chen Guanyu, he froze in place. He naturally knew of Chen Guanyu. After several rounds of competition, every disciple present had come to know the 16-year-old prodigy, a mid-stage chi refining cultivator who had already mastered a grand completion sword art. If compared to him, our sword arts might indeed be sorry excuses. The sword-bearing disciple lacked even the courage to linger, fleeing from that arena as if escaping. Junior brother Chen, who are you looking at? Zhang Yinru noticed Chen Guanyu's gaze and followed it, but saw only a crowd of disciples. It's nothing. Chen Guanyu shook his head, saying no more. After about another half-hour, few disciples remained who were still eligible to compete. Most stayed merely to see which 10 disciples would triumph and enter the inner sect. 6th layer chi refining Chen Guanyu versus 9th layer chi refining Feng Jiding. The voice from arena number 1 announced Chen Guanyu's opponent for this bout. Junior brother Chen, don't be intimidated by Feng Jiding's cultivation level. She's nothing but a waste propped up by pills. Junior brother Chen, that wench excels at ice-type spells. I've long found her insufferable. When you fight, just go all out, attacking her lower body. Zhang Yinru and Zhan Yonggang offered their advice before Chen Guanyu stepped onto the stage. Thank you both for the tips. Without another word, Chen Guanyu leaped and landed once more on the platform. As for Feng Jiding, she ascended the stage slowly, looking at Chen Guanyu with disdain. Seeing both contestants on stage, the referee withdrew, leaving the arena to them. Junior brother Chen, I've watched your previous matches. That grand completion sword art might handle those good-for-nothings easily, but it's useless against me. You might as well forfeit now to avoid injury and delay your cultivation. After Feng Jiding finished speaking, Chen Guanyu only then lifted his gaze from her impressive chest. Senior sister Feng, I appreciate your concern, but regardless of the outcome, I must still give it a try. Feng Jiding noticed his gaze, but far from being angered, proudly thrust out her chest. Very well then, senior sister will not hold back. With that, Feng Jiding struck first her left hand, swiftly forming a seal as thick white mist surged from around her. In just a few breaths it filled the entire stage, obscuring Chen Guanyu's vision. Damn, she never used this move in her previous fights. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth but remained calm, quickly drawing his sword as his eyes darted about, trying to locate Feng Jiding. Yet after a full 10 breaths, Chen Guanyu still sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if Feng Jiding had vanished completely from the stage. Just as tension gripped him, Feng Jiding's voice suddenly sounded to his left. Junior brother Chen, you've already lost. Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted and he swiftly swung his blade toward the source of the voice. But the moment he swung, Chen Guanyu sensed something amiss. His sword speed was far slower than usual. What's happening? Chen Guanyu was alarmed, discovering that a layer of frost had formed on his arm without his notice. I'm doomed. Well, it seems this Chen Guanyu brat isn't much after all. A mere ice mist formation and he's already done for. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao sneered, turning to Jiangzhen. Tsk tisk, junior sister Zhang, do you still think that mudlight from the lower courtyard can make it into the inner sect? Chen Guanyu had stolen the spotlight in earlier bouts, and even without a word spoken, Li Chongzhao felt irked. Now that Chen Guanyu was finally at a disadvantage, Li Chongzhao's mood lifted considerably. The match has only just begun and you're already in a hurry. Jiang Jin retorted without backing down, her eyes still fixed on the two figures on the stage. Feng Jiding was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Even her trump card, the Ice Mist formation, was as good as nothing in the eyes of core formation cultivators like them. They could clearly see everything within the icy mist. If Chen Guanyu continued like this, losing the match was only a matter of time. Ah, what a pity. It seems this match won't go as junior sister Jiang wishes. Jiang Jin frowned slightly, catching the mockery in Li Chong's words, but she had no time for such a petty man. She was now eager to see if Chen Guanyu had the mettle to transcend ranks and turn the tide. Swish. Chen Guanyu's sword chi slashed through the icy mist but struck the barrier of the arena, hitting nothing. As the sword chi dissipated, an ice shard shot from behind Chen Guanyu. Its speed was too great for him to dodge. He could only twist to the left, evading it by a hair's breadth. Yet his outer robe was still torn, revealing the golden threaded soft armor beneath. Chen Guanyu channeled his spiritual energy to suppress the frost spreading across his body, forcing himself to calm down and once again sense Feng Ziding's location. But still he found nothing. Whoosh! A sudden sound of piercing air rang out. Chen Guanyu moved in response, unleashing 2 slashes of sword chi. Boom! The wild spiritual energy and sword chi dispersed, thinning the icy mist on the stage. An opportunity. Chen Guanyu's eyes gleamed as he noticed the mist fading. A single exchange had weakened the mist. A few more clashes might resolve this nuisance. Though still challenging, at least a solution was in sight. Just then 4 more sounds of piercing air echoed. Without a second thought, Chen Guanyu leaped into the air. Instantly 4 ice shards exploded beneath him and the shockwave sent him flying backward. He barely managed to steady himself upon landing, but suddenly tasted sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, Chen Guanyu thought that without the golden threaded soft armor's cushioning, that last blow might have laid him flat. Before he could catch his breath, an even stronger sense of danger struck. Swish, swish, swish. Damn! This trick again. Chen Guanyu cursed inwardly, then began to dart around the arena, swinging his sword to block the incoming ice shards as he moved. The disciples below the stage could only hear a continuous clatter from within the thick icy mist, with occasional sparks or flashes of light. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao could no longer hide his smile, or perhaps he never intended to. After a dozen breaths, Chen Guanyu finally stopped. In that short time he had circled the entire stage but still found no trace of Feng Jiding. Cough, cough. Chen Guanyu could no longer suppress the blood in his chest and coughed violently. As he rose, he saw Feng Ziding's figure not far away. Before he could react, she struck out with a palm. Boom! That palm strike sent a pale blue handprint hurtling through the air at incredible speed. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, slashing out 2 sword chi attacks. The blue handprint tore through the icy mist, creating airbursts, and easily scattered his sword chi. It's over, Feng Jiding said, turning away with absolute confidence. Hearing her indifferent voice, Chen Guanyu grew even more unwilling. With a fierce resolve, he completely abandoned suppressing the frost on his body and channeled all his spiritual energy into the longsword in his hand, holding it crosswise before him. I'm not done yet. Clang! The handprint and longsword clashed. In an instant, Chen Guanyu's tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing out. Ah! Chen Guanyu exploded with all his spiritual energy, recklessly unleashing the light-controlling sword arc to its fullest. Amid wild flying hair, a frenzy blazed in his black eyes. At that moment, on the entire observation stage, pale blue spiritual light shone on the left while blinding sword light blazed on the right. Boom! Countless clouds of dust burst from the center of the blue and white radiance, even thinning the icy mist considerably. After several dozen breaths, the white light gradually faded. Now even the disciples below could barely make out the scene on the stage. They saw Chen Guanyu with disheveled hair, kneeling on one knee, leaning on his longsword, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His golden-threaded soft armor bore many signs of damage. In contrast, Feng Ziding's robes were merely ruffled by the wind. She looked arrogantly at the young man not far away. If I weren't playing it safe, I wouldn't even bother using this formation disc. What a hassle wasting one of its uses. Feng Jiding muttered to herself, stowing the formation disc into her storage pouch. She walked slowly toward Chen Guanyu, intending to end the match. Ah! The gap between mid-stage and latest-stage chi refining is truly insurmountable, isn't it? It's fine. He lost to senior sister Feng, who's at the 9th layer of chi refining, one of the highest among our cohort. Chen Guanyu is only at the 6th layer. Lasting this long is already impressive. The watching disciples murmured among themselves, some lamenting Chen Guanyu's defeat, others admiring Feng Jiding. As for Jiang Yinru and Zhang Yangang, they were engaged in their own matches on other arenas and had no time to watch Chen Guanyu's situation. Just when everyone thought Chen Guanyu would stop here, he suddenly began to tremble. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder. Seeing this, Feng Zhiding felt a premonition of dread. She stood still, staring intently at Chen Guanyu, curious about what trick he might have left. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao raised an eyebrow. Is this kid losing his mind from defeat? If so, his mental fortitude is lacking. Feng Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he quietly watched Chen Guanyu on the stage. Chen Guanyu, of course, wasn't mad. He was simply overjoyed. At that moment, Chen Guanyu's attention was entirely fixed on the panel before him. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 6th layer sword art, light controlling sword art mastery 999-1000. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. It turned out that through the fierce battle just now he had finally obtained that last point. Junior brother Chen, the outcome is clear. You are no match for me. Don't waste any more time. Feng Zhiding frowned. Is that so? Chen Guanyu murmured, slowly raising his head. Add point. With a thought, he allocated that point to the light controlling sword art. The panel's progress instantly shifted from mastery 999-1000 to perfection 010000. Hum. A sword hum resounded, not from the blade in Chen Guanyu's hand but from within his body. What? Feng Zhiding stared in disbelief at Chen Guanyu, this disheveled disciple kneeling on the ground. Now countless fierce sword intents swirled around him, and even from a distance she felt an intense sense of danger. Not only her but the disciples below also witnessed this scene. Most didn't understand what was happening, only curious why Chen Guanyu's aura had suddenly grown stronger. Yet a few grasped the situation, understanding Chen Guanyu's state. This was a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Not good. Feng Zhiding's expression turned grave. She had no intention of giving Chen Guanyu time to break through and swiftly formed a hand seal aiming to interrupt him. Chen Guanyu merely curled the corner of his mouth, bending his leg slightly as he extended the long sword in his hand. With a gentle rotation of his wrist, the sword light pierced with bone-chilling cold. At that moment he had already risen to his feet, the tip of his sword pointing at Feng Zhiding. Poof! Feng Zhiding narrowed her eyes, raising her right palm. She struck out at Chen Guanyu with a palm radiating surging spiritual power. Hidden behind the palm imprint were 5 ice shards. Buzz! A sword hum rang out once more. Feng Zhiding and the crowd below only felt a blur before their eyes as an exceedingly dazzling light suddenly blazed forth. Light! In an instant the entire one arena was shrouded by a single sword light. Even the disciples competing on other platforms were affected by this piercing radiance. As for Feng Zhiding, Chen Guanyu's target, her expression shifted dramatically. The white light was blinding, casting everything around into deep shadow. Whoosh! With a few grating sounds, the palm imprint and ice shards were both slashed apart. Feng Zhiding's eyes flew wide open, but she had no time to think. She slapped her storage pouch, summoned a round shield and thrust it forward. Bang! Feng Zhiding felt a violent impact and her entire body was sent flying backward. She only managed to stop after crashing into the barrier. Put! Feng Zhiding spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood, staring at the magical artifact in her hand, now covered in fine cracks, a flicker of gravity in her eyes. This was a first-grade top-tier defensive artifact, yet it had nearly been ruined by a single sword strike from Chen Guanyu. You! Feng Zhiding looked at Chen Guanyu across from her, about to speak, but suddenly paused. There stood Chen Guanyu, eyes closed, rooted to the spot, his aura steadily climbing. After a dozen or so breaths, Chen Guanyu finally opened his eyes. By now his aura had stabilized at the 7th layer of Qi refining, fully entering the late Qi refining stage. How is this possible? It's impossible. The shock in Feng Zhiding's eyes deepened. It was already astonishing that Chen Guanyu had broken through in his swordsmanship mid-battle, but now his cultivation had directly stepped into the late Qi refining stage. It wasn't just her. Most of the disciples below and on the observation platform wore stunned expressions, whether from the sword strike just now or the surge in his cultivation. During this sect recruitment selection, we actually get to see a breakthrough in the midst of battle, and both cultivation and technique at once. This trip was well worth it. I've been in the sect so long I've only heard tales of breakthroughs in battle. Never thought I'd witness it today. It's truly an eye-opener. So do you think Chen Guanyu can win? Isn't that obvious? With late Qi refining cultivation and a sword technique at the perfect realm, even if he can't win, hell, at least draw. So he really can overcome a higher realm and win. Perhaps. It wasn't just the disciples, even the several core formation elders at the center of the observation platform were visibly moved. But what concerned them wasn't Chen Guanyu's breakthrough from mid to late qi refining in battle but his sword technique. A perfect realm sword technique. Li Changha's face showed shock. He had also practiced swordsmanship during his qi refining days and naturally knew how difficult sword techniques were. A great completion realm sword technique was already enough to be invincible among peers in the qi refining stage, let alone a perfect realm technique. Crossing realms in combat would likely be as easy as drinking water. Of course, crossing realms here referred to minor realms. As for major realms, a foundation establishment cultivator could still shatter Chen Guanyu's confidence with a single move. It seems this young man is secure in entering the inner sect. Feng Zhiding has no chance of winning, Jiang Jin stated calmly, announcing a fact. None of the elders chose to refute, not even Li Changzhu, who obediently fell silent. The disciples below might not understand, but these elders knew the true value of a perfect realm sword technique. Watching Chen Guanyu standing on the arena, sword in hand, Feng Qing's face showed a hint of satisfaction. Though his spiritual root aptitude is mediocre, with such outstanding talent in the sword path, perhaps this young man could be recruited into the Feng family. Feng Chan began to entertain different thoughts about Chen Guanyu. However, Chen Guanyu was unaware of all this. Right now his eyes were fixed solely on Feng Zhiding. Poof. Feng Zhiding snapped back to reality. So what if you broke through in battle? You still won't be my match. Feng Zhiding let out a delicate shout, her arms instantly covered in countless frost. Wild spiritual energy surged into her palms. The next moment. Boom. Countless ice crystals shot out from Feng Zhiding's palms, blasting toward Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu remained completely unruffled, holding his sword in one hand as he slowly walked forward to meet the ice. The moment they made contact, tens, then hundreds of ice crystals were devoured by the white light. Not bad, but I've had enough testing. Chen Guanyu smiled, deeply satisfied with his perfect realm light controlling sword art. Instantly Chen Guanyu's sword light danced and countless blinding rays of sword light slashed toward the ice crystals. Boom. 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 Ice and sword light collided. In an instant countless sparks erupted. Blue, white and fiery threads interwove across the arena, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Damn, is this really a qi refining stage battle? A disciple murmured below. But no one answered his question. Everyone was too busy watching the duel between Chen Guanyu and Feng Zhiding, afraid to miss a single frame. Enough. Chen Guanyu murmured, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he channeled all his spiritual energy into his sword, unleashing the final, most lethal move of the light-controlling sword art. Light seizing strike. Feng Zhiding tried to dodge, but suddenly everything went black. In her vision, the entire world turned dark, leaving only that single beam of light. Am I really about to lose? That was her only thought at that moment. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The white light dissipated instantly. Feng Zhiding's vision blurred again, and the sword light that had devoured all brightness vanished, restoring everything around her to normal. Winner Chen Guanyu. The foundation establishment steward of the first arena spoke, sheathing his own sword. It was he who had just blocked that strike for Feng Zhiding. He had seen clearly that if he hadn't intervened, Feng Zhiding would have surely died. He looked at Chen Guanyu with a complex expression, unable to suppress a hint of envy. So young, with such extraordinary talent in the sword path. A perfect realm sword technique. He was also a sword cultivator, now nearly 200 years old, yet he had only mastered one perfect realm sword technique. But with his foundation establishment cultivation, he could have easily blocked Chen Guanyu's killing strike without drawing his sword. Yet he chose to draw it. This was his respect for a fellow sword cultivator. In the way of the sword, he was inferior to Chen Guanyu. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword, cupped his hands in salute, and leaped off the arena. Only then did Feng Zhiding slowly accept the reality of her defeat. She thanked the foundation establishment steward and stepped down from the arena. As she left, she turned back to glance at Chen Guanyu's retreating figure. This man Feng Zhiding would remember. In the next round of competition, Chen Guanyu encountered another Qi refinement 9th layer disciple. This time he didn't even draw his sword and conceded defeat outright. The previous battle with Feng Zhiding had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Facing another 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Chen Guanyu was simply no match. After all, even with a forfeit, he still secured 10th place, enough to enter the inner sect. An hour later, the competition concluded. Feng Cheng rose and made his way to the martial arena. The top 10 of this competition have been decided. First, Jiang Yinru; second, Zhan Yanggang; third, Tan Feng; fourth, Yang Rou; 10th, Chen Guanyu. Let these 10 disciples be your models and strive forward with diligence. The path of immortal cultivation is not about momentary victories or defeats but the great way, the pursuit of eternal life. The sect selection is now officially over. Participating disciples, please remain where you are. Someone will guide you to collect your identity tokens for the outer sect. As for you 10. Fang Qing's gaze swept over Chen Guanyu and the others. I shall take you to the inner sect. With those words, before they could respond, he waved his sleeve, sweeping up all 10 of them. Chen Guanyu felt a gust of wind, then a dizzying whirl. The next moment he found himself suspended in midair. The scenery and buildings below sped past in a blur. Facing the fierce wind, even Chen Guanyu, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Just days ago he was a mere disciple of the subordinate Xingyun Temple, worried about whether he could enter the nebulous sect for cultivation. Now he was about to set foot into the inner sect. This monumental change had occurred within a single day. Junior brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yinru's hand suddenly landed on Chen Guanyu's shoulder. Chen Guanyu snapped back to reality, finding Jiang Yinru looking at him with curiosity. Nothing much. It's just my first time being flown by a core formation elder. I'm a little overwhelmed. Chen Guanyu answered truthfully. Haha, you'll get used to it. Jiang Yinru slapped Chen Guanyu's shoulder heartily. When we form our cores in the future, we'll be able to tread the void like this. I'll take you flying all you want. Then I'll thank senior brother Jiang in advance, Chen Guanyu said with a smile. Zhang Yonggang sidled over, winking and grinning. Junior brother Chen, that sword strike of yours was absolutely stunning. Even that Feng Jiding was no match for you. It made my little heart go pitter-patter. Ahaha, is that so? Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched as he instinctively edged away. Senior brother Zhan flatters me. If it weren't for my lucky breakthrough mid-battle, I would certainly not have been a match for senior sister Feng. Oh, junior brother Chen, don't be so modest. A breakthrough in the heat of battle is part of one's strength. Zhang Yonggang said, leaning in closer again. Chen Guanyu. This Zhang Yonggang actually smelled quite pleasant. Fortunately, as a core formation cultivator, Feng Qing's flying speed was extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had brought the 10 of them to land atop a mountain peak. We have arrived. Feng Qing waved his sleeve, setting them down. Chen Guanyu steadied himself and looked up. Before him lay a continuous stretch of buildings, pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted rafters. Occasionally beams of light flashed, appearing and disappearing amidst the swirling clouds, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. This is the inner sect, Feng Qing said calmly. From today onward, you 10 are inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect. As he spoke, he took 10 jade tokens from his bosom and distributed them. These are your identity tokens. They contain your personal information and sect contribution points. The rewards for the top 10 are sect contribution points: 1000 for first place, 900 for second, 800 for third, decreasing in order, and 100 for 10th. Do not underestimate these contribution points. They can be used to exchange for resources at the Scripture Depository, Technique Hall, Pill Hall, and other places. You will learn of their uses in time. Many of the items there cannot be bought with spirit stones outside. Chen Guanyu took the token. It was pure white with the words Nebula Sect engraved on the front and his own name on the back. Thank you, Elder Feng. Feng Qing nodded slightly and continued. Each inner sect disciple is entitled to an independent cave dwelling located throughout this Jade Flower Mountain. Choose your own spot. Once selected, infuse your spiritual energy into the token and it will automatically generate a restriction that only you can enter. Additionally, sect rules state that new inner sect disciples may select one cultivation method or technique from the Scripture Depository for free, limited to the first rank. You may go to claim it tomorrow. Having said this, Feng Qing paused, his gaze sweeping over the 10 of them before finally resting on Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu, stay behind. I have a few questions for you. The rest of you may disperse. Jiang Yinru and Zhang Yonggang exchanged glances, both somewhat puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions. They each bid Chen Guanyu farewell and left. After the other 9 had departed, Feng Qing looked at Chen Guanyu, a smile appearing on his face. Follow me. With that, he waved his sleeve once more, bringing Chen Guanyu to a quiet pavilion. Sit. Feng Qing pointed to a stone stool, taking his seat across from him. Chen Guanyu sat down as instructed, his mind racing as he wondered why Feng Qing had summoned him. No need to be nervous, Feng Qing said with a chuckle. I only called you here to ask a few questions. Elder, please ask. Your disciple will answer anything he knows. Feng Qing nodded. That light controlling sword art of yours, when did you begin cultivating it? Chen Guanyu's heart stirred realizing Feng Qing was inquiring about his talent in the sword. He immediately replied, reporting to the elder, your disciple began cultivating it when he was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement 5 years ago. 5 years. A flicker of surprise passed through Feng Qing's eyes. In just 5 years you've cultivated a first-rank mid-grade sword technique to perfection. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, but he remained composed on the surface. Your disciple merely practiced diligently every day. I didn't think it was anything special. He dared not let anyone know about his status panel. Diligent practice. Feng Qing chuckled softly. In the world of immortal cultivation there are countless who practice diligently. Yet I have lived for over 500 years and have seen few who could master a sword technique to perfection in just 5 years. Chen Guanyu's heart leaped. He was about to explain when Feng Qing waved his hand. You need not explain. I mean no harm. Feng Qing took a sip of tea from his cup. I merely wish to ask, would you be willing to join my Feng family? Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Join the Feng family. Indeed. Feng Qing set down his teacup looking at Chen Guanyu. Your spiritual root aptitude is mediocre, merely middle grade, but your talent in the sword is astonishing. If you have no one to support you and merely grope in the dark on your own, your future achievements will be limited. My Feng family holds some influence within the sect and can provide you with resources, techniques, and even guidance in the way of the sword. Of course, in exchange, should you achieve greatness in the future, you will need to contribute to the Feng family. Feng Qing was forthright. How about it? Are you willing? Chen Guanyu fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. Feng Qing's words were straightforward, he was recruiting him. As a core formation elder, Feng Qing held a considerable position within the sect. If he could gain his patronage, his path of cultivation would indeed be much smoother. But at the same time, joining a clan also meant constraints. If he grew powerful in the future, he might be beholden to the Feng family. With his status panel in hand, as long as he persisted in practicing the sword, he was certain he could break through. As for resources, inner sect disciples already received a monthly stipend and he could earn contribution points by completing tasks. He didn't need to rely too heavily on a clan. With this in mind, Chen Guanyu cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you for your generous offer, Elder Feng. However, your disciple has just entered the inner sect and would like to first familiarize himself with the sect environment and cultivate in peace for a while. As for joining the Feng family, I beg your indulgence to allow me more time to consider. Hearing this, a glint of approval shone in Feng Qing's eyes. He was a man with his own opinions, neither servile nor arrogant, and not dazzled by the offer of patronage. If Chen Guanyu had agreed eagerly, it would have only earned his contempt. In immortal cultivation, a steadfast Tao heart is paramount. Very well. Feng Qing nodded. I will not force you. But remember, the doors of my Feng family are always open to you. If you change your mind, you may come to me at any time. With that, Feng Qing rose and took a jade slip from his bosom, handing it to Chen Guanyu. This is a small token of support from me for talented juniors in the sect. It contains some insights into the sword from predecessors and a first-rank high-grade sword technique called flowing light sword art. Since you have talent in the sword, do not waste it. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, then quickly rose to accept it. Thank you, Elder Feng. No need to thank me. Feng Qing waved his hand. I simply admire talented juniors. All right, you may go now. Cultivate well and do not squander your talent. With those words, Feng Qing's figure flickered and vanished from the pavilion. Chen Guanyu clutched the jade slip in his hand, his heart a mix of emotions. So this is the benefit of having talent. But he was also aware that Feng Qing's goodwill was rooted in his potential. If his cultivation stagnated in the future or he failed to live up to expectations, this favor would likely dissipate like smoke. I still need to cultivate diligently. Chen Guanyu murmured to himself, tucking the jade slip into his bosom before turning and leaving the pavilion. After leaving the pavilion, Chen Guanyu was in no hurry and began to wander around Yuhua Mountain, preparing to choose a suitable cave dwelling. Yuhua Mountain was vast with undulating terrain and lush forests. Chen Guanyu walked along the mountain path, seeing many cave dwellings along the way, some built on the mountainside, others hidden in bamboo groves, and some even carved directly into the cliffs. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Guanyu finally stopped at a cliff edge. The terrain here was high, offering a broad view that overlooked most of Yuhua Mountain. There was a flat area by the cliff backed by the mountain wall, facing a bottomless abyss shrouded in mist, exuding a sense of peril. This spot will do. Chen Guanyu took out his identity jade token and infused it with spiritual energy. The jade token glowed faintly, emitting a beam of light that merged into the mountain wall. In the next moment a luminous door appeared on the cliff face, the entrance to the cave dwelling. Chen Guanyu stepped through the luminous door and the scene before him transformed into a stone chamber about 3 zhang in diameter. Though simple, the chamber had all the essentials. There was a meditation cushion for cultivation, stone shelves for storing items, and even a stone bed neatly arranged with 5 sets of inner disciple robes. Chen Guanyu surveyed the room with satisfaction, took down the long sword strapped to his back, leaned it against the wall and then sat cross-legged on the cushion. Only now did he finally have the time to digest everything that had happened today: entering the inner sect, defeating Feng Jiding, breaking through on the spot, being recruited by Feng Qing. This single day had brought more experiences than the past year combined. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and summoned the panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi, refining 7th layer, sword art, radiant sword art, perfected 010000. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. Staring at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu fell into deep thought. The radiant sword art had reached perfection, yet there was still room for further improvement. He didn't know what lay beyond perfection. Generally speaking, the next step was to fully integrate the sword art into oneself. In simpler terms, it meant modifying the radiant sword art, easier than creating a new technique from scratch, but still immensely challenging. Few foundation establishment cultivators had the ability to create or modify techniques. Such highly technical endeavors were typically reserved for high-level cultivators at the core formation stage and above, who had both the time and the capability. So should he next train in a different sword art or continue to stubbornly focus on the radiant sword art? Feng Qing had given him a technique called flowing light sword art, a first-grade upper-rank art, 1 minor grade higher than the radiant sword art. If he could master it, his power would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, learning a new sword art required accumulating points from scratch, and time was what he lacked most right now. Forget it, I'll rest tonight and check the scripture library tomorrow, Chen Guanyu murmured. Then he closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. The day's battle had drained him greatly and he needed proper recovery. The next morning Chen Guanyu woke early, cast a simple cleansing spell on himself and changed into the robes provided by the sect. Within the Star Cloud sect, the robes of different disciple levels varied. Outer disciples wore light gray, while inner disciples wore dark robes with both sleeves white. As for inner disciples, only the left sleeve was white. True disciples wore entirely dark robes. Elders and above could wear whatever they pleased. After a quick self-inspection, Chen Guanyu left the cave dwelling. According to Feng Qing, the scripture library was located on the main peak of Yuhua Mountain, accessible to all inner disciples. Chen Guanyu followed the mountain path upward, and after about half an hour he finally saw a majestic building. The scripture library had 3 floors built entirely of blue stone, exuding an ancient and grand aura. An old man in gray robes stood before the library, his eyes closed in meditation. Chen Guanyu stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Chen Guanyu, newly inducted into the inner sect, has come to select a technique." The old man opened his eyes, glanced at Chen Guanyu and said flatly, "Identity jade token." Chen Guanyu quickly took out the token and handed it over. The old man took it, tapped it lightly and returned it. New inner disciples may choose 1 technique or spell for free on the first floor, limited to the first grade. You have 1 hour. Do not take more or conceal anything. Violators will be severely punished. Understood. Chen Guanyu took the token and stepped into the scripture library. Upon entering, Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened. The interior space was far larger than it appeared from outside, with rows of wooden shelves packed with jade slips, tens of thousands of them at least. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and began to browse the first floor slowly. He first looked at the cultivation technique jade slips, finding mostly basic Qi refining techniques like the 5 elements art and the chaos origin art. Though these techniques were balanced and moderate, their cultivation speed was average and they weren't part of the Star Cloud sect's core lineage, so they held little appeal for him. After all, with his panel, mastering sword arts was the true path. As for cultivation, he could steadily advance by following the routine, and if necessary he could seize resources through his sword skills to gradually improve. Chen Guanyu turned his attention to the spell-type jade slips. His eyes lit up immediately. The first floor contained a wide variety of spells, including elemental techniques, movement arts, body tempering methods, and even some miscellaneous unorthodox skills. Chen Guanyu examined each one, calculating in his mind. Movement arts. He did need them, but they weren't sword arts, so the panel couldn't add points to them. He would have to train them slowly on his own. Body tempering methods. Similarly, they weren't sword arts. None of these seemed worthwhile. Just as Chen Guanyu was hesitating, his gaze suddenly stopped on a jade slip. The slip bore 3 characters: sword, shadow, step. This is a sword art movement technique. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up and he quickly picked up the slip, extending his spiritual sense into it. After a moment he withdrew his spiritual sense, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Sword Shadow Step, a first-grade upper-rank technique, was both a movement art and a sword art created by an elder of the sect centuries ago. Practitioners could execute sword moves while moving their bodies like sword shadows and steps like flowing light. If mastered to perfection, it could even produce sword shadow clones to simultaneously perform sword techniques and confuse opponents. Most importantly, Sword Shadow Step was a sword art, so his panel could add points to it. This meant Chen Guanyu would face no bottlenecks when training it. This is the one. Chen Guanyu decided on the spot and walked toward the entrance with the jade slip. The old man in gray was slightly surprised to see him return so quickly, but he asked no questions. He simply registered the slip and waved for Chen Guanyu to leave. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Guanyu eagerly retrieved the jade slip of the Sword Shadow Step and infused his spiritual power into it. A torrent of information flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in comprehension. This Sword Shadow Step was truly profound. Ordinary movement techniques were mere methods of displacement, but this art wove sword intent into every step. With each stride, it was as if a sword stroke had been unleashed. Movement itself became attack, and attack could also be movement. Thus, mastering this technique required a thorough integration of sword cultivation experience, otherwise one would only achieve half the results with twice the effort. Excellent. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes, a glint of excitement flashing within them. If he could master this movement art combined with his perfected light-chasing sword art, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to another level. With this thought, Chen Guanyu hesitated no longer. He rose and walked to the cliff's edge outside his dwelling. The terrain here was open and spacious, ideal for practicing movement techniques. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and, following the instructions in the jade slip, began to attempt the first step. First form of the Sword Shadow Step: sword follows shadow. With a subtle shift of his feet, he channeled his spiritual energy along a specific path and his entire body shot forward 3 zhang. Yet the moment he landed, he felt unsteady beneath him and stumbled, nearly falling. No good. The spiritual energy circulates too fast. My steps can't keep up, Chen Guanyu said, steadying himself, lost in thought. This was the difficulty of movement techniques. They demanded perfect harmony between body and spiritual energy. The slightest misstep would lead to imbalance. But Chen Guanyu was not discouraged. With his panel, diligent practice would eventually yield results. Immediately he began to repeat the steps by the cliff over and over again. 2 hours later, Chen Guanyu took another step. This time his form was much steadier. Though still somewhat rough, he could barely control his direction. Progress, Chen Guanyu muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. He summoned his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi, refining 7th layer sword arts, light chasing sword art, perfected 010000 sword shadow step, uninitiated 1220. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. Indeed, practicing the sword shadow step also yields points. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, with diligent practice, mastering the sword shadow step was merely a matter of time. Just then a voice suddenly rang out from the foot of the mountain. Junior brother Chen. Junior brother Chen. Chen Guanyu looked toward the sound and saw Xuanhuang climbing up the hill, waving at him as he ascended. The corner of Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. How had this guy found him? He was sure he hadn't told anyone. Senior brother Zhan, what brings you here? Chen Guanyu went to greet him. Hee, I missed you. Xuanhuang said with a grin, sauntering over and surveying Chen Guanyu's cave dwelling. Tisk junior brother Chen, you've got good taste. This place is both secluded and scenic. Chen Guanyu smiled and nodded. I was lucky. Such a fine spot, and no one else had claimed it, so I naturally took it. After speaking, Chen Guanyu looked behind Xuanhuang but didn't see Jiang Yinru's figure. Puzzled, he asked, Senior brother Zhan, didn't senior brother Jiang come with you? Ah, him. A trace of helplessness flickered across Xuanhuang's face. Brother Yinru had an elder in his family who broke through to foundation establishment. A grand banquet was held, and as a junior he naturally had to attend. I see. Chen Guanyu nodded and asked no further. Seeing this, Xuanhuang shrugged. Enough about him. I came to ask you, junior brother, what did Elder Fong want with you? You didn't offend one of his younger relatives, did you? Not at all. Elder Fong called me simply because my swordsmanship is decent. He wanted to get to know me. Chen Guanyu didn't elaborate on this matter. After all, he wasn't that close with Xuanhuang, and there was no need to divulge everything. How, junior brother Chen, you're not being honest? Xuanhuang laughed, fanning a breeze toward Chen Guanyu with his folding fan. Seeing that Chen Guanyu had no intention of explaining, he didn't press further and instead continued on his own. The main reason I came is to let you know the locations of my cave dwelling and brother Yinru's place. That way it'll be easier for us to communicate in the future. Speaking of which, senior brother Jean, how did you know where I live? Chen Guanyu looked at Zhang Yanggang with a puzzled expression. Well. Zhang Yanggang smiled mysteriously. Though I entered the sect in the same batch as you, I've been cultivating at the Starcloud sect since I was a child. So I know many people in the inner sect. Brother Yinru is the same. The reason junior brother Chen, you should already know, it's my elder grandfather. Chen Guanyu was no longer surprised. With that, it was easy for Zhang Yanggang to find his cave dwelling. All right. Zhang Yanggang patted Chen Guanyu on the shoulder. He'll tell you the locations of brother Yinris and my caves. In the future, if anything comes up, you can come straight to us. In that case, thank you very much, senior brother Jean. Junior brother Chen, you're too polite. After seeing Zhang Yanggang off, Chen Guanyu resumed his practice of the sword shadow step. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, Chen Guanyu hardly left his dwelling, spending all his time apart from necessary rest cultivating the sword shadow step and the light-chasing sword art. Though his primary focus was on the sword shadow step, he didn't neglect the light-chasing sword art. After all, even after reaching perfection, he needed to continue his insights, striving to fully integrate this sword art into his very being. One day, while practicing the sword shadow step by the cliff, Chen Guanyu suddenly sensed his identity token warming slightly. He took out the token, infused it with spiritual energy, and a message entered his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, report to the mission hall before noon tomorrow to receive an inner sect mission. Failure to do so within the time limit will be handled according to sect rules. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Inner disciples had to undertake missions. He hadn't known about this before. But upon reflection, it made sense. The sect wasn't a charity, having so many disciples to support required some return. Chen Guanyu put away the token, deciding to visit the mission hall tomorrow. As for now, Chen Guanyu opened his panel. He saw that the panel had updated from Sword Shadow Step Uninitiated 1220 to Sword Shadow Step Initiated 1150. The speed is acceptable, Chen Guanyu said, satisfied with his progress. He then allocated another point to the Sword Shadow Step. For the remaining time, he would continue to cultivate. At noon the next day, Chen Guanfan arrived punctually at the mission hall. Perched on the mountainside of the main peak of Yuhua Mountain, it was a 3-story pavilion with numerous inner disciples already bustling in and out. Stepping into the grand hall, Chen Guanfan saw the walls covered with jade slips, each recording a mission beside which were marked the rewards of contribution points or spirit stones. There were missions for gathering spiritual herbs, hunting demonic beasts, escorting merchant caravans, and even pursuing renegade disciples. The difficulty ranged from 1 to 5 stars, with rewards varying from a few to several hundred contribution points. As Chen Guanfan was observing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Junior brother Chen here to take a mission too. Turning around, Chen Guanfan saw Zhang Yinru with Zhang Yanggang standing beside him. Greetings, senior brother Jiang and senior brother Zhang, Chen Guanfan said with a cupped fist salute. Junior brother Chen, I've missed you so much these past few days, Zhang Yanggang said, moving to cling to Chen Guanfan. Chen Guanfan quickly sidestepped to avoid him, forcing a smile. Senior brother Zhang, you jest. Zhang Yinru laughed heartily, draping an arm over Chen Guanfan's shoulder. Come, let's take a mission together. There's one that needs 3 people and the reward is quite good. Chen Guanfan was taken aback. What mission? There, that one, Zhang Yinru said, pointing to a jade slip on the wall. Chen Guanfan followed his gaze and saw written on the jade slip, mission: clear demonic beasts from the eastern side of Wakey Mountain. Reportedly, a first-rank upper-grade demonic beast, a windstorm wolf, has appeared in the eastern forest, repeatedly attacking passing disciples. A team of 3 is required to hunt it down. Reward 50 contribution points per person. A first-rank upper-grade demonic beast was equivalent to a latest-stage chi refining cultivator. The windstorm wolf, famed for its speed, was indeed a formidable opponent. However, with the 3 of them joining forces, it shouldn't be a problem. So, junior brother Chen, do you want to come along? Zhang Yinru asked. Chen Guanfan thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. Since missions were mandatory, he'd rather take one that honed his combat skills than some tedious gathering task. Moreover, with powerful teammates like Zhang Yinru and Zhang Yanggang's safety was well assured. The 3 each accepted the mission and set off for the eastern side of Wakey Mountain. Wakey Mountain was located a dozen li outside the Xingyun sect, almost considered part of the sect's territory. Due to regular patrols by Xingyun sect disciples who cleared the area, intelligent spirits rarely appeared in Wakey Mountain, let alone first-rank demonic beasts equivalent to chi refining cultivators. Thus, the first-rank upper-grade windstorm wolf mentioned in the mission had most likely wandered into Wakey Mountain from elsewhere and likely had no significant background, not being the offspring of some great demon. Because any great demon would know this place was too close to the Xingyun sect and wouldn't let its young take such a risk. Therefore Chen Guanyu, Jian Yinru and Zhan Yanggang were quite relaxed on their journey, showing no urgency even after leaving the sect, chatting idly as they walked towards Wakey Mountain. About an hour later, just as the trio entered the bounds of Wakey Mountain, a disheveled figure came running out from the woods. Judging by his appearance, he was likely a hunter from a nearby village. When Chen Guanyu saw him, the man saw them too. He was startled at first, then rushed over as if clutching at a lifeline. As a commoner living outside the Xingyun sect, he naturally recognized the attire of its disciples. Immortals! Please, immortals, save us! The hunter fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. I beg you, save my fellow villagers. Zhan Yinru frowned, stepping forward to help the hunter up. Calm down, speak slowly. What happened? The hunter panted heavily, fear in his eyes. We are hunters from Greenstone Village at the foot of the mountain. Over 20 of us came into the mountains today to hunt, hoping to get some game for the winter. But who knew? Who knew we'd run into a monster? A monster? Chen Guanfan's heart stirred. What kind of monster? A wolf. An enormous wolf, the hunter gestured, spreading his arms wide. As big as a calf, a dusky gray color, and it ran so fast you couldn't even see its shadow. When we were chasing a wild boar, it suddenly burst out and killed Hunter Zhang from our village with a single bite. The others scattered in all directions. I was lucky to escape, but the rest. His voice choked as his eyes reddened. The three exchanged glances. It must be the windstorm wolf, Zhan Yanggang said, putting away his folding fan with an unusually serious expression. It seems this beast has already claimed many victims. Zhan Yinru nodded and looked at the hunter. Which direction did your fellow villagers flee? The hunter pointed a trembling hand into the depths of the forest. East. In the valley to the east. When I ran out, I heard the most screams coming from there. Zhan Yinru's face flushed with anger. Damn beast. How dare it commit atrocities right at the gates of our Xingyun sect? Today we're going to slay it. Yinru is right, Zhan Yanggang agreed. And if any of those hunters are still alive, we should save as many as we can. Chen Guanyu shared the same sentiment. He patted the hunter's shoulder. Can you lead the way? The hunter gritted his teeth. Though his legs were still trembling, he nodded firmly. I can. Since you immortals are willing to save my fellows, I'll risk my life to guide you in. Good. Chen Guanyu drew the dark iron longsword from his back. Lead the way, but don't stray too far from us. The hunter took a deep breath and turned to enter the forest. The three followed closely behind, stepping into the depths of Wakey Mountain. The deeper they went, the denser the trees became and the dimmer the light grew. The hunter walked hurriedly, jogging all the way to the spot where he had been separated from his companions, then followed the fresh tracks to a certain location. This way, the hunter pointed to a thicket. Someone ran through here. The broken branches are still fresh. The trio followed him through the brush, and before long they saw a corpse. It was a middle-aged hunter, his chest torn open by sharp claws, lifeless. At the sight, the hunter's eyes reddened again, but he suppressed his grief and pressed on. Along the way they discovered several more bodies, some with throats bitten through, others disemboweled by claws, all gruesomely slain. Damned beast! Zhan Yinru tightened his grip on his spear, fury flashing in his eyes. Just then shouts rang out from ahead. Someone's up front. Chen Guanfan's spirits lifted. Quick! The four hastened their steps, heading toward the sound. Rounding a grove of trees, the view opened up before them. It was the valley the hunter had mentioned. In the valley, 3 or 4 hunters were huddled against a large boulder, clutching hunting forks and cleavers, staring ahead in terror. Opposite them, a massive dusky gray wolf paced slowly, its jade-green eyes watching these prey with mockery, as if savoring their fear. That's it, the hunter shouted, his voice quivering. Hearing the commotion, the windstorm wolf turned its head and laid its eyes on Chen Guanyu and the other two. The Gale wolf, as large as a calf, bristled with steel-like fur, its jade-green eyes fixed intently on Chen Guanyu and his two companions, with blood still dripping from its maw. A Gale wolf. Zhan Yinru's pupils contracted as he tightened his grip on his spear. No. Zhan Yanggang stared at the Gale wolf, a sense of unease rising within him. This Gale wolf's aura is far stronger than an ordinary first-grade upper-tier beast. The moment the words left his mouth, the Gale wolf moved. Fast. So fast it was nearly a blur. Chen Guanyu only saw a flash before a grayish-blue figure lunged at him. Clang! Chen Guanyu instinctively drew his sword. A flash of light clashed against the wolf's sharp claws. With a metallic ring, a tremendous force sent Chen Guanyu flying backwards, skidding several zhang before he managed to steady himself. This beast has incredible strength. Chen Guanyu thought, shocked. Caught off guard without using his sword art, he had been at a disadvantage in the direct confrontation. Junior brother Chen. Xuanhuang exclaimed, waving his folding fan to unleash several whistling wind blades at the Gale Wolf. The wolf easily dodged with a flicker of its form, then swiped a claw back at Xuanhuang. Watch out! Zhang Yinru shouted, his spear thrusting like a dragon straight for the Gale Wolf's throat. The wolf was forced to abandon its attack on Xuanhuang and turned to engage Zhang Yinru. Chen Guanyu took the chance to steady himself and observed the Gale Wolf's movements. The beast was incredibly fast, but Zhang Yinru's spear skills were formidable, his long spear whirling with fierce momentum, matching the wolf blow for blow. Yet any discerning eye could see that Zhang Yinru was on the losing side. His defeat was only a matter of time. At the same cultivation level, a beast's physical constitution was far superior to a human cultivator's. Zhang Yinru, a spear artist rather than a body cultivator, was no match for the Gale Wolf in raw physical strength. Something's off, Chen Guanyu mused. This Gale Wolf's strength far exceeds an ordinary first-grade upper-tier beast. It's nearly at the first-grade peak. A first-grade peak beast would be equivalent to the 9th layer of Qi, refining half a step into foundation establishment. Chen Guanyu had no time to ponder further as Zhang Yinru was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yinru's spear thrusts were like dragons, each strike carrying a fierce spearlight, but the Gale Wolf's speed was too great. Often by the time his spear arrived, the wolf had already dodged aside. Rip! Another claw swept past. Though Zhang Yinru twisted aside, his sleeve was torn away, revealing the armguard beneath. Brother Yinru, let me assist you. Xuanhuang put away his fan, rapidly forming hand seals as spiritual energy surged around him. In the next instant, 3 wind blades coalesced before him, shooting out in a triangular formation to seal the Gale Wolf's escape. A flicker of wariness passed through the Gale Wolf's jade-green eyes. It shifted its body, moving 3 chi sideways in the air just as the wind blades were about to strike, narrowly dodging them. But in that moment of evasion, Zhang Yinru's spear had already pierced forward. Put! The spear tip sank into flesh, blood splattered. The Gale Wolf let out a piercing howl as a gash opened on its lower back. Yet instead of retreating, it grew more ferocious, twisting around to snap its jaws at Zhang Yinru's throat. Damn it! Zhang Yinru panicked, his spear was thrust too deep to withdraw quickly. Just then, a blinding white light suddenly flared, illuminating half the valley. The Gale Wolf's pupils shrank as it instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. A sword light like a rainbow slashed straight at its head. Clang! The deafening clash of metal rang out. The Gale Wolf was sent flying sideways by the blow, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. Chen Guanyu stood with his sword aura swirling around him. It was the killing move from the light-chasing sword art, the light-seizing strike. Excellent swordsmanship. Zhang Yinru took the chance to pull out his spear, panting heavily as he looked at Chen Guanyu. Junior brother Chen, thank you. Don't thank me yet, this beast isn't dead. Chen Guanyu stared at the distant Gale Wolf, his brow furrowed. That strike had clearly hit the wolf's head, but the blade had met immense resistance upon entering the flesh, as if striking iron or stone. The Gale Wolf slowly rose. Only then did the group see a deep sword scar across its head, nearly exposing bone, yet it was not fatal. How can this beast's bones be so hard? Xuanhuang gasped. The Gale Wolf fixed its gaze on Chen Guanyu, its jade-green eyes brimming with malice and wariness. It let out a low growl, and the flesh around its wound began to slowly writhe and heal at a visible rate. No good, it's regenerating. Zhang Yinru's face changed. Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes, noticing a faint flickering golden light at the center of the Gale Wolf's brow. Look, there's something on its forehead. Chen Guanyu said in a low voice. Xuanhuang and Zhang Yinru followed his gaze and indeed spotted the anomaly. Could that be a beast core? No, a first-grade beast hasn't formed a core yet. Xuanhuang frowned in thought, then his expression shifted. Could it be a mutated beast? A mutated beast? Chen Guanyu was startled. Exactly, Xuanhuang explained rapidly. Some beasts undergo mutations by chance, becoming far stronger than their peers. This Gale Wolf's defense and recovery are abnormally strong. It's most likely some kind of mutation. It must have consumed some heavenly treasures and of no low grade. Zhang Yinru tightened his grip on his spear and said gravely, whether it's mutated or not, we must kill it today, or it will surely become a major threat in the future. Understood. Chen Guanyu nodded, clenching his longsword. As his words faded, the Gale Wolf moved again. This time its target was not Zhang Yinru or Xuanhuang but Chen Guanyu. Clearly the earlier sword strike had made the wolf bear a grudge against Chen Guanyu. Damn! Chen Guanyu cursed under his breath. Instead of retreating, he advanced, shifting his steps to instantly sidestep a short distance. Sword shadow step. The Gale Wolf's claw struck empty air. As it turned, Chen Guanyu's figure had already appeared at its flank, his sword slashing toward its midsection. Rip! The blade cut into flesh, opening another gash. The Gale Wolf howled in pain, swiping its claw back at Chen Guanyu, but he flickered and vanished from the spot again. Excellent footwork. Zhang Yinru's eyes lit up. When did junior brother Chen learn such a movement art? Zhang Yanggang also clicked his tongue in admiration. The Gale Wolf lunged several times but couldn't even touch Chen Guanyu's robe, only gaining more wounds on its body. It grew enraged. It howled at the sky, its grayish-blue fur standing on end as a faint cyan glow began to emanate from its body. No good, it's about to go all out. Zhang Yanggang's face paled as he rapidly formed hand seals. Stop it. No need to panic, I've got this. Zhang Yinru shook his spear and shot toward the Gale Wolf like an arrow from a bowstring. Chen Guanyu also struck, simultaneously unleashing the light-chasing sword art to its fullest. A sword light even more dazzling than before slashed toward the Gale Wolf's head. But it was too late. The Gale Wolf's body blazed with cyan light. In the next instant, countless wind blades burst forth from it, raining down in all directions. Watch out! Zhang Yinru whirled his spear wildly, forming a barrier of spear light, but the wind blades were too dense. Many pierced through, leaving bloody gashes across his body. Zhang Yanggang was agile, but he too was harried into a sorry state. His folding fan had been replaced by a small shield which he struggled to hold up. As for Chen Guanyu, his cultivation was lower than both Zhang Yinru's and Zhang Yanggang's. Even with the light-chasing sword art blocking many wind blades, a fair number slipped through the sword curtain, cutting into him. In just a few breaths, Chen Guanyu was covered in wounds, nearly drenched in blood. I should have bought a defensive artifact before coming. Chen Guanyu winced at the pain, regretting his lack of foresight this time. Junior brother Chen. Zhang Yinru's brow furrowed tightly at the sight of Chen Guanfu's blood-soaked figure. Then with a shake of his long spear he gritted his teeth and charged toward the Gale Wolf. Zhang Yanggang's expression also turned grave. He thrust his small shield forward, forcefully shattering several wind blades to reach Chen Guanfu and shield him. Junior brother Chen, how are you? Zhang Yanggang asked, urgency in his voice. Chen Guanfu clenched his teeth and looked down at his wounds, the deepest one revealed bone beneath. But he could no longer dwell on that now. His eyes were fixed on the distant Gale Wolf. I won't die just yet. After unleashing that barrage of wind blades, the beast's aura had clearly weakened and the golden light on its head had dimmed considerably. Brother Yinru, it's on its last legs. Zhang Yanggang said in a low voice. This move drains it heavily, it can't hold out much longer. Then strike while the iron is hot and finish it off. Zhang Yinru let out a fierce shout, his spear darting like a dragon straight for the Gale Wolf's throat. The beast growled low, attempting to dodge, but its movements were far slower than before and Zhang Yinru's spear pierced its foreleg. Sheik! The spear tip sank into flesh. The Gale Wolf yelped in pain and swatted Zhang Yinru away with a claw, but he was prepared. Using the momentum, he retreated several zhang and landed steadily. Zhang Yanggang seized the opportunity. With a flick of his folding fan, 3 wind blades slashed consecutively at the Gale Wolf's head. The beast barely dodged 2, but the third struck squarely against the golden light at its brow. Awoo! The Gale Wolf let out a mournful howl as the golden light at its brow flickered violently as if about to extinguish. Seeing this, Chen Guanfu steeled himself, suppressing the searing pain, and gripped his long sword tightly. Now! He shifted his stance, unleashing the shadow step to its fullest and transformed into a blur as he charged at the Gale Wolf. The last remnants of spiritual energy within him surged into the sword as he fully activated the light-stealing sword art. The blade blazed with blinding white light. One sword of light stealing. Fear flickered in the Gale Wolf's emerald eyes. It tried to evade, but the world had become nothing but that streak of white and its body refused to obey. The sword light arced like a rainbow, slashing straight at its brow. Boom! White light exploded and the Gale Wolf's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Guanfu knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his long sword planted in the earth to keep himself upright. Is it dead? He lifted his head with difficulty. The Gale Wolf lay motionless, the golden light at its brow completely extinguished, revealing a thumb-sized crystal that still glowed faintly with gold. That's... Zhang Yanggang leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widening. A demon beast crystal core. What? Zhang Yinru also crowded in stunned. How could a first-rank beast have a core? Isn't that something only second rank and above have? Zhang Yanggang crouched down, examining the golden crystal intently. He swallowed hard. If it's a mutated beast, it might condense a core before foundation establishment. But the odds? 1 in 10,000. Hearing their exchange, Chen Guanyu's heart stirred. He forced himself to stand and walked over to the Gale Wolf's corpse. Indeed, embedded in its brow was a golden crystal about the size of a thumb, radiating a faint warmth. So this is a demon beast crystal core. Chen Guanyu examined it curiously. It was his first time seeing one. Back at the Star Cloud Temple, he had gone on missions, but they mostly involved wild mountain spirits, mere beasts with a spark of intelligence devoid of cultivation. He had never encountered a true first-rank beast like the Gale Wolf before. Exactly. Xuanhuang nodded, envy flickering in his eyes. Junior brother Chen, you've hit the jackpot. This core is a treasure. It can be used in alchemy, artifact forging, even formations. It's worth a fortune in spirit stones. Zhang Yinru also smiled. Congratulations, junior brother Chen. We took this mission together, but you struck the killing blow, so it's rightfully yours. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, looking at them both. This. I couldn't possibly. Without your help, I'd have died under that beast's claws. The credit belongs to all three of us. How dare I claim it for myself? Xuanhuang and Zhang Yinru exchanged glances and smiled. Since you insist, Xuanhuang waved a hand, then Yinru and I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Yinru nodded, speaking with a grin. Junior brother Chen, let's take on future missions together. But Zhang Yinru said, placing the demon beast crystal core before Chen Guanyu, hold on to this for now. When we return, sell it. You take 50% and Yang and I will split the rest. This. Zhang Yinru raised an eyebrow, cutting him off. No more refusals. We'll have plenty of partnerships ahead, don't quibble over temporary gains. Xuanhuang added, brother Yinru is right. With our skills, no one in the chi refining stage can match us. We must keep accounts clear to preserve our bond. In that case, thank you both, senior brothers. Chen Guanyu clasped his hands in gratitude. He then stopped protesting and reached out to take the golden crystal, tucking it into his robe. It was warm to the touch, and he could faintly sense the surging spiritual energy within. What a treasure! Chen Guanyu rejoiced inwardly. Even his injuries seemed worth it now. Just then, the hunters who had been hiding behind the boulders emerged, trembling. Their leader, seeing the massive Gale Wolf corpse and the blood-soaked trio, fell to his knees. Thank you, immortals, for saving our lives. Thank you, immortals. The other hunters also knelt, kowtowing frantically. Chen Guanyu moved to help them up, but Zhang Yinru pulled him back. He turned instinctively, and Zhang Yinru shook his head slightly. Junior brother, we are righteous cultivators. We can stand up for mortals, but we must keep our distance and maintain the hierarchy. These mortals were lucky we came along and cared enough to save them. Others on this mission might have ignored their fate entirely. We saved them, this reverence is deserved. It's the rule, and it must not be broken. Chen Guanyu paused, but seeing that Xuanhuang also remained silent, he nodded and refrained from approaching. After a moment, Zhang Yinru deemed it sufficient and spoke. Alright, go check if any of your fellow villagers are still alive. We're taking this beast's carcass to avoid attracting other monsters. The hunters nodded vigorously and hurried deeper into the valley. Once the hunters were gone, Chen Guanyu looked at the Gale Wolf's corpse and scratched his head. How do we handle this? Carry it back between the three of us. Xuanhuang rolled his eyes. Carry it. Do you take us for mortals? He pulled a palm-sized pouch from his robe and tossed it into the air. The pouch expanded as it flew, growing to several zhang in size. Its mouth opened and a suction force drew the Gale Wolf's corpse inside. Your storage pouch is this big. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. Had just a little trinket. Xuanhuang shook the pouch proudly. My old man gave it to me. It's only 5 zhang square, can't hold much. Chen Guanyu nodded, secretly envious. This was the advantage of having connections. As a cultivator from a subordinate temple like the Star Cloud Temple, his own storage pouch had a mere 1 zhang square space. Alright, mission complete. Let's head back. Zhang Yinru clapped his hands. Junior brother Chen, you're badly hurt. We need to get you back for treatment. Chen Guanyu nodded, and the three turned to leave the outer Qi mountains. On the way, he couldn't help asking senior brother Zhan what exactly is the use of this demon beast crystal core. Xuanhuang thought for a moment and explained. It has many uses. In alchemy, it can refine pills to boost cultivation. In artifact forging, it can be inlaid into magical tools to enhance power. For formations it can serve as the core. But the most common use is still alchemy. And how many spirit stones is it worth? Chen Guanyu pressed. Zhan Yonggang held up one finger. At least 300 low-grade spirit stones to start. If someone's in dire need, maybe 400 or 500. Chen Guanyu gasped. 300 low-grade spirit stones could buy a decent first-rank mid-grade magical tool. Though he was gravely wounded, this was a massive gain. An hour later, Chen Guanyu and his two companions finally returned to the Starcloud sect. As soon as he stepped through the mountain gate, Chen Guanyu felt his entire body go limp. Though the wounds on his body had stopped bleeding and he had changed into fresh clothes, the pain showed no sign of abating. Junior brother Chen, go back and tend to your injuries first. Senior brother Ian and I can handle turning in the mission, Zhan Yonggang said, his tone unexpectedly serious as he noticed Chen Guanyu's pallid complexion. Jiang Yinru nodded in agreement. Indeed, junior brother Chen, you should rest first. Well, inform the steward disciple about your contribution points. They can be transferred to you even if you're not present. As he spoke, he retrieved a small bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Chen Guanyu. Junior brother Chen, this is a returning spring pill. It's quite effective for healing injuries. Please take it. Chen Guanyu initially wanted to decline, but he could barely hold on any longer. He could only nod. Then I thank both senior brothers. With that, he dragged his weary body toward Yuhua Mountain. As he reached the foot of Yuhua Mountain, he heard someone calling his name. Chen Guanyu looked toward the sound and saw Wen Xiao limping up the mountain, waving at him as he climbed. Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. This guy's leg wasn't even fully healed yet. How had he managed to come to the inner sect? Old one, what brings you here? Chen Guanyu walked over to meet him. Hee, I missed you. Wen Xiao grinned, sidling up to him. It's not convenient to talk here. Old one, come up the mountain with me and take a look at my cave dwelling. Chen Guanyu invited. That sounds great. You've got a good heart, not forgetting your old buddy now that you've made it big. Ha! What's this? You're injured. Wen Xiao suddenly noticed the wounds on Chen Guanyu and looked astonished. In his view, there should be few cultivators of the same realm who could harm his good brother, not even the geniuses of the inner sect. Ahem, I got hurt on a mission. Let's talk at the cave dwelling. All right then. Wen Xiao nodded with some concern and followed Chen Guanyu up the mountain. After a while, the two arrived at the cave dwelling. Wen Xiao looked around and exclaimed, "Tisk, so this is an inner disciple's cave dwelling. It's way better than ours in the outer sect." Chen Guanyu was also sizing up Wen Xiao. The latter was now wearing a dark robe with white sleeves, the standard attire of an outer disciple. How are things? Is the outer sect treating you well? Chen Guanyu asked. Of course. Wen Xiao puffed out his chest proudly. My leg almost got ruined, but I made it through. Now I'm officially an outer disciple of the Starcloud sect. Chen Guanyu smiled, genuinely happy for his friend. By the way, Guanyu, look at you, all beaten up. I'm a bit short on spirit stones, so I can't give you any high-grade healing pills. But I do have some blood-clotting powder that I just got from the sect yesterday. Wen Xiao pulled a porcelain bottle from his pocket and set it on the table. Haha, then I, your godfather, will gladly accept your gift. Chen Guanyu laughed heartily and took the blood-clotting powder. Actually, I came to talk about something important, Wen Xiao said, his expression turning serious. In the outer sect, a few clueless fellows found out you're my brother and want me to introduce them. They're hoping to befriend an inner sect genius like you. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Befriend me? That's right. Wen Xiao nodded. You've made quite a name for yourself now. At the 6th layer of Qi refining, you defeated Feng Zhiding at the 9th layer, broke through to the 7th layer mid-battle, and even mastered a sword art to perfection. You're in the inner sect, so you might not know, but this news has spread like wildfire in the outer sect. Many people say that although you only have a mid-grade spiritual root, not as good as other inner sect geniuses, your talent in the sword path is astonishing and you're destined for greatness. So they want to get in early and latch onto your coattails. Chen Guanyu gave a non-committal smile upon hearing this. The world of immortal cultivation was brutally pragmatic. If you had value, people naturally came to befriend you. If you were mediocre, no one paid you any attention. What did you tell them? Chen Guanyu asked. What could I say? Wen Xiao shrugged. I told them my brother is busy cultivating and has no time for them. But a few of them genuinely want to connect, and I think they're reliable enough. Guanyu, do you want to meet them? Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. I just entered the inner sect. I need to focus on stabilizing my cultivation base and improving my strength. Besides, I'm injured from this mission, so it's really inconvenient. Alright, I'll go back and turn them down.
Since you're hurt, they can't insist any further, Wen Xiao said casually. After chatting a bit more and learning about Chen Guanyu's mission, Wen Xiao took his leave. Once Wen Xiao was gone, Chen Guanyu collapsed onto his meditation cushion, panting heavily. The battle against the Wind's Swift Wolf had been brutally fierce. If not for the shadow step technique and the light-grasping sword art along with the help of Zhang Yanggang and Zhang Yinro, he would have died under the wolf's claws long ago.
My cultivation is still too low, Chen Guanyu murmured.
If he had also reached the 9th layer of Qi refining, he could have slain the Wind Swift Wolf with just a few strikes. How could he have ended up so battered? With that thought, Chen Guanyu took out the golden beast core from his pocket. The core was warm to the touch and he could faintly sense the surging spiritual energy contained within.
A fine treasure, but I can't use it right now.
Chen Guanyu examined it for a moment before stowing the core back into his storage pouch, planning to sell it at the market at the foot of the mountain the next day. Then he retrieved a healing pill from the stone shelf and swallowed it. This was a monthly allowance for inner disciples, though not of high grade. It was sufficient for injuries at the Qi refining stage. As for the returning spring pill given by Jian Yinru, although it was of a higher grade than the standard sect-issued pills, Chen Guanyu had no intention of using it.
After all, his relationship with Jiang Yinru wasn't close enough for absolute trust. Who knew if Jiang Yinru had added something unknown into that pill? Given Jiang Yinru's status, obtaining certain items would be no trouble at all. After taking the pill, Chen Guanyu cast aside all distractions, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and began circulating his energy to heal his wounds. The pill dissolved in his stomach, transforming into a warm current that flowed through his meridians to every limb and joint. The spiritual energy within Chen Guanyu's body circulated on its own, working in tandem with the medicinal power to repair his damaged tissues. He remained in this meditative state for nearly the entire night. When Chen Guanyu opened his eyes again, the sky outside his cave dwelling had already darkened. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and rolled his shoulders. Though the wounds on his body had not yet fully healed, scabs had formed and they no longer ached. His internal injuries were mostly recovered, as well. As long as he avoided intense battles, a few days of rest would see him fully healed. The physical recovery ability of a latest-stage qi refining cultivator was indeed formidable, far surpassing those in the mid and early stages. Although the healing pills issued by the sect were of low grade, their effect was quite remarkable. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction, stood up and stretched his limbs. Then he summoned his panel. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 16. Cultivation Qi refining 7th layer.
Sword Arts Light Controlling Sword Art Perfection 310000. Sword Shadow Step Beginner 5150. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated.
Chen Guanyu was taken aback. How had the proficiency of the light controlling sword art increased by 2 points? He thought back carefully and suddenly it dawned on him. In today's battle against the Wind Wolves, he had used the light controlling sword art many times. In particular, the final strike that slew the Wind Wolf had pushed the sword art to its limits. Though regular practice and sparring could also increase sword art proficiency, the rate of growth was far slower than in actual combat. So that was it. Chen Guanyu pondered. It seemed he should engage in more real combat. This was good news. To rapidly boost his sword art proficiency in the future, besides diligent practice, he could also gain points through battle. However, seeing the points required after the light controlling sword art reached perfection, Chen Guanyu felt a headache coming on. 10,000 points. Even if he practiced swordsmanship every day, gaining at most 10 points daily, it would still take 1,000 days, nearly 3 years, before he could break through again. Moreover, he had no idea what realm lay beyond perfection. It seems he would have to find more opportunities for battle, Chen Guanyu murmured to himself. As for the sword shadow step, he had used it several times in today's battle and its points had increased considerably. Adding the 1 point from before, it now stood at 5. Though slow, it was still progress. All good things. Chen Guanyu shook his head, dismissing his thoughts, and took out the demon beast's crystal core from his bosom. The golden crystal core emitted a faint glow in the dim cave dwelling, quite pleasing to the eye. Chen Guanyu toyed with it for a while, pondering his trip to the market today. At the foot of the Star Cloud Sect's mountain was a market called Cloud Gathering Market, a trading venue established specifically for sect disciples. It housed shops run by the sect as well as stalls set up by rogue cultivators where all kinds of cultivation resources could be found. It was the favorite trading place for low-level disciples. After all, sect contribution points could only be exchanged for resources within the sect and every purchase was recorded. Though it was harmless, many cultivators disliked this method of record-keeping as no one wanted their cultivation techniques or magical artifacts to be traced. This made them feel very insecure. This crystal core could sell for at least 300 spirit stones.
Adding the 100 contribution points rewarded by the sect, he was now a man of some means.
Chen Guanyu thought happily.
Then he took out the jade slip gifted by Feng Qing. The battle today had made him deeply realize the importance of strength. If he hadn't broken through to Qi refining 7th layer on the verge of battle and mastered the light-controlling sword art to perfection, he would have been the one dead today. Thus he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Chen Guanyu extended his divine sense into the jade slip and a flood of information surged into his mind. The slip contained a first-grade superior sword art called Flowing Light Sword Art along with the insights of a senior sword cultivator on the way of the sword. Chen Guanyu first carefully read the senior's insights. This senior was clearly a sword fanatic, having written tens of thousands of words detailing everything from the beginner stage of sword art to minor mastery, great mastery, perfection, and then integration, finally culminating in creating one's own sword art.
So that's how it is. Chen Guanyu nodded as he read.
According to the senior, the cultivation of sword art was divided into 4 realms: beginner, minor mastery, great mastery, and perfection. Beginner meant mastering the basic moves, minor mastery meant being able to use them skillfully, great mastery meant comprehending the sword intent of the practiced art, and perfection meant fully mastering the sword art.
Beyond perfection lay the realm of integration.
At this realm, the sword art was no longer mere technique but had become part of the cultivator's instinct. Every move was a sword art and a casual strike could unleash its full power. One could also make certain modifications to the practiced sword art, making it half one's own, though it still fell short of the creator's level. Beyond that lay creating one's own sword art. This required a cultivator to have a profound understanding of the way of the sword to innovate and to forge their own path.
Before forming a golden core, Chen Guanyu basically didn't need to consider it.
Setting aside whether he had the talent to create his own sword art without a golden core, his short lifespan wouldn't allow him to devote most of his time to such an endeavor.
Integration. Chen Guanyu mused.
His light-controlling sword art was now at the perfection realm, still 10,000 points away from integration. According to the senior's account, for an ordinary cultivator to train a sword art from perfection to integration, it would take at least decades or even centuries, and it also depended on comprehension.
There were no small number of sword cultivators who were trapped by a bottleneck their entire lives, unable to make any progress.
But he had his panel. As long as he had enough points, he could break through directly.
This golden finger is truly heaven-defying. Chen Guanyu couldn't help but marvel.
But whether it was beginner, minor mastery, great mastery, perfection, or integration, the sword intent was merely an imitation of the creator. A sword cultivator could only be considered successful when they truly possessed their own sword intent. Only by creating one's own sword art could there be a chance of comprehending a unique sword intent. Throughout the entire cultivation world, sword cultivators who reached this level were 1 in 10,000. Even within a sect specializing in the sword, they could be called a genius of the sword way. But in Chen Guanyu's eyes, all this was still far too distant. He would think about it after successfully establishing his foundation and forming a golden core. Then he began to study the Flowing Light Sword Art. This was a sword art focused on speed, emphasizing swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness. Striking like flowing light, it could unleash several cuts in an instant, catching the opponent off guard. At first glance, the Flowing Light Sword Art seemed very similar to the light-controlling sword art, and indeed it was. Both were created by cultivators from the same era in the Starcloud sect, essentially from the same lineage. Unlike the light of the light-controlling sword art, the Flowing Light Sword Art emphasized flow or speed. The former used sword light to harm opponents, focusing on the power and range of the light. The latter triumphed through speed, concentrating on the swiftness of the strike. If the two sword arts could be combined, one fast, one slow, one rigid, one soft, their power would surely increase dramatically.
The more Chen Guanyu thought, the more excited he became, itching to start practicing immediately.
But glancing at his injuries, he dismissed the thought. Heal first, then practice, Chen Guanyu muttered to himself. He tucked the jade slip into his bosom, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and continued to circulate his qi for healing. As for the market, he could go in the afternoon. He simply couldn't be bothered to move now. In the afternoon, Chen Guanyu ceased his cultivation practice, his injuries having improved somewhat. He changed into a clean robe, strapped the dark iron longsword to his back, and departed from his cave dwelling. Yunji Market was situated about 5 li outside the gate of Xingyun sect, a market established by the sect itself. Chen Guanyu followed the mountain path downward for roughly half an hour before the outline of the market came into view. The market was not large, but it was well stocked with everything needed. There were shops for elixirs, magical instruments, talismans, and even a place specializing in purchasing beast materials.
Chen Guanyu first took a stroll to understand the current market conditions.
Because he was clad in the attire of an inner disciple, those he questioned answered without reservation. After all, the opportunity to make the acquaintance of an inner disciple of Xingyun sect was one that no one would squander.
Though Chen Guanyu was merely seeking information. Finally he arrived before a shop named 100 Treasures Pavilion.
This was the largest establishment in the market, rumored to be the property of an elder within Xingyun sect, and it enjoyed an excellent reputation. As Chen Guanyu stepped through the shop's entrance, a shop assistant promptly greeted him. "Esteemed guest, what might you require?" the assistant asked warmly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Guanyu's robes, his demeanor growing even more attentive. An inner disciple, that was a major client. "Do you purchase beast cores here?" Chen Guanyu inquired directly. The assistant's eyes lit up. "We do. Of course we do. Please, honored guest, follow me. However, this matter is beyond my authority. I must summon our manager." With that, he led Chen Guanyu into an elegant chamber, served him spiritual tea, and then withdrew. After a moment, a plump, middle-aged man entered. "Haha, my apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guest," the man said with a genial bow. "My surname is Qian. I am the manager of this 100 Treasures Pavilion. May I ask what grade of beast core you wish to sell? Could I take a look at it now?" "Certainly." Without further ado, Chen Guanyu retrieved the golden core from his bosom and placed it on the table. Manager Qian's eyes brightened as he leaned in for a closer inspection. After a moment, he looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "This. Is it a windwolf's core?" "No, that cannot be. A windwolf is a first-tier beast. It is exceedingly rare for one to break through to the second tier, and it would not possess a core." Manager Chen furrowed his brow in thought, then his expression shifted abruptly. "Could it be from a mutated beast?" "You have keen eyes, manager." Chen Guanyu nodded. His manager Chen drew a deep breath, scrutinized the core once more, and finally nodded slowly. "It is indeed the core of a mutated windwolf, and of exceptional quality," Manager Chen said, turning to Chen Guanyu. "Do you wish to sell it, honored guest?" "Indeed. And what price do you have in mind?" Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment before asking, "What can you offer, manager?" Manager Chen deliberated, then tentatively proposed, "How about 270 low-grade spirit stones?" Chen Guanyu shook his head. "That is too low. This core is worth at least 300, and to someone in urgent need it could fetch 400 or 500. Offering only 270, are you mocking me, manager?" Manager Qian gave a rueful smile. "You are right, honored guest. 300 is generally the baseline, but that is the price for outsiders. We merchants must make a profit. How about 350? I cannot go any higher. This price is offered only because you are a member of Xingyun sect." Chen Guanyu considered this, found it reasonable, and nodded. "Very well, deal struck." Manager Qian's expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. He took out 350 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, placed them in a bag, and handed them to Chen Guanyu. "Keep them safe, honored guest. Should you have more such treasures in the future, do come back to our 100 Treasures Pavilion. We are one of the official enterprises under Xingyun sect, and our prices are always fair." Chen Guanyu nodded, accepted the spirit stones, rose, and took his leave. After leaving the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Chen Guanyu took another stroll through the market and spent 50 spirit stones on a bottle of bone-knitting flesh regenerating pill, which offered superior healing effects, before returning to the sect. In the days that followed, Chen Guanyu led a life of routine. By day he practiced his swordsmanship, by night he circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Occasionally he would gather with Zhan Yangang and Zhang Yinro, finding his days fulfilling and tranquil. He saw Wang Xiu less frequently, but having heard that he was away on a mission, Chen Guanyu chose not to disturb him. Once his injuries had largely healed, Chen Guanyu resumed a highly disciplined cultivation schedule, much like his days back at Xingyun Temple. Each morning he would spend an hour at the cliff's edge practicing the light-chasing sword art. Though this technique had already reached perfection, the insights of that senior sword cultivator echoed a profound truth: swordsmanship, like sailing against the current, forges ahead or falls behind. Chen Guanyu wholeheartedly agreed. Even mastery required constant review to maintain one's command over the art. His mornings and afternoons were dedicated to mastering his newly acquired shimmering sword art and shadow sword step. Evenings were spent circulating his energy for healing and meditating to elevate his cultivation base. Though the days were monotonous, Chen Guanyu found joy in them. With the existence of his panel, he could clearly sense his strength advancing every single day. If only he had had such a panel during his previous live school days. One day, as was his custom, Chen Guanyu was practicing the shimmering sword art by the cliff. Swish! A single slash sent a streak of sword light darting like a firefly, leaving a faint trace in the air. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and stood still, a slight frown creasing his brow. After half a month of arduous training, his shimmering sword art had finally shown progress, yet it remained a short distance from achieving mastery. He summoned his panel. Name Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 7th layer swordsmanship, light chasing sword art perfected 171-0000 shadow sword step initiated 28150 shimmering sword art uninitiated 2030 panel. Note: the host may only gain points through practicing swordsmanship, and points can only be applied to the sword techniques being cultivated.
Just 4 more points, Chen Guanyu murmured.
At his current pace, within 3 or 4 days at most, the shimmering sword art would reach mastery.
By then his combat prowess would take another leap.
This sensation of effort yielding progress was something Chen Guanyu truly cherished. After a brief rest, just as he was about to resume his practice, his identity jade token suddenly grew faintly warm.
He retrieved the token, infused it with spiritual energy, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu is to assemble at the transmission hall tomorrow at the hour of Chen.
The sect will conduct a 3-day session of teachings and lectures for newly inducted inner disciples.
Unless you are occupied with a mission, failure to appear will result in a deduction of 100 contribution points.
Chen Guanyu was taken aback, then recalled that Xuanhuang Gang had mentioned this before. New inner disciples would have elders assigned to impart their cultivation insights and techniques over 3 days. It was considered a privilege for the sect's newer members. Ordinarily, foundation establishment deacons conducted monthly lectures, while a core formation elders discourse occurred only once every 3 or 4 years. For wandering cultivators outside, such opportunities were coveted fortunes.
Tomorrow at the hour of Chen. Chen Guanyu put away his jade token.
I'll stop practicing for today and return to rest and gather my energy. Many assume that disciples of immortal sects surpass wandering cultivators solely due to the sect's protection and richer resources, along with the inherent advantage of talent selection.
Yet there is another immensely crucial factor: the transmission of knowledge.
Regardless of their background, sect disciples have numerous chances to listen to their predecessors impart wisdom and teachings. These experiences passed down from senior cultivators are the truly invaluable cultivation resources. Compared to wandering cultivators who must grope their way forward, the guidance sect disciples receive is extraordinarily precious. It was through the accumulated experience of high-level cultivators that successive generations of low-tier disciples could consistently achieve breakthroughs, ensuring the sect's enduring prosperity. At the Qin hour the next day, Chen Guanyu arrived punctually at the Hall of Transmission. The hall stood atop the peak of Yuhua Mountain, a magnificent edifice capable of accommodating hundreds. Many were already seated inside, mostly disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Chen Guanyu, along with a few unfamiliar faces who had likely joined earlier. Chen Guanyu swept his gaze across the hall and quickly spotted Zhang Yinru and Xuanhuang Gang.
"Junior brother Chen, over here." Xuanhuang Gang waved enthusiastically. Chen Guanyu walked over and sat down beside them.
"Junior brother Chen, has your injury healed?"
Zhang Yinru asked.
"Almost fully," Chen Guanyu nodded.
"Thank you for your concern, senior brother Jiang," Chen Guanyu said.
"That's good to hear," Zhang Yinru smiled.
"You wouldn't believe."
As the three chatted, a figure suddenly halted beside Chen Guanyu.
Chen Guanyu looked up and paused slightly. It was Feng Jiding.
After half a month she still bore that aloof and proud demeanor, yet her gaze toward Chen Guanyu held less disdain and more complexity.
"Chen Guanyu," Feng Jiding said coolly.
"Junior sister Feng." Chen Guanyu rose and cupped his hands, neither humble nor arrogant.
Xuanhuang Gang couldn't suppress a snicker.
Having lost to Chen Guanyu in the sect entrance assessment and failing to secure a top 10 spot, Feng Jiding remained an outer sect disciple. Chen Guanyu, as an inner sect disciple, was technically her senior brother according to sect rules, regardless of his inferior cultivation level. By addressing him directly by name, Feng Jiding clearly avoided calling him senior brother to save face, a subtle attempt to mask her defeat. Yet Chen Guanyu's reply of junior sister Feng deftly exposed her little scheme. A blush crept across Feng Jiding's cheeks, her expression stiff. She stared at him for a moment before suddenly saying, "Last time I was careless.
Next time I won't lose."
With that she turned and sat down nearby without waiting for his response.
Chen Guanyu. Zhang Yinru and Xuanhuang Gang exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Haha, junior brother Chen, you've caught someone's attention." Xuanhuang Gang laughed, slapping his thigh. Zhang Yinru chuckled too. "Junior brother Chen, though Feng Jiding's talent is mediocre, she's notoriously proud. Getting her to remember you is quite an achievement." Chen Guanyu shook his head helplessly and sat back down. He wasn't worried about being remembered, it wouldn't cost him anything. If the entrance assessment were held again, he would defeat Feng Jiding just the same. Moments later, a figure entered from outside the hall. All looked up to see an elder in a green robe with white hair and a kind face, Elder Feng Chang, who had presided over the entrance assessment. "Greetings, Elder Feng," the disciples chorused in salute. Feng Qing gestured for them to sit. "Today marks your first lecture since joining the inner sect, and I shall be the speaker." Fang Cheng scanned the room, his gaze not lingering even on Chen Guanyu, as if he didn't recognize the disciple. The path of cultivation prioritizes a solid foundation. An unstable foundation is like a castle in the air. Even if one advances rapidly, great calamities will follow. Fang Qing's voice was soft yet clear to every ear. Chen Guanyu and the others listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Though Fang Qing covered mostly basics, his insights as a core formation cultivator proved immensely beneficial to disciples like Chen Guanyu, who had risen from the subordinate Starcloud Temple. After all, he had never received guidance from senior cultivators before. As for Ji Hang's limited experience, frankly, it didn't even compare to a single strand of Fang Qing's hair. The lecture lasted an entire shurchen. That concludes today's session, Fang Qing said, taking a sip of tea. Tomorrow Elder Jiangzhen will cover spell application, and the day after Elderly Chongzhao will teach combat techniques. Do not be absent. Opportunities for 3 consecutive days of lectures like this will not come again. With that, Fang Chang vanished from the hall in a flash. The disciples rose and departed one by one. As Chen Guanyu and his companions exited, someone called out, "Junior brother Chen." Chen Guanyu turned to find an unfamiliar disciple around 20 years old, dressed in intersect robes with a warm smile. "Who might you be, senior brother?" Chen Guanyu asked, puzzled. "Im Tanfeng entered the inner sect with you," the disciple replied. "I ranked 3rd in the assessment, you should remember me." Chen Guanyu nodded and cupped his hands. "So you're senior brother Tan." "My apologies." Tanfeng waved dismissively. "No need for formality. I stopped you to discuss something." "Please speak, senior brother Tan." Tanfeng glanced around and lowered his voice. "In 3 days the sect will organize new inner disciples for a trial in the Tower of Trials. Are you interested in teaming up with me?" The Tower of Trials. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. "You don't know about it." Tanfeng seemed surprised, then explained, "It's a sect training ground with 7 floors filled with puppets and formations for disciples to hone their skills. Only new inner disciples can enter once for free. After that it costs 500 contribution points per visit, and you can only go once a year. At first glance it resembles the Martial Tower, but the Martial Tower was built to mimic it, free once a month. The Tower of Trials offers combat closer to real duels but requires contribution points each time. According to my elders, the sect originally used the Tower of Trials for entrance assessments but later switched to the cheaper Martial Tower. New inner disciples usually challenge the Tower of Trials to sharpen their combat skills and improve." Chen Guanyu lowered his head, lost in thought. He truly hadn't known about this need to familiarize himself with the sect's affairs. "Thank you for telling me, senior brother Tan," Chen Guanyu said, cupping his hands. "Let me consider the team up." Tanfeng nodded. "Fine. I'll find you in 3 days. Whether you agree or not, please let me know." He then turned and left. Once Tanfeng was gone, Zhang Yanggang leaned in. "Junior brother Chen, Tanfeng seems kind, but you don't know him well, be careful." Chen Guanyu nodded. "I understand." Jiang Yinru added, "The Tower of Trials is indeed worthwhile. We 3 can tackle it together and secure a good ranking." "I'll ask Tanfeng. If he insists on teaming with you, the 4 of us could go. The tower allows up to 5, and more hands mean more strength." "All right, it's settled then," Chen Guanyu said with a smile. The 3 chatted as they descended the mountain. Over the next 2 days, Chen Guanyu continued attending the elders' lectures. Elder Jiangzhen's lecture on spell application was detailed and offered many insights for a disciple specializing in swordsmanship like Chen Guanyu. Elderly Changha's lecture on combat techniques was useful, though Chen Guanyu felt the elder's gaze on him was somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he listened attentively. After 2 days of lectures, Chen Guanyu had gained much. Returning to his cave dwelling, he didn't rest but continued practicing the radiant sword art. With 2 days of reflection, he felt he was just a step away from mastering the basics. Shush shush shush, sword light flickered in the night as graceful as fireflies. Chen Guanyu practiced repeatedly, sweat soaking his robes, yet he was oblivious, immersed in the art's mysteries. Finally, at a certain moment, ding! Something seemed to shatter in his mind. He stopped and summoned his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi, refining layer 7, swordsmanship, light control, sword art perfected 191-0000, sword shadow step beginner 31150, radiant sword art uninitiated 2930. Note: the host only gains points by practicing swordsmanship, and points can only be used on practiced sword arts. Finally, I can initiate it. Chen Guanyu rejoiced inwardly and immediately allocated points. Instantly, the proficiency of radiant sword art on the panel shifted from uninitiated 2930 to beginner 0300. Though just a beginner, he could sense its formidable power.
If he could master this art to perfection or even completion combined with light control sword art, one swift, one steady, one fierce, one soft, his strength would soar.
By then he might match Zhang Yanggang and Zhang Yinru or even surpass them. Let me test its power. Chen Guanyu gripped his sword channeling spiritual energy. The next moment, shush. He struck the sword light streaking like a shooting star astonishingly fast, leaving 3 afterimages in the air. So fast. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. This strike was at least 20% quicker than before. Caught off guard cultivators of the same rank would struggle to react. Not bad, he murmured with satisfaction, sheathing his sword. Just then his identity jade token grew warm again. He took it out and a message entered his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, assemble at the training grounds at the Chun hour tomorrow for the Tower of Trials. Chen Guanyu smiled. Perfect, he would test his strength in the tower. At the hour of Chen the following day, Chen Guanfan arrived punctually at the training grounds. By then several dozen individuals had already gathered there, most being disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Chen Guanfan, along with a few unfamiliar faces who seemed to be from previous cohorts. Chen Guanfan swept his gaze across the crowd and quickly spotted Zhang Yinru and Zhang Yanggang. Junior brother Chen over here. Zhang Yinru waved. As Chen Guanfan approached, he noticed Tan Feng was also present, accompanied by a female cultivator with delicate features. Junior brother Chen, we meet again. Tan Feng smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, then introduced, this is Yang Ro, who entered the inner sect with us and ranked 4th. Yang Ro nodded slightly at Chen Guanfan, acknowledging the greeting. Chen Guanfan returned the gesture with a clasped hand, greetings senior sister Yang. From the looks of it, Zhang Yinru had successfully recruited Tan Feng into the team, and Tan Feng had brought along Yang Ro, who had placed 4th in the trials. It could be said that Chen Guanfan now possessed the weakest overall strength in the entire squad. Yet he felt no resentment, after all, having stronger teammates to carry him was hardly a disadvantage. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set out. A voice suddenly rang out. The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged cultivator flying over on a magical artifact, landing gracefully on the training grounds. It was none other than Zhou Fushuan, who had previously escorted Chen Guanfan and the others to the main sect. I will lead this expedition to the trial tower, Zhou Fushuan announced as he surveyed the group. You all know the rules, don't you? If you don't, no matter, well, discuss it upon arrival. Now follow me. With that, Zhou Fushuan turned and strode away, and the group hurriedly followed. The trial tower stood at the boundary between the inner and outer sects of the Starcloud sect, a 7-story black stone pagoda, its surface etched with the marks of time, exuding an air of ancient majesty and solemnity. When Chen Guanfan and his companions arrived, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered before the tower, most intending to challenge it. So this is the trial tower. Chen Guanfan gazed up at the towering stone pagoda, which rose several tens of zhan, a tremor stirring within him. Though the structure was not exceptionally tall, the oppressive aura it emitted was not to be underestimated. Indeed, Zhou Fushuan nodded. The trial tower has 7 levels, each guarded by puppets. The first level houses early Qi refining puppets, the second mid Qi refining, the third late Qi refining, the fourth elite late Qi refining puppets, the fifth peak Qi refining puppets, the sixth early foundation establishment puppets, and the 7th. Zhou Fushuan paused, glancing at the group. The 7th level contains mid-foundation establishment puppets. In the 5,000 years since the sect erected this tower, only 3 individuals have managed to pass the 7th level while still at the Qi refining stage. Every one of them eventually became a nascent soul ancestor of the sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in unison. Mid-foundation establishment. That was equivalent to a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. How could they mere Qi refining disciples possibly overcome such a foe? Even Chen Guanfan felt a jolt of shock that seemed to defy the common sense of the cultivation world. You need not think about challenging the 7th level. Zhou Fushuan spoke calmly, passing the 4th level is already commendable. The 5th level can only be conquered by a handful of exceptional disciples. The 6th level is a rarity seen once in centuries. As for the 7th, just take a look. The disciples nodded in unison, their minds made up. Alright, let me reiterate the rules. Zhou Fushuan swept his gaze across the assembly. Each person may carry at most 2 magical artifacts. No pills may be consumed and no talismans may be used. Within the tower you are responsible for your own life or death, but the puppets are restrained and rarely inflict fatal injuries. Of course, if you court death through your own actions, do not blame others. There is no time limit for challenging the tower, but once you withdraw it is considered over. Since this is your first entry, each level offers rewards: 20 contribution points for the first, 40 for the second, 80 for the third, 160 for the fourth, 320 for the fifth, 640 for the sixth, and 1,500 for the 7th. At these words everyone's eyes lit up.
According to his explanation, passing the fourth level would yield 160 contribution points, and with the cumulative total that would be a full 300 contribution points.
This was far faster than completing tasks. Alright, let us begin now. Zhou Fushuan waved his hand grandly. Enter in order, one person at a time.
Those in teams may enter together, but rewards will be distributed according to the team. Handle it among yourselves. The five of them exchanged glances and Zhang Yinru stepped forward. Uncle Zhou, the five of us will form a team.
Zhou Fushuan looked them over and nodded. Very well, go on in.
The five approached the tower and its door slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior.
Let's go.
Zhang Yinru was the first to step inside, followed closely by Chen Guanyu and the others. Their vision blurred and they found themselves in a vast empty hall. The hall spanned about 100 zhang square with smooth stone walls on all sides and a dark vaulted ceiling overhead.
The entire space was suffused with a chilling murderous aura.
So this is the first level. Zhang Yonggang surveyed his surroundings, lightly flicking his folding fan.
It's quite spacious.
As his words faded, the ground at the center of the hall suddenly split open and puppets began to rise from below. A full 10 puppets emerged. They were uniformly gray-black, wielding stone swords and shields with faint red glows flickering in their eye sockets. Early chi refining puppets, 10 of them.
Tan Feng frowned slightly. That's more than in a solo challenge.
That's normal for a team, Zhang Yinru replied, shaking his long spear, a fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Perfect for testing our skills.
Charge.
Before the words had even faded, Zhang Yinru had already dashed forward, his spear striking like a dragon straight at the foremost puppet.
Clang.
The spear tip clashed against the puppet's shield, sending sparks flying. The puppet staggered back several steps but remained intact.
Not bad.
Zhang Yinru's eyes lit up and he shifted his spear's trajectory, thrusting again.
Simultaneously, Zhang Yonggang made his move.
With a wave of his folding fan, 3 wind blades howled through the air, slicing toward 2 other puppets. Crack, 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 the wind blades carved deep grooves into the puppets' bodies but failed to shatter them. Their defense is quite high. Zhang Yonggang clicked his tongue, waving his fan repeatedly as more wind blades flew out. Yang Ro meanwhile stood still, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations under her breath. After a moment, she thrust her hands forward and a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing 3 puppets.
Boom!
The flames burst apart, leaving the 3 puppets charred black, their movements noticeably sluggish.
Tan Feng was also occupied, wielding a long blade that flashed as he engaged 2 puppets in close combat. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu decided not to remain idle.
Since he was here, he thought, though he didn't particularly care for the contribution points, gaining practical combat experience and honing his cultivation techniques was what he truly sought. A sword's resonance rang out as Chen Guanyu drew his blade, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Sword shadow step. In the next moment, he appeared behind a puppet, executing the flowing light sword art.
Whoosh!
The sword light swept by like a firefly, so swift its trajectory was nearly invisible. Before the puppet could react, its head was severed and the red glow in its eye sockets extinguished instantly.
So fast.
Tan Feng caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, his pupils contracting. He knew that Chen Guanyu had mastered the light-controlling sword art, but he hadn't expected such a rapid sword technique.
Thud. Chen Guanyu landed on the ground, his legs nearly giving way beneath him.
That single strike had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy.
No good, no good, I need to catch my breath.
Chen Guanyu propped himself up with his sword, retreating behind the others for a moment before striking again. Swish, 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 Chen Guanyu's figure flickered as the sword light flashed.
In less than 60 breaths, 2 more puppets fell under his blade.
Adding to the 6 dealt with by Zhang Yinru and the others, only 1 puppet remained on the field.
This one's mine. Zhang Yinru took a deep breath, shook his spear and pierced through the puppet's head.
Crack, the last puppet crashed to the ground, the red light in its eye sockets extinguished completely. In the next moment, the bodies of the 10 puppets dissipated into light points and a light gate appeared in the center of the hall.
The first layer is cleared.
Zhang Yonggang put away his folding fan, looking at Chen Guanyu with a complex expression.
Junior brother Chen, your swordsmanship. Has it broken through again? Chen Guanyu smiled and said nothing more.
Although his flowing light sword technique was merely at the introductory level, combined with the shadow step, it was more than sufficient to deal with these early-stage chi puppets.
Let's go to the second layer. Zhang Yinru stepped into the light gate first. The 5 of them followed in succession. The second layer still had 10 puppets, but their cultivation had risen to mid-stage chi.
This layer was somewhat more difficult than the first, but the 5 of them coordinated well and passed through effortlessly. In the third layer there were 10 latest-stage chi puppets. This layer began to present difficulties as the 10 latest chi puppets coordinated harmoniously with orderly offense and defense.
The 5 had to exert considerable effort to eliminate all of them. Chen Guanyu also acquired several wounds, but they were not serious.
Compared to the injuries, the real issue was the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, fearing he might not hold up when reaching the 4th layer.
It's the 4th layer now. Zhang Yinru took a deep breath.
This layer has elite latest chi puppets, it shouldn't be easy to handle. The others nodded and stepped into the light gate. The space of the 4th layer was much smaller than the previous 3 layers, only about 50 zhang in diameter. In the center of the hall stood 5 silver-white puppets, their eye sockets flickering with eerie blue light.
5 elite puppets.
Tan Feng tightened his grip on the long knife.
Each person takes 1, let's finish quickly. Good. Just as the words fell, the 5 puppets moved simultaneously.
Their speed was extremely fast, surpassing that of the puppets in the 3rd layer.
Be careful.
Zhang Yinru horizontally positioned his spear to block an attack from one of the puppets, getting pushed back several steps. What incredible strength! His expression changed slightly.
Chen Guanyu also faced a puppet.
This puppet wielded a silver long sword and fought fiercely with him. Clang clang clang, the sound of blade collisions filled the air, sparks flying.
Chen Guanyu furrowed his brow. Although this puppet's swordsmanship was inferior to his, the power behind each strike left his palms numb. I can't just fight Hedon.
Chen Guanyu thought, silently stepping aside as he activated the shadow step, making his figure disappear from the spot.
The puppet was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react.
In the next moment, Chen Guanyu appeared behind it, unleashing the flowing light sword technique with all his strength.
Clang!
The sword's edge struck the puppet's nape, leaving a deep mark, but it did not sever. The puppet turned and slashed at Chen Guanyu.
He dodged again while quickly analyzing in his mind.
This puppet had extremely strong defenses. Ordinary attacks were ineffective, requiring a more powerful strike.
Let me try the light control sword technique.
Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and spiritual energy surged wildly into the long sword, causing its blade to emit a blinding white light.
Light control strike.
The sword light surged like a rainbow, aiming directly at the puppet's head.
Boom!
The white light exploded, cleaving the puppet's head in 2, instantly extinguishing the eerie blue light in its eye sockets.
Huff! Chen Guanyu breathed heavily, glancing at the others.
Zhang Yinru had also defeated his opponent and was gasping for breath. Zhan Yanggang and Yang Rou had teamed up to take down one as well. Tan Feng fought against one alone. Although he found it somewhat challenging, he still maintained the upper hand.
The last puppet was eliminated through the combined efforts of the 4. The 4th layer is cleared.
Zhang Yinru wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Should we continue?
The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
Let's continue.
The 5th layer. This layer featured only 1 puppet, but its aura was significantly stronger than that of the elite puppet from the 4th layer. It was a golden puppet wielding a golden long sword with golden light flickering in its eye sockets.
Peak stage chi puppet. Tan Feng took a deep breath. It's equivalent to someone who has 1 foot in the foundation establishment stage. Everyone be careful.
Just as he finished speaking, the golden puppet moved.
It was too fast.
So fast that it was almost a blur.
Zhang Yinru's pupils constricted and he instinctively crossed his spear to block. Boom!
A tremendous force struck him, sending him flying to crash heavily into the wall.
Yinru!
Zhan Yanggang's face changed as he quickly formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing several wind blades. The golden puppet swung its long sword, effortlessly dispersing the wind blades. Yang Rao's fire techniques were also extinguished by a single swing of its sword.
Tan Feng's long knife was easily parried by it. It's this strong.
How the hell are we supposed to fight this?
Zhan Yanggang's expression darkened. At that moment, Chen Guanyu also moved.
He took a deep breath and spiritual energy surged wildly within him. After a breath, Chen Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes and the long sword in his hand radiated blinding light. Then, with a single strike,
in an instant, countless small sword lights surged forth.
Each beam of sword light shimmered with dazzling brilliance.
Countless beams of sword light poured out like a torrential rain, overwhelming the golden puppet.
The golden puppet swung its sword to block, but there were too many beams of light to defend against them all.
Clang 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 clang, amidst the cacophony of collisions, the golden puppet accumulated numerous small wounds on its body. Although each one was not fatal, together they clearly slowed its movements. Effective.
Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up as he prepared to unleash another strike, but at that moment the golden puppet had already noticed him. Its eyes glowing with golden light fixed intently on Chen Guanyu. With a shake of its long sword, the entire puppet vanished from its spot.
Oh no, this is bad.
Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted as he instinctively crossed his sword in front of him.
In the next moment, boom.
An unstoppable force crashed into him, making Chen Guanyu feel as if he had been hit by a mountain, sending him flying and crashing heavily against the stone wall.
PFF.
A mouthful of blood spewed out as Chen Guanyu felt his organs churning.
Just a single strike had severely injured him. This is way over the top.
Chen Guanyu felt as if he were on the brink of despair.
Junior brother Chen.
Jiang Yinru's expression changed drastically as he attempted to rush forward, but the golden puppet was already moving again.
This time its target was Xuanhuang.
Brother Zhan, be careful. Tan Feng shouted, swinging his long knife towards the back of the golden puppet, attempting to force it to defend. But the golden puppet ignored him, slashing towards Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang quickly summoned his small shield in front of him while rapidly retreating.
Boom.
The first impact shattered the shield and sent Xuanhuang flying. He crashed heavily against the wall, left with only half a shield and blood at the corner of his mouth.
Yang Gang.
Jiang Yinru's eyes turned red as he thrust his spear like a dragon, aiming for the golden puppet's head.
The golden puppet swung its sword in retaliation, knocking Jiang Yinru back. Damn, has this thing gone mad?
Jiang Yinru spat blood, flying backward and sliding several zhang across the ground, struggling to stand up.
In just a few breaths, both Chen Guanyu and Xuanhuang lost their combat ability. Tan Feng and Yang Rao's faces turned pale as they exchanged glances, seeing despair in each other's eyes. How do we fight this? It's on a completely different level. The golden puppet stood there, its golden light flickering in its eye socket, seemingly assessing the remaining three. Brother Tan, what should we do? Yang Rao's voice trembled slightly.
Tan Feng tightened his grip on the long knife, gritting his teeth. What else can we do?
We fight to the death. After all, we won't die.
Saying this, he took a deep breath and spiritual energy surged within him, causing the long knife to emit a faint blade glow.
Sister Yang, hold it down for me. Yang Rou nodded quickly, forming hand seals with both hands.
A thick pillar of fire erupted from the ground, enveloping the golden puppet. At the same time, Tan Feng moved. His entire figure turned into an afterimage as he slashed with the long knife towards the nape of the golden puppet. This was his ultimate move, the breaking wind slash. The golden puppet swung its sword to slash through the fire pillar while sidestepping Tan Feng's attack. But at that moment, a smile crept onto Tan Feng's lips. I was waiting for this moment. He altered the direction of his knife strike, originally aimed at the nape, and suddenly changed course to slash at the golden puppet's left arm.
Clang!
The two clashed, sparking a shower of sparks. The golden puppet was pushed back half a step, its left arm severed, but Tan Feng was also thrown back, his palm split open, nearly losing his long knife as he crashed heavily to the ground.
Damn, the gap is too huge. But at least I took off one of its arms.
Tan Feng forced a smile, struggling a couple of times but failing to stand up. Now only Yang Rou remained standing barely. Her face was taut with tension and the spiritual energy within her was nearly depleted, yet she still held her hand seals, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the golden puppet. The golden puppet turned toward Yang Rou, the golden light in its eye sockets flickering as if assessing this final opponent.
I'll give it everything I've got.
Yang Rou gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Her hands swiftly formed seals as spiritual energy surged wildly around her. In the next instant, a pillar of fire far thicker than before erupted from the ground, engulfing the golden puppet entirely.
Boom! The flames exploded, bathing the entire hall in a crimson glow.
Yet when the fire dissipated, the golden puppet remained standing, though now marked with several scorched black streaks.
It shook itself, indifferently raised its sword and strode toward Yang Rou. It's over. Yang Rao's face turned deathly pale.
At this moment, her spiritual energy was all but exhausted, leaving her legs weak and unsteady.
She was utterly defenseless. Just then, Junior Sister Yang, get down. A low voice rang out. Yang Rou instinctively threw herself to the ground.
The next moment, a streak of black spear light whistled past her, hurtling straight for the golden puppet.
Boom!
The spear light clashed with the golden puppet's longsword, unleashing a piercing roar. Everyone turned to see Jiang Yinru kneeling on one knee, one hand gripping his spear and the other clutching his chest, panting heavily. He was drenched in blood, his chest torn and ragged, revealing a gory wound beneath.
Brother Yinru.
Xuanhuang struggled to his feet and began circling behind the puppet while Jiang Yinru held it at bay.
Jiang Yinru did not reply.
His eyes were locked on the golden puppet, veins bulging on the hand gripping his spear. With a low growl, he charged forward once more.
Anyone who can move, back me up.
Spear light flickered so swiftly that even Chen Guanyu could barely follow his moves. The golden puppet swung its sword to parry, but Jiang Yinru abandoned all defense, attacking relentlessly.
For a moment he matched it blow for blow.
Clang clang clang, the ring of metal on metal rang out without cease, sparks flying.
10 breaths. 20 breaths. 30 breaths.
Zhang Yinru's assault gradually slowed. His spiritual energy was nearly spent and his wounds multiplied, turning him into a figure drenched in blood.
Just then a thunderous crash erupted. Boom.
Yang Ro struck with ferocity, a dozen pillars of flame rising behind her and shooting toward the golden puppet.
Now's our chance. Zhang Yinru's eyes lit up.
As the fireball slammed into the puppet, he used the smoke as cover, lunged forward and smashed his spear into it. At the same time, Zhan Yanggang had taken his position. His folding fan expanded, instantly unleashing a devastating wind blade.
Boom.
With a resounding crash, the golden puppet fell to the ground.
This time it could no longer hold on.
Crack, a fissure appeared on its chest.
Then more cracks spread, widening rapidly. Boom.
The golden puppet crashed to the floor, dissolving into motes of light.
The 5th floor. We made it through.
They exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces.
Should we keep going? Tan Feng asked. The 6th floor has an early foundation establishment puppet.
Zhan Yanggang shook his head.
In our current state, going there would be suicide.
Right, Yang Ro spoke up, rare for her.
Better to quit while we're ahead.
In this condition, pushing forward is no different from seeking death.
Chen Guanyu nodded in agreement.
Though he was curious about the 6th floor, reason told him it would be folly.
Then we withdraw. Zhang Yinru made the call.
The 5 of them crushed their jade talismans simultaneously. Their vision blurred and they found themselves outside the tower.
Zhou Fushuan, waiting outside, raised an eyebrow in surprise.
You made it to the 5th floor, he asked, his expression stern.
Yes, Zhang Yinru confirmed. Zhou Fushuan paused, then nodded slowly. Not bad. A 5-person team clearing the 5th floor is already quite an achievement.
310 contribution points each have been credited to your identity tokens.
Chen Guanyu took out his token, infused it with spiritual energy, and indeed saw his points increase by 310.
Adding the 50 points from his previous mission, he now had 360.
Thank you, Uncle Master Zhou, the 5 said in unison. There's no need for thanks. This is all provided by the sect. Zhou Fushuan waved his hand, signaling they could leave. Leaving the trial tower, Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, his heart brimming with excitement.
This trip to the trial tower had not only earned him over 300 contribution points, but more importantly, his swordsmanship proficiency had improved significantly.
Go back and rest well. Well, gather another day. Zhang Yinru patted Chen Guanyu on the shoulder before turning to leave. Ma'am.
The others also dispersed.
Chen Guanyu returned to his cave dwelling, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and summoned his panel.
Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi, refining 7th layer, swordsmanship, radiant light sword art, mastered 231-0000, sword shadow step, beginner 38150, flowing light sword art, beginner 16300. Panel note: the host can only gain points through practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu smiled faintly. From this trial tower session, his radiant light sword art had increased by 4 points, sword shadow step by 7, and flowing light sword art by 16. Especially flowing light sword art, it had just reached beginner and already gained so much. Indeed, real combat was the fastest way to improve. Flowing light sword art needs 300 points from beginner to reach minor success.
Chen Guanyu murmured. At this rate, it'll take at least another month.
But he wasn't in a hurry, there was plenty of time. In the days that followed, Chen Guanyu continued his routine. Practicing swordsmanship by day, cultivating at night, occasionally gathering with Zhang Yinru and Zhan Yanggang.
Life was fulfilling and peaceful.
One day, while practicing flowing light sword art by the cliff, his identity token suddenly grew warm.
Chen Guanyu took out the token and a message entered his mind.
Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, report to the mission hall before Chen hour tomorrow to receive your inner sect mission. Failure to do so will result in disciplinary action per sect regulations.
Chen Guanyu was taken aback, then remembered that inner disciples were required to complete 1 mission each month. The next day at Chen hour, he arrived punctually at the mission hall. As he entered the hall, he saw a jade slip hanging on the wall inscribed with fine text. Mission: apprehend the escaped menial disciple Wang Hu.
Cultivation Qi, refining 5th layer.
Last seen 20 li west of Outer Qi Mountain. Reward 30 contribution points. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Apprehending an escaped disciple.
This was a first for him. But Qi refining 5th layer posed no challenge.
Chen Guanyu accepted the mission and prepared to leave. Leaving the mission hall, Chen Guanyu didn't head straight out of the sect.
Instead, he returned to his cave dwelling, carefully wiped down his black iron longsword, checked for nicks, and then inspected his gold thread soft armor. The soft armor had been badly damaged in the previous battle with the Wind Wolves and further battered in the trial tower. It was essentially ruined.
Ah. Chen Guanyu sighed and removed the soft armor. Though this mission only involved dealing with a mid-stage chi refining disciple, the fact that it had been assigned to an inner disciple like him suggested it was more complicated than the description implied. So Chen Guanyu decided to exchange some contribution points for a defensive artifact at the sect. He had plenty of points saved up and he didn't lack cultivation techniques for now. It was better to invest in some defensive gear for added safety. Better than ending up in a mess like the last mission.
That should do it, Chen Guanyu murmured, strapping his sword to his back and leaving the cave dwelling.
Chen Guanyu left the task hall and went directly to the artifact pavilion within the sect. The artifact pavilion is located on the west side of Yuhua Mountain. It is a 3-story building specifically designed to provide magical tools and talismans for the sect disciples, which can be purchased using spirit stones or exchanged for contribution points. As Chen Guanyu entered the artifact pavilion, a young attendant immediately approached him. "Senior brother, what do you need?" The attendant warmly greeted, his gaze sweeping over Chen Guanyu's attire, and his attitude became even more courteous. As an inner disciple, he was a valuable customer. "Do you have any defensive magical tools here?" Chen Guanyu asked directly.
Yes. The attendant nodded repeatedly. "Please follow me, senior brother."
Saying this, he led Chen Guanyu to a counter on the second floor.
The counter was filled with various defensive magical tools, including shields, armor, and heart-protecting mirrors, and even a few belts that looked quite expensive. "Senior brother, take a look at this mid-grade Xian iron shield. Its defensive power is extremely strong and only requires 120 contribution points." The attendant pointed to a small black shield as he introduced it. Chen Guanyu glanced at it and shook his head. Although the shield had strong defense, it needed to be held, which would affect his sword techniques.
"Do you have something that can be worn close to the body?"
The attendant thought for a moment and took out a wooden box from the innermost part of the counter. Upon opening it, there lay a piece of armor as thin as a cicada's wing.
"Senior brother, this is a top-grade ice silkworm inner armor.
It is made from the silk of second-grade ice silkworms. It is lightweight and soft, and its defense is on par with ordinary second-grade low-grade magical tools," the attendant explained. "The only downside is that it is a bit pricey, costing 300 contribution points."
Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. Ice silkworm inner armor.
He reached out to touch it. It felt cool and smooth, indeed lightweight, almost imperceptible when worn.
"Can I try it on?" "Of course," the attendant nodded. Chen Guanyu promptly took off his outer clothing and put on the ice silkworm inner armor.
Once the inner armor was worn, it immediately shrank and fit snugly against his body, resembling a second layer of skin without any sense of constriction.
"This is a good item."
Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. This ice silkworm inner armor was much stronger than the golden silk soft armor given to him by Ji Hung. After all, it cost 300 contribution points.
"I'll take it." Chen Guanyu took out his identity jade token, deducted 300 contribution points, and successfully acquired the ice silkworm inner armor.
After leaving the artifact pavilion, he went to the pill pavilion to buy a bottle of chi recovery pills and a bottle of healing pills, spending dozens of spirit stones, and then he contentedly returned to his cave.
Early the next morning, Chen Guanyu left the sect and headed west of Qishan.
20 miles west of Qishan, there was a stretch of rolling hills with sparse trees and minimal elevation differences. Following the information in the task jade slip, Chen Guanyu arrived at the last place where Wang Hu was seen, a small village called Qingshi Village. This village was not large, only housing a few dozen families, most of whom lived by farming and hunting. As Chen Guanyu entered the village, he did not intentionally conceal his presence, so he quickly attracted the attention of some playing children who curiously observed him.
"It's a celestial master from the Xingyun sect."
A sharp-eyed child spotted the long sword on his back and the attire he wore, excitedly shouting. Chen Guanyu smiled and bent down to ask, "Little friends, has a stranger come to your village recently?" The children exchanged glances, and a slightly older boy scratched his head and replied, "A stranger. A couple of days ago, a shabby-looking person came by and asked for food at old Zhang's house at the village entrance."
Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened. "What did that person look like?"
The boy thought for a moment and said, "He was tall and thin with a scar on his face, looking quite fierce."
Chen Guanyu had a clue and took out a piece of broken silver to hand to the boy. "All right, you lead me to old Zhang's house."
The boy took the silver, his eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly.
"Celestial master, follow me."
Soon the boy led Chen Guanyu to a mud brick house at the village entrance.
"This is it," the boy said, and then ran away in a hurry. Chen Guanyu knocked on the door, and after a moment an old man with graying hair opened it. Ah. Celestial Master.
Upon seeing Chen Guanyu's attire and waist token, the old man's expression changed dramatically, instinctively wanting to kneel. Chen Guanyu furrowed his brows and used his spiritual energy to gently lift the old man up.
I am only here to ask you some questions.
There is no need for such formalities.
Just answer my questions honestly. If you dare to deceive me, you should know the consequences. This celestial master is.
The old man looked at Chen Guanyu nervously.
Do not be afraid.
Chen Guanyu reassured the old man before continuing. I heard that a stranger came to your house a couple of days ago.
Can you tell me about him?
The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, there was such a person. He came to my house asking for food in the evening, saying that a merchant caravan had been robbed and he got separated from them. I felt sorry for him, so I gave him a bowl of rice and let him stay for a night. If I had known he was the person you were looking for, I would have risked my life to keep him here. The old man said, hitting his chest with grief.
Chen Guanyu watched silently, showing no sign of emotion on his face. Did he say where he was going?
The old man straightened up and thought for a moment. When he left the next morning, he asked me if there was anywhere to rest while heading west. I told him that 30 miles further west there was an abandoned mountain god temple where he could temporarily rest.
Chen Guanyu nodded, understanding the situation. Thank you, old man.
He then handed a bit of broken silver to the old man, casually placing it on his wrist. The old man was taken aback and nearly knelt again. It seems he is indeed a mortal.
Chen Guanyu, even with direct physical contact, did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from the old man.
This situation meant either the old man had no cultivation, or that he was at least one major realm higher than Chen Guanyu, or he was proficient in a very high-level concealment technique. Clearly the old man could only be without cultivation, since the latter two options would not require him to act so formally in front of Chen Guanyu.
Keep the silver I gave you as a reward. After saying this, Chen Guanyu turned and left the village, heading west. 30 li was nearly half an hour's journey for Chen Guanyu.
Soon he spotted the abandoned mountain god temple. The temple, modest in size, perched on a small hill in a state of utter disrepair. Most of its roof tiles had fallen and the walls were riddled with cracks.
Chen Guanyu did not approach recklessly. Instead, he first surveyed the surroundings.
Fresh footprints marked the temple entrance, and there were more than one set.
Someone's here, Chen Guanyu murmured, his brow furrowing.
The mission brief stated one who had fled alone, yet the footprints suggested at least 3 or 4 people.
Was the intelligence wrong? Chen Guanyu mused inwardly.
He refrained from barging in, instead circling the temple to ensure there were no ambushes before feeling slightly reassured. Drawing a deep breath, he unsheathed the profound iron sword from his back, activated the shadow sword step, and crept toward the temple with soundless grace. As he neared the door, fragmented voices drifted from within. Brother, who is it really safe for us to hide here?
Shouldn't we leave quickly? I have a bad feeling the sex people will find us soon enough. You coward! What's there to fear?
A gruff voice retorted, brimming with resentment toward the Starcloud sect. I slaved away as a menial in the Starcloud sect for 3 years, fed up with the bullying from those outer disciples. Now that I'm out, the sky's the limit. Where would they even look for us? Besides, there are only 3 of us menials. The sect won't go to great lengths to hunt us down, get it?
But what?
Once the heat dies down in a couple of days, we'll head west to the Black Wind Mountain and join the Black Wind Stronghold.
I've already scouted it out.
I heard their chief is a Foundation establishment cultivator.
Following him is way better than being a menial in the Starcloud sect, right?
I've been in the Starcloud sect for nearly 20 years. I've reached the 5th layer of chi refining, and yet I still can't become an outer disciple because of that damn sect selection exam. Tell me, after all these years, don't I have some merit if not hard work? The gruff voice grew more agitated, even slapping the ground hard, startling Chen Guanyu into thinking he had been discovered.
And what's the result?
They won't even grant us a spot as outer disciples. I don't care if you can stand it, but I can't take this miserable life anymore.
Chen Guanyu understood now.
So one who hadn't just defected alone, he had dragged a few menials along with him. He had heard of the Black Wind Stronghold before, a sizable bandit gang on Black Wind Mountain that preyed on passing merchant caravans, rumored to be led by a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, since it lay on the fringe of the Starcloud sect's territory and wisely limited its plunder to rogue cultivators, the sect had not bothered to send forces to wipe it out. Yet Chen Guanyu suspected the deeper reason might be that the Black Wind Stronghold had ties to some influential figure within the sect. Such matters were beyond the concern of a mere inner disciple like him. Completing his mission was his greatest value at the moment. 3 people he sensed the auras inside the temple, all chi refining, 1 at the 5th layer, 2 at the 3rd. To him they posed no threat, he could charge in directly.
With that thought, Chen Guanyu ceased hiding and pushed the door open.
Who goes there? The three inside instantly tensed, grabbing their weapons. The leader was a tall gaunt man with a scar on his face, Wang Hu, the mission target. Seeing Chen Guanyu's attire, his face paled.
An inner disciple. Run.
Without a second word, Wang Hu turned and fled toward the back of the temple. The other two menials were a beat slower.
By the time they reacted, Chen Guanyu had already moved.
Shadow sword step. His figure flickered, appearing before them in an instant, his long sword swinging horizontally.
Thump. Thump.
2 strikes and the chi refining third-layer menials collapsed unconscious.
Wang Hu had already bolted out the back, desperately plunging into the woods. Chen Guanyu gave chase, unhurriedly catching up within a few breaths. Why run?
He swung his sword, the blades light grazing the trunk beside Wang Hu, severing a bull-thick tree cleanly. Wang Hu's legs gave way in terror and he fell to his knees with a thud. Spare me, senior brother.
Spare me, he kowtowed repeatedly.
I was just momentarily foolish, please, for the sake of being fellow disciples, have mercy.
Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and said calmly, come back to the sect with me and await judgment.
Wang Hu's face turned ashen. He wanted to beg further, but meeting Chen Guanyu's placid eyes, he swallowed his words.
He knew he was no match and had no choice.
Moments later, Chen Guanyu led the bound Wang Hu, followed by 2 crestfallen menials, back toward the Starcloud sect. Returning to the sect, he handed the 3 over to the mission hall, collected 30 contribution points and headed to his cave dwelling. Such points meant little to him now. What he valued was the slight increase in his sword technique proficiency gained during the mission. Better than nothing, Chen Guanyu said with a smile, sitting cross-legged on his meditation cushion to begin cultivation. Days passed and his cultivation base and swordsmanship steadily improved. Before he knew it, a month had gone by. On this day, Chen Guanyu was practicing the radiant sword art by the cliff's edge. Suddenly he felt a surge of restlessness within his spiritual energy.
Chen Guanyu paused, immediately ceasing his movements.
He sat cross-legged and turned his gaze inward. Within his dantian, the vortex of spiritual energy spun at a furious pace, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon.
Is this a breakthrough?
A surge of joy welled up within Chen Guanyu. Hastily he cast aside all stray thoughts and focused on circulating his cultivation technique, guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians. There was no significant bottleneck between the 7th and 8th layers of chi refinement. As long as one had accumulated enough cultivation base, the breakthrough would naturally occur. Logically speaking, with only a mid-grade spiritual root, Chen Guanyu should not have been able to break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement so soon. However, due to his unceasing breakthroughs in cultivation techniques, his cultivation base had also risen accordingly. Now, unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the threshold of the 8th layer of chi refinement. This rate of cultivation growth was even slightly superior to that of an ordinary high-grade spiritual root.
Time passed second by second.
Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged by the cliff, spiritual energy surging around him, his robes billowing without wind.
Finally, at a certain moment, boom.
It felt as if something within his body had shattered. A surge of even more potent spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, flowing through his meridians to every limb and bone.
Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath.
The 8th layer of chi refinement. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt his body brimming with power. He summoned his interface. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation chi refinement, 8th layer sword techniques, light steering sword art perfection 311-0000 sword shadow step beginner 47150 radiant sword art beginner 152,300 interface. Note: the host can only obtain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated.
Looking at the numbers on the interface, Chen Guanyu offered a slight smile. His cultivation had risen to the 8th layer of chi refinement and his proficiency in sword techniques was steadily increasing. Especially the radiant sword art, which was only 148 points away from minor accomplishment. At the current pace, in another month or two, the radiant sword art will reach minor accomplishment. Chen Guanyu murmured, by then, combined with the light steering sword art, my strength should be able to ascend another level. Just then his identity jade token suddenly grew hot. Chen Guanyu took out the jade token and infused his spiritual energy into it. A stream of information transmitted into his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, please report to the mission hall at the Chen hour tomorrow to receive a garrison mission. Garrison the Qingyan or mine for a period of 1 year. The sect will assign 5 outer disciples to accompany you. You will depart together tomorrow. Mission reward: 30 contribution points per month with an additional 500 contribution points upon completion of the 1-year term. Chen Guanyu looked at the information on the jade token, his brows slightly raised. Garrison and or mine. This was the first time he had heard of such a mission. But upon further thought it made sense.
The Nebula sect controlled numerous resource points like spirit stone mines and iron mines, which required disciples to guard against rogue cultivators or beast incursions. A one-year term 30 contribution points per month that came to 360 points for the year, plus the 500 points upon completion, totaling 860 contribution points. This reward was far more generous than ordinary missions. He just hadn't expected the accompanying outer disciples to be assigned by the sect rather than chosen by himself. This caught him somewhat off guard. But it didn't matter, they were just going to garrison a mine, not go to war. Whoever came was fine. The next day Chen Guanyu did not go directly to the mission hall. Instead he first went to the sect's external affairs hall. Over these past days, after deducting what he had spent within the sect, he had saved up a total of 190 contribution points. Now that he was about to undertake a garrison mission lasting a full year, these contribution points would be of little use. It was better to exchange them for spirit stones, the universal currency of the entire cultivation world. The Nebula sect naturally allowed disciples to exchange contribution points for spirit stones at a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 contribution point for 1 low-grade spirit stone. After exchanging all his contribution points for spirit stones at the External Affairs Hall, Chen Guanyu arrived at the mission hall on time. 5 outer disciples were already standing outside the hall, 3 men and 2 women huddled together in quiet conversation. Seeing Chen Guanyu approach, the 5 quickly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen." Chen Guanyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 5. Suddenly he froze. Among the 5 was a figure he knew all too well. Old One. When Xiao looked up, blinking at him with an innocent expression, "Hehe, Guanyu, didn't expect to see me here, did you?" "To be honest, I didn't expect to be assigned to go with you either." The corner of Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. He was momentarily at a loss for words. This was truly fate. "Is everyone here?" a voice rang out. The Foundation establishment steward in charge of registration walked out holding a jade slip. "This is your mission jade slip. It contains the detailed situation and a map of the mine. The Qingyan ore mine primarily produces Qingyan iron, a common material used in refining magical instruments. The mine has several hundred mortal miners and 3 Qi refinement stage overseers. Recently many rogue cultivators have appeared in that area, and the 3 Qi refinement overseers are no longer sufficient. Therefore your mission is to assist Chen Guanyu in overseeing the mine, preventing disturbances from beasts or rogue cultivators. Remember, the monthly output of Qingyan iron from the mine must be handed over to the sect on time. A dedicated person will come to collect it. If any is missing, you will have to make up the difference yourselves." Chen Guanyu took the jade slip and nodded. "Disciple understands." The steward then looked at the 5 outer disciples. "You 5 once at the mine, you must follow Chen Guanyu's orders and must not act on your own." "Understood. Understood." The 5 answered in unison. The steward nodded with satisfaction, took a palm-sized flying boat from his bosom and tossed it into the air. The flying boat grew with the wind, instantly expanding to about 10 meters in length, hovering in midair. "Board. The flying boat will take you to the Qingyan ore mine. In 1 year someone will come to fetch you." Chen Guanyu and the other 6 boarded the flying boat. With a slight tremor the vessel lifted into the air, flying northwest. On the flying boat, when Xiao sidled up to Chen Guanyu, his face alight with excitement. Guanyu, who would have thought, would get to go on a mission together. Talk about fate. Chen Guanyu shot him a helpless look. "I didn't expect it either." When Xiao chuckled and pointed at the other 4, "Come on, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Dai Qi Refinement 4th layer. An old teamer among the outer disciples, joined 2 years before me." A burly, honest-looking young man clasped his hands towards Chen Guanyu. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. This is Qian Duodua Qi Refinement 3rd layer. Don't let his common name fool you, he's quite extraordinary. His family runs a shop in the Gathering Clouds market near our mountain gate. He's sharp." A tall, lean youth grinned. "Hello, Senior Brother Chen. I look forward to your guidance." And these 2 are Sun Miaoling and Zhouji, both at the 3rd layer of Qi Refinement, entered the outer sect in the same batch as me. The 2 female cultivators bowed in unison, one lively and outgoing, the other quiet and reserved. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen." As she spoke, Sun Miaoling even puffed out her chest towards Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu acknowledged each of them, forming a mental picture. Upon seeing Sun Miaoling's behavior, he immediately averted his gaze, completely ignoring it. A fortune he could not enjoy, a fortune he could not enjoy. 5 outer disciples, 1 at the 4th layer of Qi Refinement, 4 at the 3rd layer. Although their cultivation was not high, it should be sufficient for garrisoning the mine. In truth, for a situation like this, sending a single outer disciple at the late stage of Qi Refinement would have sufficed. Having him come felt like overkill. The flying boat journeyed for a full 3 days before finally coming to a halt before a continuous mountain range. From a high altitude, a cluster of buildings could be seen at the foot of the mountain with many figures bustling about.
We've arrived. Chen Guanyu stood up. Let's go down.
The 6 of them leaped off the flying boat, landing steadily in the open space at the center of the mine.
3 people were already approaching to greet them. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator at the 7th layer of chi refinement, followed by 2 young men at the 4th layer. Greetings, senior brother. The middle-aged cultivator bowed with clasped hands, his attitude respectful.
I am Xuanhuang, the overseer of this Qingyan or mine, responsible for daily excavation affairs.
These 2 are my assistants, Zhang Cheng and Li Fu. Chen Guanyu nodded. Overseer Zhou, no need for formalities.
I am Chen Guanyu, sent by the sect to garrison the mine for 1 year.
These 5 are the accompanying outer disciples. As he spoke, Chen Guanyu displayed his waist token to Zhou Feng. After confirming its authenticity, Zhou Feng quickly nodded. Senior brother Chen has traveled a long way. I have already prepared quarters. Please rest first, and tonight I will host a welcoming banquet for you all. Chen Guanyu waved his hand. There's no need for a banquet. First, take us to see the mine situation. I need to understand it. Zhou Feng was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, senior brother Chen, please follow me. Zhou Feng led the way, with Chen Guanyu and the other 5 following behind as they ventured deeper into the mine.
The residential area of the Qingyan mine was built on a low hill covering a considerable expanse with nothing but simple wooden huts and sheds as far as the eye could see. In the distance, several mine shafts were carved into the cliff face where ragged miners pushed their carts in and out, the clinking of picks echoing in an unending rhythm. Senior brother Chen, please take a look. Zhou Feng pointed at one of the shafts. This is shaft number 3, currently yielding the most ore, over 200 gene of green iron ore daily. Over there are shafts 1 and 2, their output is lower, but the ore quality is superior.
Chen Guanyu nodded and asked, how many miners are there in total?
To answer your question, senior brother, there are currently 437, Zhou Feng replied. All are mortals from nearby villages who came to work here willingly.
The sect pays them monthly wages, which is far better than farming. Chen Guanyu glanced around and inquired, how long has this mine been in operation? It only opened last year, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. Ordinarily, the sect wouldn't assign extra personnel to such a small mine. It's just us 3 chi refining stewards overseeing it. But who could have foreseen the recent trouble? What trouble? Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Feng sighed and lowered his voice. 3 months ago, a rumor surfaced from nowhere claiming there's a tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator nearby. Once word got out, the rogue cultivators in the area swarmed here like cats drawn to the scent of fish. At first it was just a few here and there and we didn't pay it much mind. But then more and more showed up. Some days we'd see over a dozen groups. They didn't attack, just loitered around. Last month Zhang Chang led a patrol and encountered 5 rogue cultivators blocking the path, demanding some more. Zhang Chang naturally refused, and after a half-hour standoff they finally left. Since then even more rogue cultivators have come, some daring to approach within 3 li of the mine. With just Zhang Chang, Li Fu and me, we can't possibly keep watch over everything. Zhou Feng frowned deeply. That's why we requested reinforcements from the sect. Chen Guanyu listened, his brow furrowing as well. When did these rogue cultivators grow so bold as to attempt robbing sect disciples? Zhou Feng let out a bitter laugh. Senior brother Chen, the main issue is the 3 of us. Chen Guanyu understood immediately. Zhou Feng meant that their cultivation was too low, and even clad in the robes of the nebulous sect as its disciples, no one took them seriously. At most, they refrained from outright aggression. However, a Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb. The timing of this rumor was far too convenient. The mine was built just last year, and now news of a tomb surfaces, drawing rogue cultivators who loiter near the mine. Was there really a tomb, or was someone spreading false rumors for ulterior motives? Steward Zhou, do you think the rumor about the tomb is credible? Chen Guanyu asked. Zhou Feng shook his head. Hard to say. In the cultivation world, tombs of cultivators are as numerous as oxen hairs, most containing their inheritances. But a Foundation establishment tomb in this place? I've been here for a year and never heard of such a thing. Chen Guanyu nodded and asked no further. Regardless of the rumor's truth, the fact remained that a large number of rogue cultivators had gathered, threatening the mine's safety. That was enough. How are the patrols arranged? Chen Guanyu asked. Zhou Feng replied, twice daily, morning and evening. The 3 of us take turns, 1 person each time, circling the mine's perimeter. But the mine spans over a dozen li, 1 person alone can't cover it all. Chen Guanyu nodded and turned to the 5 behind him. From today, patrols will be in groups of 4 twice daily. Steward Zhou and I will take turns staying at the mine in case of emergencies.
Zhao De Chen Duodua Sun Miaoling and Zhou Ji Yu 4 will form one group for daytime patrols. Old Wen you'll team up with Zhang Chang and Li Fu for nighttime patrols.
Any questions? The 5 answered in unison none. Chen Guanyu then looked at Zhou Feng.
Steward Zhou, does the mine have a spirit gathering array or a defensive formation?
Zhou Feng smiled wryly. Senior brother Chen, you jest.
For such a small mine opened just last year, the sect wouldn't spare the resources for formations.
Just a few wooden huts, not even a proper wall. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly.
Without a spiritual vein or gathering array, cultivation here would be slower than at the sect, but there was no helping it.
For a newly established small mine, having 3 qi refining stewards was already generous. Expecting formations was wishful thinking. Alright, let's proceed as planned. Chen Guanyu waved a hand. Take us to our lodgings.
Zhou Feng nodded and led the 6 to a row of wooden huts on the east side of the mine.
Senior brother Chen, this one is prepared for you.
Zhou Feng pushed open the largest hut, which was simply furnished with a bed, a table and a chair, but kept clean and tidy. The other 5 were smaller but still adequate.
Chen Guanyu glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. After 3 days of travel, rest was indeed welcome. That evening Zhou Feng insisted on hosting a welcome banquet.
It was modest, a few dishes of vegetables, a jug of spirit wine along with some game and spirit rice.
Chen Guanyu had wanted to skip the formalities, but Zhou Feng was so earnest that he went along.
During the meal, Wen Qiao and Zhao De quickly grew familiar with everyone, clinking glasses in lively cheer. Qian Duodua Glibtund recounted his father's business at Yunjifang Market, drawing giggles from Sun Miaoling.
Zhou Ji remained quiet, merely smiling without a word. Chen Guanyu watched the scene, a pang of nostalgia stirring within him.
In his past life, class gatherings had been just as lively.
But back then it was mortal, now it was cultivation.
Seen this way, the difference between cultivators and mortals didn't seem so vast. The same 7 emotions and 6 desires were all present. Well, except for those who practiced the way of severance, said to cut off such feelings.
But Chen Guanyu had never encountered one, so he dismissed it.
Senior brother Chen, Zhou Feng approached, raising his cup. I toast you.
With you overseeing this mine, I can rest easy. Chen Guanyu took the cup and drained it in one gulp.
The spirit wine was warm and smooth, carrying a faint trace of spiritual energy.
You're too kind, Steward Zhou. It's my duty. After the banquet, everyone returned to their huts to rest. Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged on his bed but didn't immediately cultivate. Instead, he summoned his interface.
Name Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer sword techniques, radiant sword art perfection 311-0000 sword shadow steps beginner 47150 flowing light sword art beginner 160300. The proficiency of flowing light sword art had increased slightly. At this rate he would reach minor mastery in at most 2 months.
A foundation establishment, cultivator's tomb. Chen Guanyu murmured, dismissing the interface. Regardless of the rumor's truth, since he was here he couldn't afford to be unprepared.
He had no desire to capsize in a ditch in this desolate wilderness. The days at the Qingyan mine were far more tranquil than Chen Guanyu had imagined. In the first few days he led Zhao De and a few others to explore the area for over 10 li in every direction, familiarizing himself with the terrain and encountering several groups of rogue cultivators. Those rogue cultivators, upon spotting the attire of the nebulous sect's inner disciples from afar, retreated on their own accord without causing any trouble. It seems my identity as an inner disciple is quite useful, Chen Guanyu mused inwardly. However, he was also well aware that this was only temporary. The rogue cultivators feared the nebulous sect behind him, not him as an individual. If driven by sufficient profit, these people would not care about any sect or clan. Therefore, apart from patrolling the mine daily, he devoted himself to sword practice. To the east of the mine there was a small grove that Chen Guanyu had designated as a forbidden zone, barring anyone from approaching. Every morning and evening he would practice his sword techniques there. In the blink of an eye 2 months had passed since Chen Guanyu arrived at the Qingyan mine. During these 2 months the mine remained peaceful. Although the rogue cultivators occasionally loitered nearby, they never crossed the boundary. Chen Guanyu relished the leisure, focusing wholeheartedly on his sword practice. One morning, as usual, he arrived at the small grove to train. The swishing sounds of his blade filled the air, leaving trails of afterimages as the sword light flickered. After 2 months of arduous training, his flowing light sword art had reached the peak of the initiate stage, merely a single point away from the minor accomplishment stage.
Chen Guanyu practiced the movements of the art over and over again. Suddenly his expression froze.
He hastily stopped his movements and summoned his interface. Name Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer sword arts light steering sword art perfection 471-0000 sword shadow step initiate 89150 flowing light sword art initiate 299,300 interface. Note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated.
Finally I can step into minor accomplishment. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up as he silently willed add points.
In an instant the proficiency of the flowing light sword art on the interface shifted from initiate 299,300 to minor accomplishment 0800. A profound enlightenment then flooded into his mind. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. After a moment he opened them, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Let's test its power.
He gripped his longsword tightly, circulating his spiritual energy within, and slashed out with a single stroke. The sword light streaked by like flowing radiance astonishingly fast, leaving behind 3 sword shadows in the air, each striking in a different direction.
Excellent.
Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. The speed and power of this strike were at least 50% greater than at the initiate stage. If he were to face that Gale Wolf now, he was confident he could take its life within 10 strikes. Just then a sudden commotion arose in the distance. Chen Guanyu furrowed his brows slightly, sheathed his sword, and walked toward the mine. As he reached the edge of the mine he saw Zhao Dai rushing over breathlessly.
Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen.
Zhao Dai panted heavily.
Bad news. Something terrible has happened.
Speak slowly, Chen Guanyu said, his expression unchanged.
Zhao Dai swallowed hard and pointed westward.
30 li to the west someone has discovered the tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator.
Now those rogue cultivators have gone mad, all rushing over there. Manager Zhou sent me to ask you, should we go and take a look? Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow.
If there truly was a Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb, it might contain second-rank treasures or even their complete inheritance. The rogue cultivators' eagerness was understandable given their scarcity of cultivation resources and the need to fight for everything themselves.
However, he saw no need to go himself.
With his golden finger, the interface, he could steadily cultivate complete tasks and continuously obtain cultivation resources within the sect, at least enough for his current needs.
If he risked going to that tomb, not to mention the challenge of defeating a horde of rogue cultivators to claim the Foundation establishment cultivator's legacy, even if he succeeded, what then?
He would be better off seeking refuge with Elder Fongqing. The value of a core formation cultivator far surpassed that of some unknown Foundation establishment cultivator lying in a tomb.
With this in mind, Chen Guanyu glanced at Zhao Dai. The sect sent us here to guard the mine. That Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb is none of our concern, well, ignore it. I'll go discuss the specifics with Manager Zhou. Where is Manager Zhou? He's waiting for you at the mine. Chen Guanyu nodded and strode quickly toward the mine.
At the center of the mine, Zhou Fangzhang was pacing back and forth. Seeing Chen Guanyu approach, he hurriedly greeted him.
Senior Brother Chen, you're here. Chen Guanyu waved his hand. Give me the details. Zhou Fang took a deep breath and spoke rapidly.
This morning a rogue cultivator came to the mine claiming they found the tomb entrance in a valley 30 li to the west.
The news has spread, at least 100 rogue cultivators are heading there now. And that rogue cultivator? Gone. Zhou Fang smiled bitterly. He just came to inform us.
I think his intention was to lure us there too, to divert the others and create an opportunity for himself.
Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment. Manager Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Fang thought it over and lowered his voice. Senior Brother Chen, I find this suspicious. We've been at this mine for over a year and never heard of any tomb. Why does it suddenly appear now? Besides, I've been to that valley.
The terrain is lowly and waterlogged all year round. It's hardly a suitable place to build a tomb.
Chen Guanyu nodded. Zhou Fang's analysis had some merit.
However, Zhou Fang shifted his tone. If there really is a tomb, wouldn't it be a missed opportunity if we don't go?
Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes. It seemed Zhou Fang was eager to take the risk. Manager Zhou, have you considered this?
If it's a ruse to lure us away and something happens to the mine, both of us will face the sect's punishment.
During my time stationed here, I've scouted the surroundings.
Though most rogue cultivators are at the early or mid-chi refining stage and pose little threat, there are a few at the late chi refining stage. These individuals could still threaten the mine. Manager Zhou, you need to think carefully.
Chen Guanyu wanted to persuade Zhou Fang to stay.
If it was indeed a diversion, having Zhou Fang here would be beneficial, given he was a late chi refining cultivator far more capable than Wen Xiao and the others. But if Zhou Fang was determined to go, Chen Guanyu wouldn't stop him. Blocking someone's path to fortune was like killing their parents, and he had no desire to make enemies needlessly lest he be stabbed in the back one day without knowing why. More importantly, although he held the highest status and cultivation level at the mine, the sect had not given him the title of manager.
Nominally, he had no authority over Zhou Fang. Senior Brother Chen. Zhou Fang gave a bitter smile. You are exceptionally talented and have entered the inner sect. You may not understand the struggles of us insignificant outer sect members. I am nearly 60 and still haven't reached the 9th layer of chi refining. Once I pass 60 with my mediocre talent, I fear I will never have another chance to establish my foundation. The words were blunt and Chen Guanyu understood them well. He could only nod helplessly. Then Manager Zhou, do as you see fit. I should be able to handle the mine's affairs without major issues. Then I thank you, senior brother. Zhou Fang solemnly bowed to Chen Guanyu before turning and leaving the mine. Senior brother Chen, this Manager Zhou is really... Sun Miling's face showed displeasure and she wanted to say something, but Chen Guanyu interrupted her. Junior sister Sun, let's not discuss Manager Zhou's matters further. Sun Miaoling was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Wen Xiao on the other hand stared at Zhou Fang's retreating figure, lost in thought. 30 miles west of the Qingyan mine, in a secluded valley, over a dozen rogue cultivators sat together, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Damn it, with hundreds of people crowding the tomb entrance, with our meager cultivation we won't even get a scrap, a burly bald man grumbled, slapping his thigh in frustration. Lu the pockmark's right, echoed a scrawny cultivator with a pointed face. I took a look, there are at least 20 or 30 at the late chi refining stage. Would be cannon fodder at best. Silence fell. They were all rogue cultivators from the area, their cultivation levels uneven, with the highest only at the 7th layer of chi refining. Against cultivators of the 8th or 9th layer they were indeed outmatched. After all, in the cultivation world those who could defy the odds and defeat a higher realm were rare. So we just watch, a younger cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. A foundation establishment cultivator's tomb doesn't open every day. We can't leave empty-handed. Who said we'd leave empty-handed? From the corner a middle-aged cultivator with a sinister expression spoke slowly. All eyes turned to him. This cultivator, surnamed Du, went by the single name Lai. He was the strongest among them at the 7th layer of chi refining and had a modest reputation among the local rogue cultivators. Brother, do you have a plan? Lu the pockmark asked. Du Lai grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. I do have an idea, but it depends on whether you have the guts. What is it? Spit it out. Du Lai scanned the group, lowering his voice. Have you noticed the Star Cloud Sect's mine? The group was taken aback. The mine? You mean the Qingyan mine? Exactly, Du Lai nodded. I've been observing that mine for days. Originally there were 3 chi refining overseers, including one at the late stage. We wouldn't have dared to touch it. But this morning I deliberately sent someone to inform them about the tomb's opening. Soon after I saw that 7th layer overseer heading toward the tomb. Oh. Their eyes lit up. That's not all, Du Lai continued. The Star Cloud Sect sent someone to collect ore at the beginning of the month. Now it's almost the end of the month. The mine must have at least a month's worth of azure iron ore stored. The ore isn't worth a fortune, but split among a dozen of us each could get over 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones. Someone's eyes turned red. For a rogue cultivator, over 100 low-grade spirit stones was no small sum, enough to buy several bottles of pills or a low-grade first-rank magical artifact. But aren't there others at the mine? The scrawny cultivator asked, worried. I heard the Star Cloud Sect sent an inner disciple to guard it. Du Lai sneered. So what if it's an inner disciple? I've seen him, a young lad at most at the 7th layer of chi refining, the same realm as me. There are over a dozen of us. The advantage is ours. I'll hold him off and you all rush in. No matter how strong he is, he can't stop us all. Besides, Du Lai paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. These pampered geniuses from the sects have never seen real blood. How much of their strength can they actually unleash in a fight? The group exchanged glances, tempted. Let's do it. Lu the pockmark slapped his thigh. Better to pull off a big heist than to be cannon fodder at the tomb. Grab the ore and run. The Star Cloud Sect might be powerful, but they can't chase all of us, can they? Yeah, let's do it. Count me in. Anyone who chickens out is a coward. The group echoed in agreement. Du Lai nodded with satisfaction, standing up. Since everyone's on board, listen to my plan. We strike at midnight tonight. Sneak in under cover of darkness, make it quick. Grab the loot and scatter. From then on we go our separate ways and no one knows anyone. Understood, they chorused, their eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. Midnight. The moonlight was thin, casting the mine in a dim gloom. The wooden huts had long gone dark save for a few flickering flames near the mine shaft where the nightshift miners worked. Du Lai led the dozen rogue cultivators, silently creeping to the edge of the mine. Everyone ready. Du Lai whispered.
Ready, they murmured, some gripping swords, others clutching talismans, and a few pulling out bottles and jars.
Remember, the target is the largest wooden hut on the east side, the inner disciples' quarters. Take him out first and the rest will be easy. With that, Du Lai waved his hand. Go. Over a dozen figures darted into the mine, heading straight for the eastern hut. But just as they were 30 zhang away, a sharp sword hum rang out. Before they could react, a flash of swordlight shot from the window, cleaving one unfortunate soul in two. Then the wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a tall, slender figure. It was Chen Guanyu. He stood at the threshold, bathed in moonlight, his young face calm and unruffled. Visiting at this hour instead of sleeping? Chen Guanyu said coolly, his gaze sweeping over the dozen shadows without a flicker of emotion. Du Lai's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the corpse, but he quickly steadied himself. He let out a sly chuckle. Young friend, be smart and hand over the ore. Well, take it and leave no harm done, and well, overlook what just happened. Otherwise. He brandished his long blade, the threat clear. Chen Guanyu looked at him, then at the men behind him, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. A 7th-layer chi refining cultivator leading a rabble dares to rob a Starcloud sect mine. Who gave you the nerve? Du Lai's face darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We outnumber you. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop us all. Outnumber me.
Chen Guanyu chuckled softly, his right hand gripping the sword hilt behind his back.
Let's see about that. With that, he moved. Sword shadow step. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing before a rogue cultivator. Before the man could react, a blur of swordlight flashed. His weapon flew from his grasp and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! A scream had barely escaped when Chen Guanyu appeared before another. Thud! Another body flew backward. Flowing light sword art. The sword light flickered like fireflies, too fast to track. In mere breaths, 5 lay groaning on the ground. Du Lai's pupils contracted. So fast. He had miscalculated. Don't be afraid. Charge. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, blade raised. The remaining rogue cultivators had no choice but to follow. A cold glint flashed in Chen Guanyu's eyes. He shifted his sword stance and unleashed the light-steering sword art. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating half the mine. Ah! My eyes. Some cultivators, blinded, were instantly cut down, their bodies cleaved apart. Du Lai squinted, swinging his blade at Chen Guanyu. Clang! Sword met blade, sparks flying. A tremendous force surged through Du Lai's arm, his hand aching, his blade nearly slipping. Impossible. You're not at the 7th layer. His heart pounded with terror. He was at the 7th layer too. How could this brat be so much stronger? Chen Guanyu remained expressionless, unwilling to answer. His sword strokes came faster, one after another. After 3 exchanges, Du Lai's blade was sent flying, embedding itself 3 zhang away. Before he could react, Chen Guanyu kicked him square in the chest. Du Lai flew backward, crashing heavily, his chest searing with pain as he gasped for air. When he finally caught his breath and looked up, he was stunned. All dozen rogue cultivators lay on the ground, their groans filling the night. Not one remained standing. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword, standing in the center, robes fluttering as if he had never moved. He collected their storage pouches, then walked over to Du Lai and looked down at him. Is that all you've got? Du Lai's lips trembled, but no words came out. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Guanyu took his storage pouch. That was years of his savings. Though there wasn't much inside. A 7th layer chi refining cultivator leading over a dozen underlings full of confidence to raid a mine. And what happened? They didn't even last the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Wah! What realm are you really in? Du Lai struggled to ask. Chen Guanyu replied flatly, 8th layer of chi refining. Du Lai's vision went dark. 8th layer. Had he been eating pills like candy? Just then, when Xiao and Zhao Dai rushed out, gaping at the scene. Holy crap! Guanyu, this. When Xiao stammered, his jaw hanging open. Sun Miao Ling's eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Guanyu, practically starstruck. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged. Tie up the survivors. Don't let them escape. Throw the dead outside as a warning to any other reckless cultivators. Yes, sir. They quickly set to work binding the rogue cultivators. Chen Guanyu turned to look at the eastern night sky, lost in thought. These rogue cultivators had arrived at a convenient time, right after Zhou Fang left. Was it mere coincidence, or was someone pulling the strings?
For now he had to deal with the prisoners.
Senior brother Chen. Zhao Dai ran over, pointing at Du Lai. This one seems to be the leader. What should we do with him? Chen Guanyu glanced at Du Lai. Lock him up separately. I'll interrogate him myself tomorrow. Yes. That night the mine was brightly lit. The surviving rogue cultivators were tied up like bundles and thrown into an empty hut.
Their cries and pleas echoed through the night, ignored by all. Chen Guanyu returned to his wooden hut, sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the storage pouches one by one. Tisk, these wretched paupers, the combined contents of their pouches aren't even worth as much as I have.
Chen Guanyu was utterly speechless.
From over a dozen storage pouches the spoils couldn't even amount to 200 spirit stones. The most valuable item was Du Lai's blade, a mid-grade first-tier artifact that could fetch another 200 to 300 spirit stones if sold. No wonder these rogue cultivators had come to rob the mine, they were truly destitute.
Forget it, Chen Guanyu muttered, dismissing the pouches.
He summoned his interface and allocated all the points he had just earned. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer, swordsmanship light raining sword art perfected 531-0000 sword shadow step beginner 98150 radiant flow sword art proficient 15800. A faint smile graced Chen Guanyu's lips as he gazed at the numbers on the panel. Though the battle had been effortless, it had still yielded him a considerable number of points. The leader, a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, had contributed far more points than the lesser minions. It seems I need to seek more opportunities for real combat in the future. But for tonight he would rest well. The next morning Chen Guanyu began interrogating the rogue cultivators.
The results of the interrogation caught him off guard.
These rogue cultivators had indeed come of their own accord with no instigator, they had simply seized the opportunity of the mine's weakened defenses to plunder. As for the tomb, they had only heard of it and never intended to get involved.
Truly a motley crew. Chen Guanyu shook his head and ordered them to be taken away.
In the days that followed, peace returned to the mine.
Zhou Fang never came back, so Chen Guanyu sent men to search for him. They eventually found Zhou Fang's corpse in the wilderness, brutally mutilated and stripped of all his clothes.
Chen Guanyu personally examined the body, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. But since the man was dead, he could only report the matter to the sect. The Starcloud sect sent 2 disciples from the punishment hall for a symbolic investigation which ultimately amounted to nothing.
They didn't even bother to send anyone to fill Zhou Fang's vacancy.
Chen Guanyu, however, paid it no mind. As long as he was at the mine, no chaos would ensue. Before he knew it, Chen Guanyu had been stationed at the mine for nearly a year. One day, while practicing his swordsmanship in a small grove, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy at the horizon. He looked up to see a flying boat heading toward the mine.
Here to pick us up. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow.
Calculating the time, their 1-year assignment was indeed coming to an end.
The flying boat descended slowly and several figures leaped down, likely replacements for Chen Guanyu and his companions.
Chen Guanyu squinted, his gaze sharpening. At the forefront was a middle-aged cultivator who appeared to be around 40, with a clean-shaven face and pale complexion. He wore a cyan robe and carried a jade token at his waist, marking him as a Foundation Establishment steward of the Starcloud sect.
Yet Chen Guanyu had never seen this man before. Are you the inner disciple Chen Guanyu? The middle-aged cultivator asked, his tone flat as he regarded Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu quickly cupped his hands in salute. Disciple Chen Guanyu pays respects to Uncle Master.
The middle-aged cultivator nodded, studying him with a flicker of barely perceptible surprise in his eyes.
Qi refining 8th layer. Impressive. I recall you have only a mid-grade spiritual root, don't you?
Chen Guanyu was taken aback, unsure how this Uncle Master knew of his spiritual root aptitude, but he quickly replied, yes, I have a mid-grade spiritual root. A mid-grade spiritual root, yet reaching Qi refining 8th layer at just 17, truly rare, the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. I am Meng Zhang, the steward sent by the sect to escort you back.
Newly transferred. Chen Guanyu's mind stirred, though his expression remained composed. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Master Meng.
Meng Zhang waved a hand and produced a jade slip from his robe.
This is your mission reward, already credited to your identity token. Additionally, he glanced at Chen Guanyu. The sect has ordered you to report to Elder Feng Chang's cave dwelling upon your return. Chen Guanyu was startled. Elder Feng is looking for me. Meng Zhang nodded. I don't know the specifics either. You'll find out when you return. Pack your things and prepare to depart. Though puzzled, Chen Guanyu didn't press further. Disciple understands, he said with a bow. Moments later, when Xiao and the others hurried over.
Upon seeing Meng Zhang, they all bowed in greeting.
Greetings, Uncle Master Meng.
Meng Zhang nodded faintly, his gaze sweeping over them.
Is everyone here?
Board the boat. The 6 of them climbed aboard the flying boat, which shuddered slightly before lifting off and heading back the way they had come.
Aboard the boat, Wen Qiu sidled up to Chen Guanyu and lowered his voice. Guanyu, do you know this Uncle Master Meng? I've never heard of him. Chen Guanyu shook his head. I've never seen him before either.
Oh well, Wen Qiu scratched his head. I thought since you're an inner disciple you'd know all the stewards.
Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. There are over 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators in the entire sect. How could I possibly know all of them? Wen Qiu nodded. I guess that makes sense.
Sun Miaoling leaned in, blinking.
Senior brother Chen, what do you think Elder Fong wants with you? Could it be that he wants to take you as his disciple?
Don't overthink it, Chen Guanyu said with a resigned look. Elder Fong is a core formation true man. Why would he take an interest in a disciple with only a mid-grade spiritual root?
You never know. Sun Miaoling insisted earnestly. Senior brother Chen, your swordsmanship is excellent and you're so young.
It's only natural that Elder Fong would admire you. Chen Duo chimed in, exactly. Senior brother Chen, if you become a true disciple, don't forget us little brothers.
Zhao Dai gave a simple, honest smile.
Senior brother Chen is sure to achieve great things. Zhou, she said nothing, but her eyes conveyed the same sentiment.
Chen Guanyu was both amused and exasperated. He waved his hand. All right, stop guessing. We'll know when we get back. Wen Qiu and the others were overthinking it.
Zhang Yinru and Zhang Yanggang had already briefed him on the sect's general situation. Core formation elders usually selected their true disciples from prestigious cultivation families or from disciples who had trained within the Starcloud sect since childhood. For those who had risen from subordinate Starcloud observatories, unless they possessed extraordinary talent, becoming a true disciple was unlikely. It wasn't without precedent, but Chen Guanyu didn't believe he was exceptional enough for a core formation true man to take him as a personal disciple. After all, each core formation elder of the Starcloud sect could have at most 3 true disciples.
And Fang Cheng, as far as he knew, already had 2. The remaining slot would likely go to a disciple from a cultivation family.
So why was Fang Cheng looking for him?
Chen Guanyu couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop worrying. He would know everything once he returned to the sect. 3 days earlier. Atop the main peak of Yuhua Mountain within the Xingyun sect.
Deep in an ancient cave dwelling, Fang Cheng sat cross-legged on a cushion, before him a pot of freshly brewed spirit tea, its fragrant aroma curling upward, soothing the soul. Yet at this moment he had no mind for tea, merely gazing quietly at the 2 people opposite him.
Elder Fong, you cannot simply ignore this matter.
The speaker was a burly middle-aged cultivator with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a full beard, his voice booming like a bell. You know the situation with my grandson. At the 9th layer of Qi, refining his mastery of the blazing flame art is nothing short of extraordinary. For this mission to Jinling Commandery he was the most suitable choice.
But now, just because the Insha sect might pose some danger, his father insists on forbidding him from going.
Tell me, what kind of nonsense is this? The burly cultivator grew more agitated as he spoke, slapping his thigh so hard that the teacups on the table jumped. Elder Jiang, calm yourself. We have known each other for over a century, there is no need for theatrics with me.
Fang Qing said calmly, taking a sip from his cup.
Your Jiang Lai is indeed talented, but since the Jiang family does not wish him to go, the sect cannot force the issue.
Not force the issue? Then who will go?
A sinister voice interjected. The speaker was a lean middle-aged cultivator with a gaunt face and shrewd triangular eyes, who looked at Fang Cheng with a half-smile. Elder Fang, I have heard that the situation in Jinling Commandery is far from favorable.
All 3 spies our Xingyun sect placed in Jinling Commandery have gone silent.
The last message sent back indicated that the Insha sect has been making major moves, they're seemingly searching for someone.
At a time like this, sending a disciple with a powerful background would only cause an uproar among their family if something goes wrong. Yet sending one without connections risks insufficient strength and they might perish there.
If captured alive and unable to withstand interrogation, they might expose our Xingyun sect, giving the Insha sect a pretext to trouble us.
The ancestors above would never forgive us. Truly a difficult matter.
The lean cultivator shook his head and drained his cup in one gulp. Fang Qing glanced at him and said slowly, Elder, you speaks truly.
This is indeed a thorny issue. Jinling Commandery lies under the Insha sect's rule, making our operations there difficult.
Now that all our spies have gone silent, it is clear a major problem has arisen. The sect needs to send someone to investigate, but this person's identity must remain sufficiently covert to avoid drawing the Insha sect's attention.
Moreover, if, heaven forbid, something goes wrong, the sect must not be implicated.
At these words, Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged a glance, both understanding Fang Qing's meaning.
So Elder Fang's intention is?
Elder Yu narrowed his eyes. To find a disciple of common birth.
Exactly. Fang Cheng nodded.
A common disciple, rootless and unconnected.
If something happens, no one will make a fuss.
More importantly, their cultivation must not be too low, at least the later stages of qi refining.
It would be best if they return alive. If not, then so be it.
Outer disciples are out of the question, their combat strength is insufficient.
We must select from the inner disciples.
Elder Jiang scratched his head. But among our inner disciples of common birth who have not been recruited by noble families, there are only a little over 40. Most are of mediocre strength, ranking at the bottom of the inner sect. Sending them would be suicide.
Elder Yu frowned as well. And we cannot speak openly. We cannot simply tell the disciple go die.
We must find a pretext to make them go willingly. Fang Qing said nothing, merely staring at him. Elder Yu grew uncomfortable under his gaze.
What's on my face? Why are you staring at me? Fang Qing was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I do have someone in mind.
Oh. Both turned to look at him.
Chen Guanyu. Fang Qing slowly uttered the name.
You should have heard of him. He is the lower courtyard disciple who broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining on the spot during last year's sect recruitment.
Elder Jiang was taken aback. That lad with decent sword talent. I remember him.
That kid of Mining Row is quite close to him, and there's a little one from the Zhan family too.
But what is his cultivation now?
The 8th layer of qi refining. Fang Qing said flatly.
He just returned after a year stationed at the Qingyan mine. The 8th layer.
Elder Yu was somewhat surprised.
Breaking through from the 7th to the 8th layer in just 1 year.
That cultivation speed surpasses even most superior Great Spirit roots.
Indeed. Fang Cheng nodded. But more importantly is his swordsmanship.
Upon entering the sect, he had already mastered the light steering sword art to perfection, and I hear he has now trained in the flowing light sword art to a minor achievement.
Oh. Elder Jiang's eyes lit up. That lad is impressive. Elder Yu pondered for a moment, then asked, what is his character like? Is he sharp? Fang Qing thought back to his conversation with Chen Guanyu in the pavilion. Neither servile nor arrogant, with a mind of his own and not greedy.
Fang Qing said slowly. When I invited him to join my Fang family, he did not agree immediately, saying he needed to think it over. Such a temperament is rare among his peers. Moreover, he came from the subordinate Xingyun temple with no relatives or friends in the sect.
If something happens to him, no one will pursue the matter.
Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged a glance and nodded in unison.
So it's settled on him?
Elder Jiang asked.
Fang Cheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. After a moment, he set down the cup and looked at the two. He should arrive at the sect in a few days. I will speak with him then. And let me make this clear, he can go, but not for nothing.
The dangers in Jinling Commandery are unpredictable, we must offer some compensation.
Elder Yu nodded. Naturally. What do you have in mind, Elder Fang? Fang Qing paused, then said, I think we should give him a foundation establishment pill. A foundation establishment pill.
Elder Jiang's eyes widened.
Elder Fang, aren't you being a bit too generous?
That thing is a treasure that can increase the chances of foundation establishment. Though we core formation cultivators have no use for it, every family has younger generations. Giving it to a common-born qi refining disciple. Precisely because he is a qi refining disciple, it holds greater allure.
Fang Qing said calmly.
Do you think if he knew that a trip to Jinling Commandery would earn him a foundation establishment pill, he would refuse to go?
Elder Yes' eyes brightened. Brilliant, Elder Fang.
A foundation establishment pill is an irresistible temptation for any qi refining disciple.
Even knowing the danger, they would be willing to take the gamble. Most people don't even get the chance to gamble.
But Elder Jiang scratched his head.
Foundation establishment pills don't grow on trees.
Among the three of us, who will provide it?
Fang Chung shot him a look.
A foundation establishment pill may seem unattainable to low-level cultivators, but you've cultivated for so many years, can't you even save up that much? There's no such thing as a horse that runs without eating grass.
I will provide the foundation establishment pill.
He will receive it after completing the mission. As for the remaining spirit stones, talismans, artifacts and pills, the two of you can decide between yourselves.
The total value must not be less than this.
As he spoke, Fang Cheng held up 5 fingers.
500.
Elder Jiang ventured.
Poof. Fang Cheng glared at him. 500. 5,000. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones.
And a portion must be given to him in advance, otherwise going to Jinling Commandery would truly be a death sentence.
TSK. Elder, you raised an eyebrow.
Old Fang, your relationship with this kid must be special.
Don't tell me he's some long-lost descendant of yours. He's just a common disciple.
What if we simply gave him no reward? After all, he would be contributing to the sect. Elder Jiang also looked at Fang Cheng with suspicion.
Chen Guanyu has no blood relation with me. Fang Cheng glanced at the two. I won't hide it from you.
If he completes this mission, I intend to take him as my true disciple. At these words, both Elder Jiang and Elder Yu were visibly shocked.
Old Fang, have you lost your mind?
He's not only a common disciple, but his spirit root is merely of middle grade.
You. Enough. Fang Cheng cut off Elder Jiang.
It all depends on whether he can succeed in this mission. If he fails or even lacks the courage to try, then I will never take him as my true disciple.
This.
Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged another glance.
Very well. I will prepare the items for him. With that, Elder Jiang rose and departed.
Elder Yu, after expressing his support for Fang Cheng's decision, also took his leave. Once they were gone, Fang Cheng sat alone on his cushion, staring at the teacup on the table, lost in thought.
Chen Guanyu,
he murmured to himself.
I hope you do not disappoint me. 3 days later.
In Fang Cheng's cave dwelling, Chen Guanyu stood respectfully below, his heart filled with trepidation. Since returning from the mine, he had not even gone back to his own cave, but came directly to Fang Cheng's. Along the way, he had pondered countless possibilities, yet he could not fathom why Fang Cheng had summoned him. Sit, Fang Cheng said, pointing to the cushion opposite him, his demeanor as amiable as it had been a year ago.
Chen Guanyu sat down as instructed but remained silent, simply waiting.
Fang Cheng cast a glance at him, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. A year had passed and the young man had grown considerably more composed.
Do you know why I called for you? Fang Cheng asked. Chen Guanyu shook his head. This disciple does not know. Fang Cheng nodded, not beating around the bush. The sect has a mission and it requires your involvement.
Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged.
Please enlighten me, Elder.
Fang Cheng stared at him for a moment before speaking slowly.
Do you know what lies to the south of our Star Cloud sect's territory? Chen Guanyu paused, then replied after a moment's thought.
This disciple has heard that to the south lies the territory of the Nether Fiend sect.
Correct. Fang Cheng nodded.
The Nether Fiend sect, a demonic sect, has always been at odds with our Star Cloud sect and other righteous paths. Though there are no major open conflicts, their covert machinations have never ceased. Gold Spirit Commandery is a prefecture under the Nether Fiend sect's control, bordering our Star Cloud sect. The sect planted several spies there to monitor the Nether Fiend sect's movements. At this point, Fang Cheng paused, his tone growing grave.
But a month ago, all 3 spies in Gold Spirit Commandery went silent.
The last message they sent back indicated that the Nether Fiend sect has been making significant moves in that area, seemingly searching for someone. Thus the sect needs to send someone to Gold Spirit Commandery to uncover the reason for the spies' disappearance and determine what the Nether Fiend sect is plotting.
Chen Guanyu's heart sank heavily upon hearing this. Chen Guanyu's heart plummeted. Go into the Nether Fiend sect's territory.
Wasn't this sending him to his death?
As an inner disciple of the Starcloud sect venturing into demonic territory, if his identity were exposed, the consequences. Chen Guanyu dared not think further.
Elder, this disciple presumes to ask. There are countless disciples stronger than me in the sect, and even many Foundation establishment uncles who could go.
Why choose me? Chen Guanyu suppressed his unease, striving to keep his voice steady.
Fang Cheng looked at him, a glint of approval in his eyes. To remain calm in the face of such a matter, first asking the reason rather than panicking or blindly agreeing, this temperament was indeed rare. Because you are suitable, Fang Cheng stated bluntly. You come from a commoner background, have no roots or ties, and have few attachments within the sect.
If something were to happen, no one would pursue the matter.
As for why we chose you, a chi refining disciple, over those at the Foundation establishment stage, it's mainly because Gold Spirit Commandery is not a major place.
Sending a Foundation establishment cultivator there would easily alert the enemy and spark conflict between the two sects. Additionally, most Foundation establishment cultivators have cultivated the sect's unique star cloud myriad arts technique. If they were to act as spies, their identity would be revealed the moment they used their techniques. The words were blunt, even cold. But Chen Guanyu understood. In other words, he was an expendable pawn. If he died, no one would make a fuss over him. Chen Guanyu was silent for a moment, then asked, "What if this disciple refuses?" Fong Chang was not angered. Refusing is naturally an option. The sect does not force disciples into suicidal missions. However, he paused, taking a jade bottle from his bosom and placing it on the table. "If you go regardless of the mission's outcome, this Foundation establishment pill inside is yours." Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted. A Foundation establishment pill. That was a treasure that could increase the success rate of Foundation establishment. Loose cultivators would kill for even one, and within the sect only disciples who made significant contributions could obtain it. And significant contributions were merely determined at the whim of the core formation elders above. He had originally planned to slowly save up spirit stones after reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining, hoping to buy a Foundation establishment pill on the market or exchange for one with contribution points if the sect allocated any. He never expected this. "Elder Fong, are you serious?" Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Fong Chang nodded. "I always keep my word. And not just the Foundation establishment pill. Elder Jiang and Elder Yu will prepare 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for you, along with some talismans, artifacts and pills. You can receive a portion in advance." 5,000 spirit stones. Chen Guanyu's heart raced. With the Foundation establishment pill added this reward. Of course, if you refuse, none of this will be yours. Fong Chang picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. "Consider it yourself." Chen Guanyu fell silent. Reason told him this mission was far too dangerous. Venturing deep into enemy territory to gather intelligence, one misstep would mean death and the end of his path. But a Foundation establishment pill. What Qi refining cultivator could resist the temptation of a Foundation establishment pill? With the pill, his chances of successfully establishing his foundation would increase by at least 50%. Combined with his swordsmanship talent and the golden finger of his status panel, Foundation establishment was almost certain. Chen Guanyu's mind raced, torn between going and not going. After a moment, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and looked up at Fong Chang. "Elder, this disciple wishes to know the specifics of this mission." A trace of amusement flickered in Fong Chang's eyes, knowing the young man was already tempted. "It's simple," Fong Chang said, setting down his cup. "Go to Gold Spirit Commandery, find our missing spies, or uncover the reason for their disappearance. Also see what the Nether Fiend sect is up to and why they've been so active lately. There's no need for you to do anything dangerous, just gather information and report back. Of course, if the opportunity arises, rescuing the spies would be ideal. If not, so be it." Chen Guanyu listened, quickly calculating in his mind. It sounded manageable, just gathering intelligence. But the problem was that Gold Spirit Commandery was Nether Fiend sect territory. As an outsider and a Qi refining cultivator, one misstep would expose him. "How will this disciple enter Gold Spirit Commandery?" Chen Guanyu asked. "Surely I can't go as a Starcloud sect disciple." Fong Chang nodded. "Naturally, you cannot use your real identity. We will arrange a new identity for you, a loose cultivator who drifted into Gold Spirit Commandery from elsewhere. Just keep a low profile, avoid trouble, and generally no one will specifically investigate you. Gold Spirit Commandery is teeming with loose cultivators. This identity is the most convenient. Remember, your mission is only to gather information, not to kill, set fires, or play the hero. Once there, observe more and speak less. Act according to circumstances, and above all, stay low-key in low-key again." Chen Guanyu was silent for a moment before finally nodding. "This disciple is willing to go." Fong Chang smiled with satisfaction. "Good. You have courage." He stood up, walked over to Chen Guanyu and patted his shoulder. "Rest assured, I won't send you to your death. For this mission, as long as you return alive regardless of the outcome, the Foundation establishment pill is yours. Additionally, the items prepared by Elder Jiang and Elder Yu will be given to you in advance. Talismans, pills, artifacts, you'll have what you need." Chen Guanyu clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." Fong Chang waved his hand. "No need to thank me. You'll earn it with your life. Alright, go back and rest. You depart in 3 days. Someone will deliver the items to your cave and inform you of the specific route and contact methods." This disciple understands. Chen Guanyu took his leave and exited Fong Chang's cave.
Outside he took a deep breath and looked up at the sky.
Gold Spirit Commandery. Nether Fiends sacked. This mission would likely be anything but peaceful.
But since he had decided, there was nothing to fear. The path of cultivation was after all a struggle against heaven itself.
If he feared even this danger, how could he speak of immortality?
Chen Guanyu clenched his fist and strode purposefully toward his own cave dwelling.
Returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged on a cattail mat and summoned his interface.
Name: Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer, sword arts, light steering, sword art mastery 53100000, sword shadow steps, beginner 98150, flowing light, sword art intermediate 15800. Interface note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being practiced.
Gazing at the numbers on the interface, Chen Guanyu sank into contemplation.
With only 3 days left, he had to urgently improve his strength. Sword Shadow Steps was 52 points away from reaching intermediate level, while Flowing Light Sword Art still needed 785 points to achieve mastery. With only 3 days remaining, a major breakthrough in Flowing Light Sword Art was clearly impossible, so Chen Guanyu decided to go all in on Sword Shadow Steps. But every bit of improvement counted. Over the next 3 days, Chen Guanyu barely slept, spending all his time practicing swordsmanship except for necessary rest. On the evening of the 3rd day, he summoned the interface again. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer, sword arts, light steering, sword art mastery 531000, sword shadow steps, beginner 129150, flowing light, sword art intermediate 15800. In 3 days, sword shadow steps had increased by 31 points, while the other two had not grown at all since he hadn't practiced them.
Though modest, it was better than nothing. About time, Chen Guanyu said, sheathing his sword.
Just as he was about to rest, a knock came from outside his cave dwelling.
Is senior brother Chen in? Chen Guanyu opened the door to find an unfamiliar outer sect disciple holding a storage pouch. Senior brother Chen, Elder Jiang sent me to deliver this.
The disciple respectfully handed over the pouch.
Chen Guanyu took it and probed it with his divine sense, his eyes immediately lighting up.
Inside the pouch were neatly stacked 2,500 low-grade spirit stones, a stack of talismans, several bottles of pills, a first-rank superior protective soft armor, and a first-rank superior spirit light shield.
Elder Jiang said this is an advance payment. When you return, senior brother, the remaining 2,500 will be added, the disciple added. Chen Guanyu nodded, stowing the pouch away. Thank Elder Jiang for me.
The disciple cupped his hands and left.
Chen Guanyu closed the door and took out the items from the pouch one by one.
There were 20 talismans, 15 fireball talismans, 3 golden armor talismans, and 2 swift movement talismans, all first-rank superior items that could save lives in critical moments. There were 10 bottles of pills, 4 of Qi restoration pills, 4 of healing pills, 1 of detoxification pills, and finally 1 of boiling blood pills meant for desperate bursts of power. The soft armor was pure silver, thin as a cicada's wing and nearly weightless when worn, yet its defensive power surpassed that of his previous ice silkworm inner armor. Chen Guanyu was delighted to discover that the armor also had the effect of concealing his cultivation, masking it to roughly the 5th layer of Qi refining.
Excellent,
he said with satisfaction, putting on the armor next to his skin, storing the talismans and pills in his pouch, and packing the spirit stones.
Everything was ready. He only had to wait for the next day.
The following morning, Chen Guanyu rose early, changed into a plain gray robe, wrapped his dark iron longsword in coarse cloth and slung it on his back, then left his cave dwelling. At the mountain gate he spotted a familiar figure.
Old One. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. What are you doing here? Wen Xiao ran over, panting. I heard you're going on a long mission. Why didn't you tell me? How did you find out?
Chen Guanyu was baffled that even Wen Xiao knew he was leaving.
The guy who delivered your stuff is a buddy of mine in the outer sect. We were talking over dinner yesterday and he mentioned delivering a bunch of resources to someone in the inner sect. I figured it had to be your place, so I guessed you were heading out and came to confirm.
Chen Guanyu fell silent for a moment, gaining a new perspective on the disciple's discretion at Starcloud sect.
He patted Wen Xiao's shoulder. The mission is confidential. I can't say. And it's no big deal, just a trip. He'll be back in a while.
Wen Xiao stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly lowered his voice.
Guanyu, tell me honestly, is this mission very dangerous? Chen Guanyu smiled. How dangerous could it be? I'm strong enough, who could hurt me?
If it weren't dangerous, why would they give you so much?
Wen Xiao started to say more but was cut off. Enough, don't be so fussy. When I get back, we'll catch up. I'll treat you to the best wine at the finest tavern in Yunji Market. Wen Xiao opened his mouth but finally just nodded heavily. Then. Take care. Don't worry, Chen Guanyu said.
The person who could stop me from coming back hasn't been born yet. He nodded, turned and strode out of the mountain gate. Behind him Wen Xiu stood still, watching his figure gradually disappear at the end of the mountain path. 1 month later. Jinling Commandery, Qingshi Town. This was an inconspicuous town at the northernmost edge of Jinling Commandery, situated at the border between the Yinsha sect and Starcloud sect's spheres of influence. The town housed several hundred families, mostly mortals. Due to its unique location, wandering cultivators occasionally passed through and rested here. Chen Guanyu was now sitting in the town's only tea shack, a bowl of coarse tea before him and a steamed bun in his hand, eating slowly and deliberately. According to the information Fang Qing had given him, this was his first stop in Jinling Commandery. 300 li south of Qingshi Town lay Jinling City. And the last place the 3 missing scouts from Starcloud sect had been seen was that city. "Customer, where are you from?" The tea shack owner, an old man in his 50s, asked casually, seeing Chen Guanyu was a stranger.
Chen Guanyu smiled. "From the north. Heard there's work around Jinling Commandery, thought I'd try my luck." The old man nodded, didn't ask further, and went back to his business. After finishing his bun and tea, Chen Guanyu tossed down a few copper coins, stood up and left. Leaving the shack, he headed south along the main road. After about another day's travel, the outline of a city appeared ahead. Jinling City. Chen Guanyu slowed his pace, carefully observing the surroundings. Several guards stood at the city gate wearing the standard uniform of the Yinsha sect, their cultivation levels low, only around the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining. Many people, both mortals and cultivators, were entering and leaving the city. The guards only gave them cursory glances without strict inspections. A wandering cultivator. Yes. Name, cultivation level, and where you're from. We need to register you. Wen Xiu, 5th layer qi refining. I accidentally killed a few mortals up north and got pursued by Starcloud sect people, so I came here to lie low. Honestly, those Starcloud sect folks, we cultivators just killed a few mortals, is it such a big deal? Chen Guanyu complained proactively. The Yinsha sect disciple nodded repeatedly. Humph, those righteous hypocrites have nothing better to do all day. Don't worry, friend, on our Yinsha sect's turf those hypocrites wouldn't dare come. They're just bullies who fear the strong. Senior brother speaks the absolute truth. I, Wen Xiu, have long despised those hypocrites. The inspection passed easily. Chen Guanyu breathed a sigh of relief and followed the crowd through the city gate. Once inside, a wave of bustling noise washed over him. Shops lined both sides of the street with shouts of vendors and haggling rising and falling, no different from a mortal market. Most people on the streets were mortals without cultivation, and the occasional wandering cultivator headed toward the inner city. Chen Guanyu glanced at the distant walls of the inner city and had no intention of entering. After all, latest-age qi refining cultivators from the Yinsha sect were surely stationed there. If he rashly went in without knowing anything, he might not even know how he died. He didn't wander around but followed the address Fang Qing had given him to the east of the city. In the east was a small alley. Deep inside lay an inconspicuous general store. This was Starcloud sect's secret outpost in Jinling Commandery, controlled by poison and absolutely incapable of betraying the sect. Chen Guanyu found the store and pushed the door open. Inside, the light was dim. The shelves were cluttered with odds and ends. A hunchbacked old man dozed behind the counter, his spiritual energy fluctuation indicating only the 2nd layer of qi refining. Elder Chen Guanyu called softly, tapping the table 3 times. The old man opened his eyes, their clouded gaze fixed on Chen Guanyu before he spoke slowly. "What would you like, customer?" Chen Guanyu followed the recognition code. "Do you have good cinnabar? I need some for drawing talismans." A glint of sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes but quickly faded. "Cinnabar. I have some, but not much. How much do you need?" "1 gene, and throw in 5 sheets of talisman paper." 1 gene. That's quite a bit. I can consider it. Please follow me, I have more in the back warehouse. With that, the old man stood up and led Chen Guanyu to the rear. Passing through a small door, they entered a narrow courtyard. The old man closed the door, turned around, and the cloudiness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp glint. "From Starcloud sect." Chen Guanyu nodded and handed over his identity token. The old man examined it carefully before returning it with a sigh. "Finally, someone's come. Call me Sun Bo. I'm the contact here. Your sect's 3 scouts have been missing for over a month." Chen Guanyu asked what was the last message they sent. Sun Bo shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'm only responsible for support, I don't contact them directly. But I know they all suddenly went to one place, Qimen Mountains south of the city. They sent me a message before leaving telling me they were going there, and then they went silent. They never showed up again. Qimen Mountain. Chen Guanyu frowned. What place is that? Sun Bo sighed, lowering his voice. Qimen Mountain is a few dozen li south of the city. It was just a barren hill, nothing special. But 3 months ago rumors started spreading that a second-ranked demonic beast had appeared there. A demonic beast? Chen Guanyu's heart stirred. Yes, Sun Bo nodded. At first people only found low-ranked beasts at the qi refining stage and no one paid much attention. But more and more wandering cultivators went there and some said they saw traces of a second-ranked demonic beast deep in Qimen Mountain. A second-ranked demonic beast. Chen Guanyu drew in a sharp breath. A second-tier demon beast was equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Within the territory of human cultivators, only first-tier beasts were used for disciples of various sects to practice on, making second-tier beasts extremely rare. The reason for this, aside from the conflict between humans and demons, was that once a demon beast broke through to the second tier, its intelligence reached a level comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Most would not remain within human territory lest they face encirclement and extermination. Most second-tier demon beasts, after gathering information, would journey westward. Both the righteous Starcloud sect and the demonic Netherfiend sect had the 10,000 mountains to their west which belonged to the demon race. Rumors held that a divine transformation demon lord resided there, making it a sacred land for all demon cultivators. Any demon beast with even a modicum of intelligence would head to the 10,000 mountains to cultivate rather than stay within the sphere of human sects. The sudden appearance of a second-tier demon beast at Qimen Mountain naturally drew widespread attention, and it was only normal for the Netherfiend sect to launch a massive manhunt. After all, even the demonic path was ultimately a human faction fundamentally different from the demon race. But it's just a rumor. Uncle Sun waved his hand and spoke again. No one knows if it's true or not. But ever since that rumor spread, the Netherfiend sect's people have been frequently entering and leaving Qimen Mountain. Your 3 scouts went in during that time. Chen Guanyu was silent for a moment before asking Uncle Sun, do you think there's any chance they're still alive? Uncle Sun shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Hard to say. No news for over a month, most likely. But if you're determined, you can take a look around Qimen Mountain. You might find some clues. Chen Guanyu nodded, his mind made up. Oh, by the way. Uncle Sun suddenly recalled something and took out a palm-sized wooden token from under the counter, handing it to Chen Guanyu. This is a pass token of the Netherfiend sect which we acquired in secret over the years. Keep it might come in handy at a critical moment. Chen Guanyu took the token and examined it. The token was pitch black with a ferocious skull carved on the front and the character Fiend on the back. Thank you, Uncle Sun. Chen Guanyu tucked the token into his robe. Don't thank me. Uncle Sun waved his hand. I'm just doing this for the sect. Be careful yourself. Qimen Mountain is heavily fortified now, with Netherfiend sect disciples stationed every few steps. If you're not confident, don't force your way in. Lest you end up like those 3. Chen Guanyu nodded, took his leave and departed. Leaving the general store, he didn't rush to Qimen Mountain. Instead, he found an inconspicuous inn in the county town and settled in. Lying on the bed, he summoned his interface. Name Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Qi refinement layer 8, disguised as layer 5, swordsmanship radiant light sword art perfected 531.0000 sword shadow step beginner 129150 flowing light sword art minor achievement 15,800 interface. Note: the host can only gain points by practicing swordsmanship, and points can only be used on the swordsmanship techniques being cultivated. Looking at the numbers on the interface, Chen Guanyu calculated in his mind. Sword shadow step was only 21 points away from minor achievement. If he could break through within these 2 days, his strength would increase significantly. I'll rest tonight and check out the area around Qimen Mountain tomorrow, Chen Guanyu murmured, closing his eyes and quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Guanyu left the county town and headed south. The journey of less than 50 li was nearly half an hour's travel for a Qi refinement cultivator. As he neared Qimen Mountain, Chen Guanyu slowed his pace and carefully observed his surroundings. Just as Uncle Sun had said, many Netherfiend sect disciples were patrolling the foot of the mountain, mostly at the Qi refinement layer 4 or 5 level. Occasionally he spotted those at the later stages of Qi refinement, their attire distinctly different from the others. Chen Guanyu didn't approach rashly. Instead, he circled to the side of the mountain and found a concealed thicket to hide in. From afar he observed the activity on the mountain, pondering how to enter. Just then the sound of footsteps approached. Chen Guanyu tensed up, quickly restrained his aura and hid behind a tree. Soon 2 Netherfiend sect disciples descended the mountain, chatting as they walked. Say, we've been guarding here for almost 2 months now. What exactly are we guarding against? A younger disciple complained. Keep your voice down.
An older disciple shot him a glare. The higher-ups' affairs are not for us disciples to pry into.
I'm just curious.
The younger disciple muttered. I heard even several Foundation establishment uncles have come wandering around the mountains all day.
No one knows what they're looking for.
Looking for what? The older disciple sneered.
I'll tell you, but don't spread it around. What is it? Tell me quickly.
The younger disciple's eyes lit up and he leaned in closer.
Come closer.
The younger disciple obeyed, leaning in. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the older disciple's eyes. He formed his hand into a claw and lunged at the younger disciple's chest. The younger disciple's face twisted in terror, but it was too late to react.
Thud. Ha ha.
You. Staring at the still beating heart in the older disciple's hand and the gaping hole in his own chest, the younger disciple's face was filled with disbelief.
Unable to speak, he fell to the ground in resignation. Damn it, I've had it with you. Twice you didn't give me any spirit stones. Finally lured you out this time.
The older disciple wiped his hands contemptuously on the corpse, then reached for the storage pouch at the younger disciple's waist. Just as his fingers were about to touch the pouch, a sudden flash of light burst forth beside him, nearly blinding him. Forcing himself to turn toward the source, he froze in place. His eyes flew wide open as searing pain and a chill spread from his abdomen.
Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out and he couldn't even utter a word. So that light was a sword beam. That was his last thought.
The moment his body met the white sword light, he was cleaved in two. His head then slid from his neck and thudded to the ground. The next second the white light dissipated and Chen Guanyu's figure emerged. Tisk, with two people, I was worried they'd make noise and alert the other Nether Fiend sect disciples. But they ended up fighting each other first, made things much easier. After taking both their storage pouches, Chen Guanyu changed into one of the disciples' robes and roughly disposed of the bodies. He had deliberately decapitated the older disciple to keep his robe intact. Chen Guanyu put it on, used a cleaning technique to remove the bloodstains, and at a glance it was hard to tell he wasn't a genuine Nether Fiend sect disciple.
As for the two storage pouches, Chen Guanyu gave them a cursory look.
There was nothing valuable. Together they contained a little over 30 low-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of extremely poor quality pills, and nothing else.
What's this? Chen Guanyu frowned, pulling out a piece of clothing from the older disciple's pouch.
Upon closer inspection, it was a fragrant undershirt.
Damn.
Such a disgrace to decency, a sheer disgrace. The faint fragrance wafting from it nearly made Chen Guanyu's mind wander, but he quickly snapped out of it, shook his head, and tucked the undershirt along with another set of women's garments into his own storage pouch.
I'll venture deeper into the mountains. If things go wrong, I'll bolt immediately. With that thought, Chen Guanyu continued his trek into the mountain. Deep within the Chiman Mountains, in a hidden crevice within the mountain's belly, three figures huddled in the cramped space, their auras weak and weary.
At the forefront was a girl in purple robes, appearing no more than 15 or 16. Her skin was as dark as ink, her brows and eyes picturesque, and her long purple hair fell in disarray, accentuating her pitiable state. Her eyes were closed, her chest rising and falling faintly, clearly she was gravely wounded. Beside her stood two middle-aged men, one burly with a back as broad as a tiger's, the other lean and sharp-eyed. Both were covered in wounds, their clothes torn and stained with blood.
Xuanhuang, how is the princess' injury? The lean man asked in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the movements beyond the crevice.
The burly man withdrew his hand from the girl's wrist, his expression grave.
Not good.
That palm strike damaged her internal organs, and after days of fleeing, her spiritual energy is nearly depleted.
If she doesn't receive treatment soon, I fear.
He trailed off, but the lean man understood his meaning.
Damn the Xinsha sect bastards, they're relentless. The lean man gritted his teeth. If the princess hadn't insisted on coming to this human territory. Tai Ying.
Xuanhuang hissed, cutting him off.
Watch your tongue. Tai Ying fell silent, but his eyes burned with resentment.
The two were originally guards under the Black Snake Demon Emperor of the 10,000 Mountains, tasked with protecting this young princess. But the little princess, driven by curiosity, had sneaked out while the Demon Emperor was in seclusion, insisting on witnessing the worldly pleasures of the human realm. By the time they caught up, it was too late. Once the princess made a decision, none could sway her except the Demon Emperor and Empress. For the past month they had evaded human cultivators, treading carefully, hoping to take the princess on a quick tour and return.
Yet the Xinsha sect had still discovered their trail. Those human cultivators, upon spotting the three transformed great demons, descended upon them like wolves drawn to blood, chasing them with relentless fervor. Fighting and retreating, they had fled all the way to the Chiman Mountains, hoping to escape, only to find the Xinsha sect sealing off the entire mountain range, scouring every inch. How many are still pursuing us outside? Xuanhuang asked.
Tai Ying raised 3 fingers. At least 3 Foundation establishment cultivators with over 20 chi refining disciples searching this way.
Ah.
He paused. News of our presence has likely spread.
There might even be core formation cultivators joining the hunt. Xuanhuang's face paled. Core formation.
Although they were both latest-stage Foundation establishment experts in the 10,000 mountains, facing a human core formation cultivator meant certain death.
We must find a way to get the princess out, Xuanhuang said gravely. No matter what, she cannot fall into their hands.
Otherwise both our clans will face annihilation. Tai Ying nodded, about to speak when a soft groan came from behind. They turned to see the purple-robed girl open her eyes, her amethyst gaze dazed as she looked at them.
Uncle Xuanhuang, Uncle Tai Ying. Where are we? Xuanhuang quickly stepped forward, lowering his voice.
Princess, we're hiding in a crevice in the Chiman Mountains.
How do you feel?
Moi tried to sit up, but the movement aggravated her wound, causing her to gasp in pain.
It hurts so much.
She bit her lip, tears welling in her amethyst eyes.
Why are those humans so cruel?
We never provoked them, so why do they chase us relentlessly?
Tai Ying smiled bitterly. Princess, human cultivators have always been this way toward demons.
Especially to us transformed second-rank demons, they see us as walking treasures. Besides, he added, you are a descendant of the demon emperor with noble blood. If captured, flaying soul refinement and extraction would be the least of your worries. Moa's face paled as she recalled the tales of human cultivators' atrocities against demons, her heart filled with fear and regret.
I
was wrong, she whispered, lowering her head.
I shouldn't have run away. I've brought trouble to both uncles. Xuanhuang sighed and ruffled her hair. Princess, don't blame yourself. Protecting you is our duty.
Now is not the time for words, Tai Ying said, suddenly alert.
Someone's coming.
As he spoke, the sound of footsteps and shouts echoed from outside the crevice.
Over here.
There's a spiritual energy fluctuation.
Quick. Surround them. Notify the elder, we've found the beasts. Xuanhuang and Tai Ying's expressions shifted dramatically. Go.
Xuanhuang grabbed Moi, shielding her behind him. The 3 burst from the crevice into the open.
Within the mountain hollow, over 20 Insha sect disciples had encircled them.
At the lead were 3 black-robed Foundation establishment cultivators, watching them coldly. Run, why don't you run? The lead cultivator sneered.
You 3 beasts dared to trespass on our Insha sect's territory. We've had quite the hunt. Xuanhuang stepped forward, shielding Moi.
Fellow cultivators, we are merely passing through and mean no hostility toward your sect.
If you let us leave, we will offer a generous reward.
A reward? The cultivator scoffed.
You 3 second-rank great demons, everything on you is a reward. Killing you will make it all ours.
Why would we need your thanks?
Tai Ying's face darkened. What do you want? He, what do we want? The cultivator licked his lips. 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment guards and this one. Tisk, such a rich aura, must be of noble blood. No.
His gaze slid past Xuanhuang and Tai Ying to Moi, greed flickering in his eyes.
I want that little demon alive. You bastard, you're asking for death. Tai Ying roared, vanishing from his spot in an instant, reappearing before the cultivator with a claw aimed at his throat. The cultivator sneered, black energy coalescing in his palm as he met the attack. Boom.
The collision sent the cultivator flying backward, wild spiritual energy scattering and reducing several nearby chi refining disciples to bloody mist. Tai Ying stumbled back several steps before steadying himself, a grim look in his eyes. The human strength was formidable, but he and Xuanhuang were already spent.
At that moment, Xuanhuang made his move. He let out a long roar, his body swelling, transforming into a 3-hang-tall giant bear.
With a single swipe, he aimed for another Foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator's expression flickered as he dodged, forming hand seals that conjured chains of black energy to bind the bear.
Don't just stand there, attack together. Uncle Xuanhuang. Uncle Tai Ying. Moi cried out, trying to rush forward but held back by an invisible force. Princess, flee. Tai Ying shouted without turning back.
Well, hold them off, run out of the mountains.
I want leave. Moa's tears streamed down. I want to stay with you. Listen.
Xuanhuang shattered a chain of black energy with a palm strike, adding fresh wounds to his body, his voice low and resolute.
You are the princess, you cannot die here. Go now. Tai Ying, drenched in blood, fought desperately to keep the Foundation establishment cultivator from approaching Moi.
Moi wept as she watched the 2 guards who had raised her sacrifice themselves, her heart breaking. But she knew that as a mere first-rank demon staying would only distract them. With a swift decision she bit her lip, turned and fled toward the rear mountain. After her the lead cultivator barked.
Don't let the little demon escape. You want to chase? You'll have to get through me first.
Tai snarled, his form blurring as he blocked the cultivator's path. You seek death. The battle grew fiercer. Xuanhuang, covered in wounds, gritted his teeth and held off two Foundation establishment cultivators, each thunderous swing of his bare paw shaking the mountain. Tai swift as the wind wove through the crowd, slaughtering the chi-refining disciples in mere breaths.
But they were at their limit.
Already grievously wounded, outnumbered and under siege by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, they soon found themselves on the losing side.
Meanwhile, more Yinsha sect disciples were converging on the area. Xuanhuang! Tai suddenly cried out.
Xuanhuang looked down to see a black sword piercing through his chest.
Arg!
He roared in fury, smashing the sword-wielding cultivator into pulp with a backhand, then collapsed heavily to the ground.
Xuanhuang! Tai's eyes burned with rage as he tried to charge forward, but the remaining 2 cultivators held him fast.
Xuanhuang lay on the ground, using his last ounce of strength to gaze in the direction Moai had fled. His body slowly lost its vitality, the massive bear form stilling.
Tai wept, but there was no time for grief. He knew he wouldn't make it either. Princess, take care.
He took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging wildly.
Then, boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, wild spiritual energy engulfing everything within dozens of zhang.
The 2 Yinsha sect Foundation establishment cultivators paled, retreating hastily but still caught in the blast, spitting blood. When the smoke cleared, only a massive crater remained littered with debris.
That beast.
Self-destructed, the lead cultivator said, wiping blood from his mouth, his face dark. Badly wounded, he could not continue the pursuit himself and ordered the chi-refining disciples chase her.
That little demon can't have gotten far. Moai didn't know how long she had run.
She only knew she had to keep running, but wounded and with her demonic energy nearly spent, her legs soon gave out. Behind her the sounds of pursuers grew closer. Gritting her teeth she tried to speed up, but her foot slipped and she tumbled down the slope.
Thud!
She slammed heavily into a tree, her insides churning as she coughed up blood. She tried to rise but found herself utterly drained. Darkness crept into her vision. The pursuers' voices drew nearer.
It's over.
She closed her eyes in despair. Just then a figure appeared before her. Moai forced her eyes open, catching a glimpse of a young face clad in Yinsha sect robes with a cloth-wrapped longsword strapped to his back. He was staring down at her, shock evident in his eyes. Moai tried to speak, but darkness consumed her and she lost consciousness.
Wait, where did a cabinet come from? Since when does the cultivation world have a cabinet?
Chen Guanyu stared at the unconscious violet-haired ink-skinned girl before him, his mind going blank for a moment.
What was going on?
He had merely killed 2 squabbling disciples of the Yinsha sect, changed into their clothes, and was about to sneak further into the mountains to scout the situation. Yet before he could go far he saw a figure tumbling down the slope, landing right in front of him.
And it was a woman.
Her skin was as black as the ink he had once used.
And she was a demon. Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted as he carefully sensed the aura emanating from the girl. Peak of the first stage.
Though faint, he could still distinguish the fluctuation that differed from that of a human cultivator.
A demon. His Chen Guanyu suddenly frowned. That's not right. Can't demon beasts only take human form at the 2nd stage?
For those with inferior bloodlines they might even need the 3rd stage. This demon beast right here is clearly only at the peak of the 1st stage, so how?
Chen Guanyu's pupils suddenly constricted as a bold conjecture formed in his mind.
Ordinary demon beasts indeed only achieved transformation at the 2nd stage, but there were occasional exceptions. The first was an exceptionally high bloodline capable of taking human form even at birth. The second was consuming some heavenly treasure of exceedingly high grade. Connecting this with Uncle Sun's rumors about a 2nd stage demon beast and the recent large-scale actions of the Yinsha sect. This one before him was most likely the first case, a demon with an extremely high bloodline.
Chen Guanyu instantly understood something. Damn. He cursed softly, feeling he might have stumbled into a huge mess.
In the distance the shouts of pursuers grew closer. Chen Guanyu looked down at the unconscious girl, then towards the direction of the voices, his thoughts racing.
Should he save this pitch-black thing before him or not?
If he saved her and was discovered by the Yinsha sect, his identity as an inner disciple of the Xingyan sect would be exposed and he wouldn't have enough lives to pay the price.
If he didn't save her. He looked at the girl's pale face and her tightly furrowed brows even in her coma. Forget it. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth and lifted the girl into his arms. Consider this accumulating virtue. Most importantly, he wanted to take a gamble. If this female demon was truly the descendant of some great demon with an exalted bloodline, the benefits would naturally go without saying. He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed a fissure in the mountain not far away, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Chen Guanyu carried the girl into the crevice while simultaneously casting a chi concealment art, suppressing his aura to its minimum. No sooner had they hidden themselves than a cacophony of footsteps sounded from outside, belonging to several chi refining disciples of the Insha sect. Where is she? I thought I just saw her. Don't you fucking mistake things? Search. She must be nearby. Uncle Wen said whoever finds her will be heavily rewarded. Chen Guanyu held his breath, not moving a muscle. The girl nestled in his arms seemed to sense something even in her coma curling up slightly, but she did not awaken. The footsteps outside came and went, continuing for nearly half a stick of incense before gradually fading away. Chen Guanyu let out a sigh of relief and looked down at the girl in his arms. Only then did he realize how severely injured she was. A deep palm print marred her chest, clearly the result of a direct hit from a magical technique, indicating significant internal trauma. There were multiple wounds on her body as well, though scabbed over they were stained with blood, and her clothes were tattered, revealing the jet black skin beneath. This skin color. Chen Guanyu gazed at the girl in his arms, a faint suspicion forming in his mind. Back when he was at the Xingyun Temple, he had also read some miscellaneous records about the cultivation world. These books generally recorded the elixirs, herbs and artifacts familiar to the author, and many also documented demon beasts from various regions, including their physiques, bloodlines, and even their forms after transformation. The demon girl in his arms had achieved transformation at nearly the peak of the first stage. Her form after transformation did match some records in the books concerning the Ink Serpent clan. The Ink Serpent clan mostly lives in the eastern part of the 100,000 Mountains. The clan has individuals of both high and low bloodlines. Most reach the late first stage of cultivation upon adulthood. Their original form resembles a black serpent devoid of any patterns. Regardless of gender, after transformation their skin is as dark as ink and their hair is purple or blue, occasionally white. The only inconsistency is the cultivation level. Thoughts churned in Chen Guanyu's mind. The Ink Serpent clan was not considered a high-grade bloodline among demon clans, barely upper middle at best. Their typical cultivation upon adulthood was only the late first stage, which was far from meeting the standard for transformation. This girl before him, judging by her appearance, was likely underage, yet her cultivation had reached the peak of the first stage and she had even successfully transformed. Such a situation generally only occurred among demon clans with relatively high bloodlines. Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment, then reached out to lift the eyelid of the girl in his arms. Yes, brown eyes with vertical pupils, most likely of the Ink Serpent clan. That left only one possibility: the parents of this demon girl possessed extremely high cultivation. They had to be at least third-stage demon kings, corresponding to the core formation stage of human cultivators. Or more likely they were fourth-stage demon emperors. For the bloodline of the Ink Serpent clan, the offspring of a core formation cultivator might not be sufficient to allow transformation at the first stage. If this were true, then by saving their child, Chen Guanyu might have the opportunity to latch onto a powerful figure equivalent to a human core formation or even nascent soul cultivator. It wasn't that being an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect was bad, but that making the acquaintance of a fourth-stage demon emperor's descendant would open up even broader horizons. After all, it was all contributing to the Xuanhuang Great World. He. Just thinking about it, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but smile. No, what am I thinking? Chen Guanyu shook his head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He reached out to check the girl's breath. It was very faint, but she was still alive. He then placed his hand on her wrist and slowly probed with a strand of spiritual energy. Instantly Chen Guanyu drew in a sharp breath. The demonic energy within this female demon was in complete chaos and her meridians had sustained multiple injuries. It was evident she had been through a fierce battle and after suffering severe wounds had forcibly mobilized her demonic energy to escape exacerbating her condition. Let me give you some pills. Think of me as an angel investor. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth, took a healing pill from his storage pouch and placed it into the girl's mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact. The girl's brow seemed to relax slightly. Chen Guanyu took out another chi restoration pill and fed it to her as well, then used his own spiritual energy to help dissolve the medicinal power within her. After doing this, he carried her deeper into the crevice, found a relatively secluded corner and set her down. Whether you live or die is up to you now. Chen Guanyu said softly, this is all I can do for you. Having said that, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and constantly monitored the movements outside. Time passed second by second.
Outside the crevice, footsteps occasionally passed by, but none discovered this concealed entrance. Chen Guanyu remained vigilant while also observing the girl's condition. The pills were effective. The girl's breathing gradually stabilized. Although she hadn't woken up, she was at least out of mortal danger. After an unknown period, the girl suddenly let out a soft moan.
Chen Guanyu opened his eyes.
He saw the girl's eyelids flutter and slowly open. They were a pair of brown vertical pupilled eyes now staring at him with confusion.
You.
The girl parted her lips, her voice hoarse.
Who are you? Chen Guanyu said nothing, merely gazing at her.
As if recalling something, terror flickered in the girl's eyes. She attempted to struggle upright, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to inhale sharply with pain.
Don't move, Chen Guanyu said calmly. If you move now, your wound will reopen.
The girl paid no heed, still striving to rise. Yet utterly devoid of strength, she could only slump to the ground, fixing Chen Guanyu with a wary stare from her violet irises.
Are you from the Yinsha sect? She asked weakly, her gaze falling upon the disciple robes of the Yinsha sect that Chen Guanyu wore.
Chen Guanyu glanced down at his attire and shook his head.
No. Then why are you wearing their clothes? Found them.
The girl fell silent, clearly unconvinced yet too weak to press further. She simply stared at him as if trying to see through his very soul.
Unfazed, Chen Guanyu asked, what's your name?
The girl pressed her lips together, refusing to speak.
Suit yourself, Chen Guanyu said, rising to his feet. Those Yinsha sect members are still scouring the mountain.
Take care of yourself. With that, he made as if to leave.
Wait, the girl cried out in desperation. I'll tell you.
Chen Guanyu halted and turned to look at her. The girl bit her lip and murmured Moai.
My name is Moai. Moai. Chen Guanyu nodded. A demon beast. Moai hesitated, then nodded. What bloodline? Moai fell silent once more. From the Mo snake clan, I presume. How did you know? Moai's eyes widened in shock. Chen Guanyu offered no reply.
Instead, he returned to her side, took a bottle of healing pills from his storage pouch and placed it before her. The Yinsha sect members are still searching the mountain.
Staying here means discovery is only a matter of time.
We must leave at once, or if our whereabouts are found, both of us will face certain death. Chen Guanyu had now abandoned any intention of tracking the 3 scouts from the Starcloud sect. Based on what he had observed along the way within Mount Chiman, both the rogue cultivators and MOA's group were targets of the Yinsha sect's manhunt. The 3 scouts from his sect were likely dead. He had also confirmed the primary target of the Yinsha sect's extensive search, which meant returning to the sect to report would be without issue.
Why should I trust you? Moai regarded the youth beside her with suspicion. Chen Guanyu couldn't help but chuckle.
If I were a Yinsha sect disciple, do you think you'd still be alive?
Moai seemed to grasp the logic, her small face flushing with embarrassment.
Seeing this, Chen Guanyu wasted no more time. He retrieved a set of female attire from his storage pouch, even including a bodice, spoils he had seized earlier from a Yinsha sect disciple's storage bag.
Put these on. Moai took the clothes, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Aren't you a man? Why would you carry women's clothing? Faced with Moai's question, Chen Guanyu rubbed his nose awkwardly.
Would you believe me if I said I took them from a Yinsha sect disciple? With that, he ignored her gaze and strode outside.
Poof. Moai snorted softly, quickly changing into the garments.
After their earlier exchange, she had come to understand that Chen Guanyu meant her no immediate harm, emboldening her slightly. Yet she still couldn't fathom why he had chosen to save her. This was utterly unlike the treacherous, self-serving human cultivators her clan elders had described.
No.
Moai suddenly lifted her head, convinced she had pieced it all together. This despicable human cultivator must have recognized the nobility of this princess bloodline.
He's saving me only to sell me off for a handsome price. Poof. What a vile human. Moai felt her intellect now rivaled that of the elder patriarchs of her clan, all thanks to her exalted bloodline. Hey. Are you done yet? If you dawdle any longer, the Yinsha sect cultivators will find us. Chen Guanyu's voice came from outside, tinged with urgency. Ah. Startled, Moai hurried out, knowing that while Chen Guanyu posed no immediate threat, the Yinsha sect cultivators would indeed slaughter her without hesitation. There's no choice. Circumstances dictate. No circumstances dictate for a demon beast. When a demon is under someone's roof, it must bow its head. This princess will temporarily submit to you. Moai thought bitterly, realizing she had no better option than to follow Chen Guanyu. She could sense that his cultivation base was close to the peak of the first tier among demon beasts, not far from her own. Moreover, he was so young, likely among the more talented human cultivators. He could protect her for now at least. After all, she was still wounded with less than a tenth of her strength remaining. Any random human cultivator could slay her, a mere little demon. No sooner had Moai dashed out of the cave than Chen Guanyu, who had been waiting at the entrance, scooped her up. Without giving her a chance to react, he sprinted down the mountain. Every extra second they lingered on Mount Chiman increased their peril. Alright, Chen Guanyu suddenly recalled something, speaking without lowering his head. Moai, feeling somewhat uneasy in his arms, looked up at his words. What is it? My name is Chen Guanyu. Remember, I saved you. Moai curled her lip in disdain. Humph, this lady is not like you despicable humans who would forget gratitude. Chen Guanyu, is it? I'll remember. After speaking, seeing that Chen Guanyu remained silent, she craned her neck to look behind them. Spotting no pursuers, she relaxed somewhat. Yet she failed to notice that Chen Guanyu's brow was now deeply furrowed. He had caught her slip of the tongue. Though she had corrected herself, he was not foolish. A moment's thought revealed the anomaly. Princess. Chen Guanyu's heart trembled. In the cultivation world near the Star Cloud sect, those who styled themselves as princesses were either daughters of imperial dynasties or the offspring of demon emperors from the 10,000 mountains. A fourth-tier demon emperor in existence at the nascent soul level. Though he had suspected as much, confirmation still sent shockwaves through his mind. Perhaps I misheard, he thought, the revelation too staggering to process. No matter. First we escape. Due to the vast expanse of Chiman Mountain, the disciples of the Nether Fiend sect were scattered far and wide. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Chen Guanyu had already reached the mountain's foot. Unlike the disciples dispersed across the mountain for the manhunt, the Nether Fiend sect had stationed dedicated disciples at the base of Chiman Mountain. Their purpose was to prevent anyone from escaping Chiman Mountain unnoticed. Chen Guanyu was fortunate. The few stationed disciples he encountered were of low cultivation, merely at the mid-stage of chi refining. Such strength posed no threat to him at all. With a casual swing of his sword, he slew the disciple who attempted to block his path, and the rest were too intimidated by Chen Guanyu to advance. Pressed for time, Chen Guanyu did not tarry and continued his rush outward. He knew full well that the disciples behind him would report his escape route to the reinforcements, but Chen Guanyu had his own considerations. Even if he killed them all, the Nether Fiend sect disciples could still discover the point of his departure. Moreover, if he encountered a disciple with a contingency plan, Chen Guanyu might waste precious time. That sliver of time could attract the attention of other Nether Fiend sect disciples, and if they all converged, Chen Guanyu would truly have no escape. It was better to spare a few, let them report the direction he had taken, and then change course midway. In this way, the Nether Fiend sect's focus might be thrown off. Truly, I should have asked Elder Fawn for a cloak to conceal my aura, Chen Guanyu grumbled inwardly. Traveling with a demonic maiden brought many inconveniences. They certainly could not enter any cities garrisoned by cultivators, as they would be exposed at a single glance. Had he possessed a Dharma artifact to conceal their auras, Chen Guanyu and Moai could have avoided much trouble along the way. Looking at the girl resting with her eyes closed in his arms, Chen Guanyu felt a bit speechless and said, "Hey, can you stay in your human form? Why not revert to your true form, become a little snake, and just slip into my sleeve? It would save me the trouble of carrying you." No, Moai shook her head helplessly. My true form is too heavy. It's not a small snake. Maintaining my human form is actually lighter. TCH. Chen Guanyu frowned but said no more. After all, Moai's injuries were severe. He had seen them earlier. If she used her demonic energy again, her condition would surely worsen. Under these circumstances, carrying her on his back was indeed the faster way to travel. There's no helping it. After a long period of travel, Chen Guanyu felt his spiritual energy running low. Gritting his teeth, he fumbled a chi-returning pill from his storage pouch, tossed it into his mouth, and then opened his panel. If nothing went wrong, the sword shadow step should be on the verge of breaking through to minor accomplishment. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Chi refining layer 8, disguised as Chi refining layer 5, sword arts light raining sword art perfection 571-0000, sword shadow step beginner 149150, flowing light sword art minor accomplishment 19,800. Panel note: the host can only gain points by practicing sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. Seeing the plus sign next to sword shadow step, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but smile. Excellent system, add the points. With a thought from Chen Guanyu, the plus sign instantly merged into the panel. A wave of profound insights flooded his mind. He felt his steps become lighter, and in that moment he seemed to merge with the wind itself. He instinctively took a step forward, schwa.
And his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing 10 yards away in the next instant.
What?
Moi, startled on his back, nearly lost her grip.
You. How did you suddenly get so fast? You scared me, you know. Chen Guanyu did not reply.
He closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the changes after reaching minor accomplishment in sword shadow step. His speed had increased by at least 50% and his footwork was now more tightly integrated with his sword techniques.
With every step he could smoothly execute a sword strike. More importantly, he could now leave afterimages while moving. Though they lasted only a fleeting moment, they were enough to confuse an opponent in battle.
What a treasure! Chen Guanyu opened his eyes, a glint of excitement flashing within them.
Hey! You haven't answered me yet. Moi poked his shoulder discontentedly.
I just broke through, Chen Guanyu said succinctly, not stopping his feet as he continued northward. Behind him faint shouts could be heard. The Nether Fiend sect had caught up.
They're coming. Moi looked back nervously. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged as he increased his speed.
With his sword shadow step at minor accomplishment, his speed was now comparable to an average Qi refining layer 9 cultivator. Supported by the Qi returning pill, he was confident he could shake off the pursuers. Hold on tight, Chen Guanyu said calmly, then pushed off the ground with force.
Schwa! His figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage.
The pursuing Nether Fiend sect disciples saw only a blur, and when they looked again there was no trace of him.
Where is he?
Where did he go?
Chase him. Don't let them escape. An hour later, Chen Guanyu finally stopped, leaning against a large tree and panting heavily.
After fleeing continuously for an hour and changing direction several times, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Without the support of the Qi returning pill, he would have long since collapsed.
We should have completely shaken them off. Chen Guanyu set Moi down, took out 2 Qi returning pills from his storage pouch, swallowed one and handed the other to her. Moi took it, hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it.
The pill turned into a warm current as it entered her stomach, slightly restoring her pale complexion.
Thank you, Moi said softly.
Chen Guanyu glanced at her but said nothing, simply sitting down cross-legged to meditate with his eyes closed.
Seeing this, Moi did not disturb him, sitting quietly nearby and observing him.
This human seemed different from what the elders in her clan had described. She recalled during their escape several times when Nether Fiend sect disciples nearly caught them, it was this man who blocked them with his sword. Though her eyes were closed, she had sensed the dazzling sword light.
It was formidable. At the very least, among those of the same cultivation level, few could be his match. What are you looking at?
Chen Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance crossing his face. After all, before him was a demonic being with a formidable background. He feared that after saving her he might gain no benefit and instead be ambushed by her.
That would be a tremendous loss.
Moi was startled and quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly though her dark skin made it imperceptible.
Nothing. Chen Guanyu did not press further.
He stood up and surveyed the surroundings. They were in a dense forest with towering trees that blocked out the sky, offering a decent place to hide.
Well, rest here tonight, Chen Guanyu said. We'll continue our journey at dawn. They could not return to the prefectural city.
Though its large population made it harder for the Nether Fiend sect to search, it was still a city under their control. If they sealed it off for a sweep, Chen Guanyu would eventually be discovered.
Okay. Moi nodded obediently.
Chen Guanyu found a relatively hidden spot, cleared a patch of ground and took out 2 changes of clothes from his storage pouch, laying one on the ground and covering her with the other.
Sleep.
Demonic beings differed from humans regardless of their bloodline. Their recovery abilities were generally far superior to those of human cultivators. Thus, for demonic beings, sleeping after taking healing pills was often far more effective than mimicking human cultivators in meditative cultivation.
Moi was momentarily stunned by this. She watched Chen Guanyu walk a short distance away, sit down cross-legged with his back to her.
She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she only let out a soft and lay down.
Though this human named Chen Guanyu could be icy at times, he seemed quite considerate.
Moi thought as she slowly closed her eyes. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the forest.
Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and expelled a mouthful of turbid qi.
After a night of meditation, most of his spiritual energy had recovered and his mental state had greatly improved. He turned his gaze to the side where Moi was still asleep, curled up like a little cat. His clothes were still draped over her, her breathing was steady and her complexion was much better than the day before.
The recovery ability of the Yao race is truly enviable. Chen Guanyu muttered to himself.
He did not wake her but instead rose and walked to the side, summoning his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Qi refining 8th layer sword arts radiant sword art perfection 571-0000 shadow sword step minor success 2800 flowing light sword art minor success 19800. The battle yesterday lasted only a few exchanges, but the insights gained from breaking through to minor success in shadow sword step along with the proficiency earned from slaying those disciples of the Nethersha sect had brought some progress to his sword arts. After minor success, shadow sword step needs 800 points to reach grand success.
Chen Guanyu calculated in his mind.
Flowing light sword art also needs 800 points for grand success and radiant sword art requires a full 10,000 points to reach mastery.
A long road lies ahead.
He dismissed the panel and turned to look at Moai. The girl had woken up at some point and was silently staring at him with her purple eyes. Seeing Chen Guanyu turn back, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending she had just woken up. "If you're awake, get up," Chen Guanyu said flatly.
"Eat something and continue the journey."
Moai let out an "oh," sat up, folded the clothes that had been covering her and handed them back to Chen Guanyu. He took them casually, stored them in his storage pouch and retrieved some dried rations and water, handing them to her.
Moai took them, eating in small bites while occasionally stealing glances at Chen Guanyu.
He ignored her, eating his own rations as he pondered his next moves. The situation was somewhat troublesome. He had originally come to Jinling Commandery to gather information, and now he had obtained it the Nethersha sect was hunting the Yao race and those 3 scouts were most likely lost. Logically, he should now immediately return to the Starcloud sect to report. However, the Nethersha sect had now confirmed that Moai had escaped from Chiman Mountain. With his strength and lacking a high-grade artifact to conceal his aura, staying in Jinling Commandery meant discovery was only a matter of time. Bringing Moai directly back to the Starcloud sect was even more impossible. In the Xuanhuang Great World, humans and Yao were irreconcilable.
Although Chen Guanyu had saved Moai only to gain benefits, he had still saved her. If Chen Guanyu were not a transmigrator but a native of this land, he would most likely have chosen to kill Moai outright.
Thus, even though the Starcloud sect was a righteous sect, their policy toward a transformed Yao like Moai was to kill without mercy. If Chen Guanyu brought her back directly, he might be mistaken for a traitor by fellow disciples he encountered on the road and slain on the spot.
So take Moai back to the Starcloud sect. Chen Guanyu had never even considered that option.
The great powers of the sect might cooperate with individual Yao for profit, but for a low-level disciple like him, bringing a Yao back to the sect would only lead to a grim fate.
He glanced at Moai.
The girl was nibbling on her dry rations, and when she caught his gaze, she quickly lowered her head.
The corner of Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched.
This little Yao was quite alert.
"Hey," Chen Guanyu called out. Moai looked up, her face full of wariness. "Where is your home?" Chen Guanyu asked.
Moai pursed her lips and said nothing. "The 10,000 mountains, right?"
Chen Guanyu continued without waiting for her answer.
"From here, heading west, crossing the territory of the Starcloud sect and traveling another few thousand li, you'll reach the border of the 10,000 mountains."
Moai. "How do you know?"
Her brown vertical pupils widened, her face full of disbelief.
Chen Guanyu didn't answer, just looked at her silently.
Moai felt a little creeped out by his stare and instinctively shrank back, but quickly straightened her back, trying to appear less guilty.
"You. What do you want?" she asked warily.
Chen Guanyu averted his gaze and continued gnawing on his dry rations.
Cultivators at the Qi refining stage couldn't yet achieve complete anedia.
His tone was calm. "I don't want anything. I'm just telling you that from here, heading west, crossing the Starcloud sect's territory and traveling another few thousand li, you'll reach the border of the 10,000 mountains. If you're lucky enough not to be discovered by human cultivators, not to be eaten by demon beasts, and not to starve or die of thirst on the way, you might make it home in about 2 or 3 months.
Moai. She fell silent. 2 or 3 months. She could barely walk now, let alone traverse thousands of li of human territory alone.
On the way, she would have to not only break through the Nethersha sect's blockade but also be wary of the Starcloud sect's cultivators. Those human cultivators saw Yao like wolves saw meat. She probably wouldn't make it even a few hundred li before being caught.
"Are you trying to drive me away?"
Moai asked softly, a flicker of barely concealed panic in her eyes. Chen Guanyu glanced at her but said nothing. Moai pursed her lips, lowered her head and asked no more. In her heart she understood that this human had no relation to her. Saving her life was already the utmost kindness. There was no reason for him to keep a burden like her. But if he didn't keep her, could she really make it back to the 10,000 mountains alive?
Thinking of this, Moai's eyes involuntarily reddened.
"I'm not leaving," Moai suddenly said, her voice soft but stubborn.
"You saved me, so I want to follow you." Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Follow me. Do you know who I am? No. Moi shook her head. But you saved me and I feel you won't harm me. The corner of Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. Was this little Yao missing a few screws? You're the descendant of a Yao king or even a Yao emperor or a Yao princess. How can you not even have some life-saving treasures? You can't expect me to cut down every obstacle and deliver you all the way to the 10,000 mountains. Damn it. Chen Guanyu cursed inwardly. But looking at Moa's expression, he sighed and said, I'm an inner disciple of the Star Cloud sect. Chen Guanyu noticed Moai showed no reaction, so he continued, the Star Cloud sect is a righteous sect different from demonic sects like the Nethersha sect, but their attitude toward the Yao race is no different. If you follow me and my fellow disciples discover you, they won't hesitate to kill you. Moai shook her head stubbornly. I'm not afraid. Not afraid. Chen Guanyu laughed. Do you know what human cultivators do when they catch a Yao? They rip out your tendons, peel off your skin, refine your soul, use your bones for alchemy, your hide for artifacts, and your spirit for evil tools. With such high bloodline, you're an invaluable treasure in their eyes. How many days do you think you'd last? Moa's face grew paler, but she bit her lip and said nothing. Seeing her like this, Chen Guanyu sighed inwardly. This little Yao was quite stubborn. Alright, Chen Guanyu stood up. Let's get moving first. Well, think as we go. Moai was taken aback. You're not driving me away. Chen Guanyu didn't answer, just crouched down with his back to her. Get on. Moai hesitated for a moment, then climbed onto his back. Chen Guanyu carried her and continued northward. As he walked, he contemplated inwardly. Bringing Moai back to the Xingyun sect. That would be courting death. Just abandon her. Then what was the point of saving her in the first place? He saved Moai primarily as a gamble, hoping she had a high-level demon emperor backing her. Now that the gamble paid off with an 80 to 90% chance that she was the daughter of a certain demon emperor, this favor could not be easily brushed aside. But the question is how to leverage this favor. Directly sending her back to the Xuanhuang. That would require crossing thousands of miles through the territory of the Xingyun sect, and he didn't know how many cultivators he would encounter along the way. If discovered, he would not only lose the favor, but his own life could also be at stake. Letting her return by herself. In her current state, she would be captured before she could even travel 300 miles. Chen Guanyu continued walking while rapidly analyzing various possibilities in his mind. Just then Moai, who was on his back, suddenly spoke up. Hey, why did you save me? Chen Guanyu did not stop his pace. I found you pleasing to the eye, so I saved you. What's there to question? Moai didn't believe him. You're lying. The elders in my clan say that human cultivators are the most cunning and everything they do is for profit. You saved me, so you must have ulterior motives. Chen Guanyu felt a stir in his heart. This little demon wasn't foolish. However, he did not answer directly but instead countered, what do you think my motives are? Moai thought for a moment and replied seriously, you must have seen my noble bloodline and want to sell me for a good price. Chen Guanyu. He almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Yes, you are right, he said earnestly, nodding. I do want to sell you for spirit stones to buy pills. You are so valuable, selling you for several tens of thousands of spirit stones is not a problem. That would allow me to directly break through to foundation establishment, which corresponds to the second-tier cultivation of your demon clan. Moa's expression changed and she instinctively tried to break free. Chen Guanyu held her down. Don't move. If you do, I won't be responsible for you falling off. Moai dared not move but sounded aggrieved. You really want to sell me? Yes, otherwise why would I save you? Chen Guanyu spoke in a flat tone. I'm not doing charity. Moai fell silent. After a long while she quietly asked, where do you plan to sell me? Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and casually replied, every slightly larger market has auction houses that can auction all kinds of rare beasts. For a shapeshifting demon like you with a noble bloodline, you are sure to fetch a high price. Moai's eyes reddened, but she fought back the tears, determined not to let them fall. She absolutely could not. Chen Guanyu felt the girl on his back trembling slightly and sighed in his heart. This little demon really believed it. Once he safely delivered her to the border of the Xuanhuang, this favor would be settled. As for what came next, Chen Guanyu looked up at the distance, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Every 10 or 20 years the Xuanhuang would unleash a beast tide, and the Xingyun sect and surrounding sects would usually unite to resist it. The last beast tide was 10 years ago, when he had just begun his cultivation journey and witnessed the horror of the beast tide. At that time the sect leader Ji Hang also went to the front line. When he returned he was severely injured. If it weren't for the high-grade healing pills issued by the Xingyun sect, Ji Hang might have already perished. Calculating the days the next beast tide would probably not be far off. If he could befriend the descendant of a great demon by then, the benefits to be gained would be substantial. Perhaps it could help him avoid many dangers. Not to mention if one day he could no longer sustain himself, he might even go to the Xuanhuang to try his luck. Of course, all of this was a matter for the future. Right now the most important thing was how to safely send MOAI away. After walking for over half an hour, Chen Guanyu suddenly stopped. MOAI, who was drowsy, almost bumped into his back.
"What's wrong?" she asked groggily.
Chen Guanyu remained silent. "Hey, why aren't you moving?" MOAI rubbed her eyes and followed his gaze. "Is there something wrong over there?"
Chen Guanyu shook his head and turned to look back in the direction they came from. Behind them was a silent forest. Yet he felt as if something was watching them.
"We are being followed," Chen Guanyu suddenly said. MOAI was startled and hurriedly looked back. Where? Don't look, you won't see anything."
Chen Guanyu, carrying MOAI, took a left turn on a fork in the road and quickened his pace. "The other party is well hidden, I only sensed it vaguely."
MOAI nervously clutched his shoulder. "Is it someone from the Insha sect?"
"It's possible," Chen Guanyu said seriously, "but it could also be something else."
He quickly analyzed in his mind.
If it was someone from the Insha sect, being able to track them here without being discovered meant they were at least Foundation Establishment cultivators. But if they were at Foundation Establishment, they could just attack directly. Why follow them secretly?
Were they perhaps cautious about something? Or... Chen Guanyu suddenly thought of a possibility. "Do you have any companions?" he asked. MOAI was stunned, then shook her head. "No." "Right. Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying both."
She couldn't finish as tears welled in her eyes.
Chen Guanyu nodded but felt even more puzzled. If they weren't her companions, then who was following them? Could it be that he was overthinking?
However, in his 2 lives his spiritual senses were stronger than those of cultivators of the same level, and he had always been quite accurate in his perceptions. Just a moment ago he indeed felt something.
"Never mind," Chen Guanyu shook his head. "Let's shake them off first."
After saying that, he directly picked up MOAI, exerted force with his feet, and instantly activated the sword shadow step, turning into a fleeting shadow and dashing away.
After running over 10 miles, Chen Guanyu finally stopped and looked back.
Behind them it was still a silent expanse. The feeling of being watched had vanished.
"Did we shake them off?" Chen Guanyu frowned, uncertain.
MOAI on his back had been jostled to the point of dizziness and mumbled softly, "Can you slow down?
I'm about to vomit."
Chen Guanyu ignored her and set her down, leaning against a tree to sit.
"Rest for a quarter of an hour, then we'll continue on our way."
MOAI replied with an "oh" and obediently sat beside him, not daring to disturb his thoughts. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes, but his mind was racing.
What was that feeling just now? If it was someone from the Insha sect, why didn't they come after them? If it wasn't someone from the Insha sect, then who could it be?
He pondered for a long time but couldn't come to any conclusion, so he simply decided not to think about it. After all, they were safe now and the priority was to keep moving.
"Hey," Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and looked at MOAI. "Do you want to go home?" MOAI was taken aback, then vigorously nodded yes. "Then I'll take you home." MOAI's eyes widened in disbelief. You aren't going to sell me?" Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. "You're so naive. Do you really believe the lies?"
Moreover, if it came down to a fight, he estimated he could only match MOAI, as he didn't know if this little demon had any life-saving trump cards from her clan.
MOAI.
She was stunned for a while before reacting, her little face turning red, though her dark skin made it hard to see.
You lied to me." She glared at Chen Guanyu angrily. "How could you lie to me? If I didn't lie to you, how would you know humans are cunning?" Chen Guanyu stood up. "All right, let's go. I'll take you home." Although MOAI was angry, she still obediently climbed onto his back.
Lying on his back, she muttered softly, "You are such a strange person."
Chen Guanyu didn't reply and continued on his way.
He knew in his heart that his actions were ultimately still for profit.
But some things didn't need to be said explicitly.
After all, making this little demon feel grateful to him would ensure he could reap benefits in the future.
Providing timely assistance is always better than offering help when it's too late.
In the following days, Chen Guanyu led MOAI westward, trying to avoid populated areas and choosing to walk through desolate mountains and wilderness.
MOAI's injuries improved day by day under the effects of the pills and her own recovery abilities.
By the 4th day, she could already mobilize her demon power to travel. Although she wasn't as fast as Chen Guanyu, at least he didn't have to carry her all the time.
One day they arrived at the foot of a mountain.
Chen Guanyu halted, raising his head to gaze upward. On the mountainside a dilapidated structure could be faintly discerned. "There's a temple there," Chen Guanyu said.
"Well, spend the night here." Moi nodded and followed him up the mountain.
The mountain was not tall and they soon reached the entrance of the ruined temple.
Chen Guanyu stepped inside first.
The temple was indeed in ruins, half the roof had collapsed, cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, and the statue of a deity within was missing limbs, its identity a mystery.
Chen Guanyu swept his gaze over the area, ensuring no danger lurked before leading Moi inside. "Well, rest here tonight."
He found a relatively clean spot, cleared his space and retrieved dried rations and water from his storage pouch, handing them to Moi.
She accepted and began to eat in small bites. Chen Guanyu also sat down eating while contemplating the route ahead.
At their current pace they would reach the territory of the Starcloud sect in another half-month. This path differed from the one he had taken to Golden Feather Commandery, but if his destination was the 10,000 mountains, this route was evidently shorter.
Moreover, once within the Starcloud sect's domain, he no longer needed to worry about pursuit from the Nether Shadow sect's cultivators. His only concern was how to conceal Mo's identity. As he pondered, Moi suddenly spoke. "Hey, what's your name again?" Chen Guanyu glanced at her. "Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu," she repeated twice. "I'll remember that." "And you?" Chen Guanyu asked. "What's your name?" "Moi. "I know that. I'm asking for your surname." Moi shook her head. "I have no surname. The elders in my clan call me Moi or Princess." Chen Guanyu nodded, asking no further.
The naming customs of the Yao race differed from humans. Many Yao had no surnames, only given names.
Especially those of high bloodline, they often bore only a single name representing their identity. "Your father is the Yao Emperor?" Chen Guanyu suddenly asked. Moi was taken aback, then regarded him warily. "How do you know?" "I'm not stupid. Something like this is easy to deduce."
Chen Guanyu cast her a sidelong glance.
To achieve human form at the peak of the first tier, your bloodline must be extraordinary. Among the Yao, those with such bloodline are often descendants of the Yao Emperor.
Besides, you let it slip yourself earlier.
Moi fell silent for a moment, then whispered, "My father is the Yao Emperor of the Ink Serpent clan, and my mother is also a Yao Emperor." Chen Guanyu gasped sharply upon hearing this. Offspring of 2 Yao Emperors.
This bloodline was even more exalted than he had imagined.
He had originally thought Moi was merely the daughter of a single Yao Emperor, never expecting both her parents to be Yao Emperors. Such a bloodline was supremely noble even among the Yao. "Then, how did you escape?" Chen Guanyu asked. Moi lowered her head, speaking softly. "I sneaked out. Father was in seclusion and mother was away. I just wanted to see what the human world was like." Chen Guanyu was speechless.
This princess truly had no fear of death. If he had such a background, he would definitely stay hidden at home, never venturing out until he reached the Golden Core stage, no, not until the nascent soul stage. They traveled for another 7 days. During this time they crossed mountains and ridges, evading several patrols of cultivators. They were unluckily discovered a few times, but Chen Guanyu dealt with it effortlessly.
Mo's injuries had fully healed and she had become much faster, to the point where Chen Guanyu could barely keep up. One day they arrived at a mountain ridge. Chen Guanyu halted, gazing into the distance. On the other side of the ridge lay an endless plain.
On the plain the outlines of a few villages could be faintly seen. "Once we cross this plain and walk a few more hours, we'll reach the territory of the Starcloud sect," Chen Guanyu said.
Moi stood beside him, looking at the plain with a complex expression. Apart from the 10,000 mountains, everywhere else was the domain of human cultivators. As a Yao, she could barely move a step in these lands. Standing on the ridge, Chen Guanyu gazed at the distant plain, mentally mapping out the route ahead.
According to his plan, after crossing this plain they would enter the territory of the Starcloud sect.
Once there, the threat from the Nether Shadow sect would be essentially eliminated. But that didn't mean Moi would be safe.
After all, as an inner disciple, wandering around the sect's territory with a transformed Yao would cause quite a stir if spotted by patrolling disciples.
"I need to find a way to conceal her aura," Chen Guanyu muttered. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Moi. "Hey, since you're the daughter of a Yao Emperor, you must have some artifact to hide your aura, right? Something that can make you appear human." Moi blinked, looking bewildered. "Artifact? What artifact?" Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched. "Something that can mask your Yao aura and make you look human. As a Yao princess, it's normal to have some advanced artifacts, isn't it?" Moi shook her head. "I don't have any." None. Chen Guanyu's eyes widened. Your parents didn't prepare any for you. Moi lowered her head whispering, I sneaked out so I didn't bring anything. Chen Guanyu was stunned into silence. Sneaked out. Brought nothing. So this Yao princess empty-handed had dared to venture into human territory on a whim. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. Are you telling me that you, the esteemed daughter of a Yao emperor, secretly left the 10,000 mountains, traveled thousands of miles through human lands, and didn't even have a single life-saving artifact? Moi nodded, then shook her head. Not entirely. I brought some spirit stones, a few clothes, and some delicious food. And then I was discovered by disciples of the Nether Shadow sect. Luckily Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying were there. Moi's voice grew softer, her head nearly buried in her chest. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So now, apart from your life, you have nothing. Moi glanced at him cautiously and nodded. Chen Guanyu fell silent. After a long moment he opened his eyes and looked at the innocent Yao girl before him. Suddenly he laughed. All right, Your Highness. You've truly opened my eyes. Moi couldn't tell if his words were praise or mockery, so she asked softly then. What should I do? Chen Guanyu didn't answer. He simply turned back to gaze at the distant plain. What to do? What else could he do? Take it one step at a time. Mainly she was the offspring of 2 Yao emperors, a favor he absolutely could not afford to lose. You. Chen Guanyu suddenly had an idea. You can pretend to be my spirit beast. What? Isn't that too humiliating? If other Yao find out, he'll lose all face. Moi shook her head vehemently, clearly repulsed by the term spirit beast. Chen Guanyu could understand. In the eyes of the Yao from the 10,000 mountains, those who became human spirit beasts were traitors, Yao collaborators. As a princess, Moi had undoubtedly been taught from a young age to despise such traitors. But there's no other choice now. Chen Guanyu shook his head. Only if you pretend to be my spirit beast can we pass through the remaining journey easily. Moi thought for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Fine, but only in name, okay? Chen Guanyu nodded. I know. Without another word they turned and headed down the mountain. Moi quickly followed. Descending the mountain, the two stepped onto the plain. This stretch of land was far more expansive than Chen Guanyu had imagined. After walking for an entire day they finally glimpsed the silhouette of distant mountains. That was the territory of the Starcloud sect. Almost there, Chen Guanyu said, pointing at the mountains ahead. Once we cross that range, we'll enter the Starcloud sect's domain. Then we'll head west, bypass the main sect, and go straight toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moi nodded, then suddenly asked, why are you helping me? Chen Guanyu kept walking without pausing. Helping you? I'm helping myself. Helping yourself? Moi was puzzled. Chen Guanyu offered no explanation, simply continuing forward. Moi followed behind, staring at his back with eyes full of confusion. This human was truly strange. He claimed he wanted to sell her, yet he had protected her all the way, escaping the pursuit of the Nether Shadow sect. He knew she was a demon beast, yet he was still willing to escort her home. Within the Xuanhuang Great World, the animosity between humans and demons was severe, with the two races locked in an almost irreconcilable conflict. A low-level cultivator like Chen Guanyu who would aid a demon was exceedingly rare. Moi couldn't fathom it. Still, this human named Chen Guanyu was indeed different from the others. Though she knew he helped her for his own gain, he had genuinely given her a sense of security in her most helpless moment. For an immature demon beast, this was nothing short of a timely rescue. Another 3 days passed. By now Chen Guanyu and Moi had crossed the mountain range and entered the territory of the Starcloud sect. Chen Guanyu deliberately chose a remote route, avoiding places where Starcloud sect disciples might be stationed, opting instead for desolate wilderness. He also changed into the attire of an inner disciple of the Starcloud sect. Within the sect's domain, this guise could spare him many troubles. Moi cooperated by reverting to her true form, a snake over 5 meters long. Chen Guanyu was startled. Moi was nearly as thick as his calf, no wonder she hadn't transformed back in Gold Spirit Prefecture. She was enormous. If she coiled around him, she could crush him to death. Not bad, Chen Guanyu said, masking his shock as he praised her compliance. As long as Moi remained in her true form, no one could detect she was a demon beast capable of transformation, allowing her to better pose as his spirit pet. The only imperfection was that he lacked a spirit beast pouch. Cultivators with spirit pets usually carried one, keeping their beasts hidden inside. But Chen Guanyu wasn't aiming for perfection. This disguise would likely fool most people.
After all, he knew few in the Star Cloud sect and was unlikely to encounter familiar faces. He could simply make up an excuse saying he wanted his spirit pet to get some fresh air. That day the two arrived at a valley. Chen Guanyu was about to proceed when he suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Moi asked nervously. Chen Guanyu said nothing, simply looking ahead. At the valley's exit stood a person. A young man in the garb of an outer disciple of the Star Cloud sect stared at them with some surprise. More precisely, he was staring at Moi. Chen Guanyu's heart sank, but his face betrayed nothing. This was still the border zone between the Star Cloud sect and the Nether Shadow sect. It was normal for the sect to station or patrol disciples in some areas. He merely cast a casual glance at the outer disciple and continued walking as if nothing had happened. Moi followed behind, head lowered, striving to appear as an obedient spirit pet. The outer disciple suddenly called out, "Senior brother, please stop." Chen Guanyu halted, turned to face him and said calmly, "Is there something?" The outer disciple instinctively shrank back under his gaze. This senior brother was an inner disciple far superior in status and cultivation, not someone he could afford to offend. Yet glancing at Moi, he steeled himself and asked, "Senior brother, may I ask who this is?" "My spirit pet," Chen Guanyu replied without changing his expression. "Is there a problem?" "A spirit pet." The outer disciple was taken aback, his eyes sweeping over Moi. As far as he knew, inner disciples skilled in beast taming were few and far between, and one who tamed snakes. "Never mind." The disciple shook his head, deciding he was overthinking. The sect had countless cultivators, how many could he truly know? He shouldn't jump to conclusions. Senior brother, could you show me your identity token?" Chen Guanyu nodded. "Certainly." He then removed the token from his waist and handed it over. The outer disciple took the token, examined it carefully, and upon confirming its authenticity, returned it respectfully. "So it's Senior brother Chen. My apologies for not recognizing you." The disciple put on a fawning smile. "Please don't take offense, Senior brother. The sect has recently ordered heightened border patrols to prevent infiltration by the Nether Shadow sect." "I'm merely doing my duty." Chen Guanyu nodded as he put away the token. "No matter. It's good to be cautious." The outer disciple's gaze fell on Moi again, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Senior brother Chen, what breed is this spirit pet of yours?" "I've never seen one like it within the sect." Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. "This isn't from the sect's beast taming peak. I found it in the deep mountains to the south, a rare breed with no ordinary bloodline. I'm not sure of its exact type myself." "Are you interested in the art of beast taming?" The disciple quickly waved his hands. No, just curious. But this snake is quite large, almost comparable to a second-tier demon beast." Moa's body stiffened slightly. Sensing her tension, Chen Guanyu gently patted her head as if soothing a spirit pet. "Not quite there yet," Chen Guanyu said flatly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Farewell, senior brother." The outer disciple quickly stepped aside. Chen Guanyu led Moi through the valley and only slowed his pace after they had traveled a great distance. "That scared me to death," Moi muttered, reverting to human form and patting her chest. "I almost thought we were about to be exposed." Chen Guanyu glanced at her. If we'd run into a higher-level cultivator or an acquaintance, it might have been different. So keep a low profile and stop being so jumpy. Moi pouted, then transformed back into a snake, following behind him. Over the next few days, Chen Guanyu led her westward, avoiding main roads and settlements, sticking to desolate wilderness. Occasionally they encountered patrolling Star Cloud sect disciples. Chen Guanyu would brush them off with his inner disciple status, and most, seeing his respectable cultivation and attire, dared not press further. Moi gradually grew accustomed to the disguise, sometimes even coiling around Chen Guanyu to appear as a docile spirit pet. But with her 5-meter-long body wrapped around him, Chen Guanyu always felt like he was being strangled. "Can you loosen up a bit? I can barely breathe." Chen Guanyu snapped. "Oh," Moi replied, relaxing slightly. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and continued on his way. Chen Guanyu continued westward with Moi for 2 more days. Those 2 days were calm and uneventful. They encountered no more patrolling disciples of the Star Cloud sect and scarcely saw any rogue cultivators. Moa's injuries had fully healed and she had regained her strength at the peak of the first tier, which brought Chen Guanyu some relief. At least if a fight broke out, the girl would not be a burden. "There's a grove ahead. Well, rest there tonight," Chen Guanyu said, pointing to a distant patch of woods. Moi nodded and followed him toward the trees. Upon entering the grove, Chen Guanyu found a relatively secluded spot, cleared a patch of ground and took out dried rations and water from his storage pouch. Moai had grown accustomed to his ways. She took the rations and ate quietly. Chen Guanyu leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest. Yet his mind remained alert. That feeling of being followed had recurred several times over the past few days.
Though each instance was brief, he was certain someone was tracking them. Who could it be?
Members of the Nether Fiend sect.
Unlikely.
This was already the territory of the Starcloud sect. They would not dare pursue so brazenly. If discovered, they would face certain death. People from the Starcloud sect.
That didn't fit either.
If they were sect members, they would simply step forward and question him, not skulk in the shadows.
Rogue cultivators. That was possible.
Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the surrounding darkness but found nothing. Lacking any detection artifacts, he had no immediate recourse. With that thought, Chen Guanyu could only withdraw his gaze helplessly and resume his rest. Whoever it was, since they dared not show themselves, it meant they lacked confidence. Worrying was pointless. At worst, he would deal with things as they came. Meanwhile, 3 li from the grove behind a rocky outcrop, a dark figure crouched, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the woods. It was a scrawny middle-aged man with a sharp face, a pointed mouth and triangular eyes. He wore a drab gray robe, his aura so well concealed that one could barely sense his presence without careful attention.
Qi refining 8th layer.
He muttered, staring at Chen Guanyu in the distance, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. An inner disciple of the Starcloud sect, no less.
Not an easy mark.
He had prowled this region for over a decade, occasionally playing the role of a bandit, relying on his stealth skills to target lone cultivators. Most rogue cultivators from the south had little backing, some had even offended the Netherfiend sect.
Killing them brought no consequences. But this one. He hesitated.
An inner disciple of the Starcloud sect was not someone he could afford to provoke. If anything went wrong, the sect would investigate, and 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him.
Yet.
He licked his lips, greed flickering in his eyes. That Starcloud sect disciple had come from the south, so he must be carrying plenty of valuables. And that snake was clearly no ordinary beast. Having roamed these parts for so long, he had enough discernment to recognize that.
The aura emanating from the snake was far beyond that of common demonic beasts. It might even be a rare breed.
If he could get his hands on it, it would be a tremendous score.
Damn it, in cultivation, who doesn't gamble? I'm going for it.
Gritting his teeth, he turned and ran eastward. Since he couldn't handle it alone, he would call more men. But for now, he couldn't reveal the true target of the raid, or they might lose their nerve and refuse to come. The next morning, Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid qi. The night had passed without incident.
He stood up, waking the still sleeping Moai, and prepared to continue their journey.
No sooner had they left the grove than Chen Guanyu halted abruptly.
100 zhang ahead stood 4 men.
4 rogue cultivators dressed as common wanderers watched him with smirking faces. At their head was a burly bald man with a face full of scars at the Qi refining 8th layer. Beside him stood the scrawny sharp-faced man who had followed Chen Guanyu the previous night, also at the 8th layer. The other 2 were at the 6th and 5th layers of Qi refining respectively. Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes.
Had he run into bandits?
Had public order around the sect deteriorated so much in his absence? The bald man looked Chen Guanyu up and down, then glanced at Moai behind him and grinned.
Hey kid, come from the south.
Chen Guanyu said nothing, merely staring at them calmly. The bald man, undeterred, continued, "This road is mine, these trees are mine. We brothers have been waiting here for a while, just wanting to borrow a few things from you.
Be smart, leave your storage pouch and that snake behind, and we might consider letting you live. Otherwise."
He brandished the large blade in his hand, the implication clear.
Poof.
Chen Guanyu still said nothing, but the corner of his mouth curled into a faint mocking smile as he eyed the distant bald man. Just then one of the other rogue cultivators' expression changed abruptly. He leaned in and whispered a few words into the bald man's ear. After listening, the smile on the bald man's face froze. An inner disciple of the Starcloud sect. His eyes widened as he looked at Chen Guanyu's attire, his face turning grim. As mere rogue cultivators, they usually only dared to bully isolated low-level wanderers. When it came to sect disciples, they always gave them a wide berth. After all, those people had backing. Who wasn't afraid that hitting the junior would bring the senior and hitting the senior would bring the elder? In the past, he had mocked those audacious bandits who dared to rob sect disciples. Now he himself had cornered an inner disciple.
"Damn it, you treacherous dog, you set me up."
The bald man glared at the skinny man.
The skinny man quickly waved his hands in self-defense. Big brother, I didn't know either. It was dark last night, I couldn't make out his robes, I only sensed his high cultivation. Then why the hell did you call us here? What are your eyes for? Hee hee, the skinny man said sheepishly, I figured with 4 of us we could take him. The bald man was furious enough to curse, but since they had already come he couldn't just slink away empty-handed, could he? Ah. He glanced at Chen Guanyu, then at Moai behind him, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. An inner disciple of the Starcloud sect was bound to have good stuff. That snake was certainly no ordinary creature. If he could get his hands on it, it might just turn his fortune around. Big brother, should we do it? The rogue cultivator at the 6th layer asked in a low voice. There are 4 of us and only 1 of him. Even if he's strong, he can't hold us off, can he? Exactly, the one at the 5th layer chimed in. Let's pull this job and then run. Would the Starcloud sect really chase us all the way for just 1 disciple? The bald man gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Let's do it. The moment the words left his mouth, all 4 moved at once. The bald man charged ahead, his large blade slashing toward Chen Guanyu. The lean man also blurred and vanished from his spot. The other 2 flanked from both sides, sealing off Chen Guanyu's escape routes. Chen Guanyu stood motionless, his right hand quietly gripping the longsword behind his back. Just as the bald giant's blade was about to descend, clang! The ring of a sword resounded. A blinding white light blazed forth, illuminating half the sky. The bald giant felt a blur before his eyes. The next second, a searing pain shot through his chest. He looked down and saw a long sword piercing his chest. You! He opened his mouth but could no longer speak. Chen Guanyu withdrew his sword and the bald giant's corpse crashed to the ground. At the same time, the lean man appeared behind Chen Guanyu, clawing at his back. Chen Guanyu, without turning his head, swung his sword back. Clang! Sword and claw collided. The lean man felt a tremendous force sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, a black shadow flashed. Moai appeared before him, striking his chest with a claw. Put! The lean man spat blood, barely alive, terror in his eyes. Where did that dark fiend come from? The wind's too tight, let's scram. The 2 rogue cultivators at Qi refining levels 6 and 5 saw the danger and turned to flee. Chen Guanyu shifted his steps, instantly executing his shadow step technique, catching up within a few breaths. Swish! Swish! 2 strikes and both fell. In less than 15 breaths, 4 rogue cultivators, 3 dead, 1 wounded. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword, walked to the lean man and looked down at him. Since when were you tailing us? The lean man's face was ashen, lips trembling, unable to speak for a long while. Moai stomped on his chest. He's asking you. The lean man gasped in pain and quickly replied, 3 days ago. I spotted you 3 days ago. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. 3 days ago. They were still at the border between Starcloud sect and Insha sect. Any accomplices? No. Just us 4. Just us 4. The lean man shook his head repeatedly. Spare me, my lord. I was blind and shouldn't have targeted you. Chen Guanyu ignored him and turned to look at the other 2 rogue cultivators. Those 2 lay prostrate on the ground, already lifeless. Chen Guanyu unfastened the storage pouch from his waist, took it in hand, then glanced at the lean man. The lean man, pale with terror, tremblingly removed his storage pouch and offered it with both hands. Chen Guanyu took it and said indifferently, quite sensible. I'll give you a quick death. No, no, no. I still have spirit stones all stored at the market. Spare me, I'll give everything to you, my lord. The lean man froze, then kowtowed, repeatedly begging for his life. Chen Guanyu was no fool, he knew the principle of uprooting the weeds. He shot Moai a meaningful glance. Moai understood and stamped down, crushing the lean man's skull. Then he walked to Chen Guanyu's side, looked at the corpses and curled his lip. That's it. I thought they'd be tougher. Chen Guanyu said nothing, merely collected the storage pouches and probed them with his divine sense. After a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Altogether less than 100 spirit stones, a few bottles of inferior pills and some shoddy magical artifacts. Rogue cultivators really are paupers. Chen Guanyu shook his head and stowed the items. Moai leaned in curiously. How much? Enough for a few good meals. Moai. Alright, let's move. No time to waste. With that, Chen Guanyu turned and continued his journey. Moai quickly followed, muttering under his breath, always tricking me. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 mountains, at the core of the Mo Snake Clan's territory, a pitch-black palace stood atop a sheer cliff. The palace was carved from a single block of obsidian, gleaming with a cold luster under the moonlight.
Mist swirled around and occasionally transformed demon beasts flew by, yet none dared approach within 100 zhang of the palace.
This was the abode of the Mo Snake Demon Emperor.
At this moment the great hall was stifling with oppressive silence.
Useless trash.
A deep voice echoed through the hall, calm in tone, yet it made the dozens of demon beasts kneeling inside tremble.
Seated motionless on the throne was a man in a black robe.
He appeared no more than 30, with handsome features, skin as dark as ink, and long purple hair flowing freely. At a glance one might mistake him for a peculiar human noble. But his brown vertical pupils and the terrifying pressure emanating from him constantly reminded others that this was a fourth-tier demon emperor, ruler of the Mo Snake clan, Mo Yuan.
2 months.
Mo Yuan spoke slowly, his voice still calm.
My daughter has been missing for 2 months.
Have the men you sent found any trace? An elder kneeling at the front raised his head, cold sweat beading on his brow. Your Majesty, this subordinate is incompetent. We've dispatched 30 teams scouring 1,000 li of the human border, but what? The elder gritted his teeth, but we found nothing. Xuanhuang and Taiying's life tablets are shattered, they've fallen.
The princess remains missing. The moment he finished, a terrifying aura erupted from Mo Yuan.
The elder's expression shifted drastically, but before he could react he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar of the hall.
Put.
Blood sprayed from his mouth as he collapsed, not daring to utter a groan.
Xiongzhan. Mo Yuan said flatly.
A burly middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks and knelt on one knee.
This subordinate is here.
From today you are in charge of the search.
Mo Yuan looked at him. I'll give you 500 demon soldiers. Go find Ire. If you don't, you needn't return. Xuanlai bowed his head, the subordinate obeys.
Just then a figure gracefully entered from outside the hall. She was a woman in purple robes bearing a 7-part resemblance to Moai, but with a more mature charm.
She walked to the throne and gently grasped Mo Yuan's hand. Husband.
Mo Yuan's aura slightly receded as he turned to her.
Why are you here? The woman was the demon empress of the Mo Snake clan, Mo's mother, Mo Ziyan.
How could I not come when it concerns our daughter?
Mo Ziyan said softly, you've already killed 5 commanders.
If you continue, the clan's morale will scatter. Mo Yuan was silent for a moment, then waved his hand.
All of you withdraw. The demon beasts, as if pardoned, quickly retreated. Xuanlai helped the severely injured elder and swiftly left the hall. Only the couple remained in the hall. Mo Ziyan sat beside Mo Yuan and whispered, Ire will be fine. How do you know? Mo Yuan's voice was low.
She's only first year, unable to defend herself. You know the situation among humans, if she falls into those cultivators' hands.
He couldn't finish. Mo Ziyan held his hand, feeling its slight tremble, and a pang of sorrow struck her heart.
This demon emperor, ruthless in the 10,000 mountains and feared by countless beasts, was now merely a father worried about his daughter. Ire may be playful, but she's not foolish.
Mo Ziyan said softly, she managed to slip away from Xuanhuang and Taiying, which shows she has some skill.
Besides, she carries the protective talisman I gave her.
If her life is in danger, I will sense it. We've already sent enough demon soldiers.
The human sects are growing discontent.
If we continue,
then we must still search.
Mo Yuan's expression hardened.
I'll go to the demon venerable and launch a beast tide early.
Mo Ziyan, seeing this, was deeply worried but had no better solution. Alas.
On the other side, Chen Guanyu led Moai westward, drifting further from the main sect of the Nebula sect and gradually approaching the fringes of its domain. This was also a consideration of the Nebula sect. The enmity between the demon race and the Myriad Mountains and the human race was agile to the point where they would kill each other on sight. Thus, even though the Nebula sect was a nascent soul-level power, it dared not station itself too close to the Myriad Mountains. Although its domain bordered the mountains, the sect's mountain gate was situated far away to avoid being besieged every few days.
One day the two arrived at a small town. The town was not small, housing several thousand households, and to Chen Guanyu's surprise there were quite a few cultivators coming and going.
Where is this?
Moai asked curiously, looking around.
However, she was currently following Chen Guanyu in her true form, a massive black serpent over 5 meters long, quite an intimidating sight.
Chen Guanyu glanced around and understood.
He had heard of such places, the lawless borderlands of the Nebula sect's domain, where many rogue cultivators gathered and occasionally things that shouldn't be there could be seen.
It must be a black market, Chen Guanyu said in a low voice. A place for rogue cultivators to trade. The sect won't send anyone to oversee it.
Places like this were common near the Nebula sect's border with the Myriad Mountains, recognized as gray zones. After all, no matter how vast the nebulous sect was, its resources were limited and it wouldn't station disciples in such remote and unprofitable areas.
Moa's eyes lit up at this and she nodded her serpentine head in vague understanding. As the two entered the town, someone immediately approached them.
It was a thin middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the 3rd level of chi refining. He greeted them with a flattering smile. "You two look unfamiliar.
Is this your first time in Bluestone Town? Need a guide? Just one low-grade spirit stone."
He glanced at the massive black serpent behind Chen Guanyu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
Chen Guanyu said flatly, "No need."
The man wasn't offended and stepped aside with a smile.
Chen Guanyu led Moai into the town. Moai gently poked Chen Guanyu's leg with her tail and whispered, "Why did that man look at me so strangely?" Without turning his head, Chen Guanyu replied obviously.
"With a snake as big as you following behind, who wouldn't stare?"
Moai. Oh. The two wandered around the town.
Most rogue cultivators here set up stalls to sell their goods, and those who owned a shop were at least at the late stage of chi refining. Chen Guanyu even spotted some outer disciples of the nebulous sect here, but they clearly weren't in charge, just passing through on a mission and browsing.
These people quickly came forward to greet Chen Guanyu. One eager disciple even offered to guide him, but Chen Guanyu refused with a dark expression. He only wished to attract as little attention as possible. After a while, Chen Guanyu found a shop that looked relatively reputable and stepped inside. The shop was small, selling a variety of miscellaneous items, talismans, pills and artifacts, but all of mediocre quality. The shopkeeper, a plump middle-aged man, hurried over upon seeing customers. He froze for a moment when he noticed the massive black serpent at the door. "A friend this is."
"A spirit pet," Chen Guanyu said without changing his expression.
"Shall wait outside." Moai obediently coiled up at the entrance, not entering.
The shopkeeper withdrew his gaze and put on a smile. "What does this friend need?"
Without wasting words, Chen Guanyu asked directly, "Do you have any artifacts that can conceal one's aura?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Yes. Please wait a moment." He turned and went into the back room, returning shortly with a palm-sized jade pendant which he placed on the counter. Top grade, first strength, the concealed breath pendant. Wearing it can suppress your aura by 1 minor realm and mask your presence. As long as the observer's cultivation doesn't exceed the mid-foundation establishment stage, they won't see through your true level. Chen Guanyu took the pendant, examined it, then walked to the door and handed it to Moai. Understanding, Moai took it in her mouth and infused a thread of demonic energy into it. After a moment, she nodded slightly. Chen Guanyu turned to the shopkeeper. "How many spirit stones?"
The shopkeeper held up 10 fingers. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones.
Chen Guanyu frowned. "Too expensive." The shopkeeper grimaced. "Friend, this is a fine item, the best among top-grade first-rank artifacts. 1,000 is not too much." Chen Guanyu shook his head and turned to leave. He had dealt with shops like this before. The claims sounded good, but the actual effect would surely be less impressive. "Wait," the shopkeeper quickly called out. 850. 850 deal. Chen Guanyu stopped and looked back. 700. The shopkeeper's face turned green. "Come on, friend, that's too harsh. 700 won't even cover my costs." "Then forget it." Chen Guanyu stepped away. "Deal," the shopkeeper gritted his teeth. 700 it is. Chen Guanyu nodded, took 700 spirit stones from his storage pouch, placed them on the counter and left with Moai. Outside the shop, Moai whispered, "Can this thing really conceal my aura?" "Well, find out," Chen Guanyu said, hanging the pendant around her neck. "If it's uncomfortable to hold in your mouth, just wear it." Moai looked down at the pendant on her chest. Instantly her demonic aura noticeably diminished, making her appear like an ordinary chi refining stage beast. "It really works." Moai's eyes gleamed. Chen Guanyu nodded. They were not far from the Myriad Mountains now, and the Ink Serpent clan would surely have taken action over Moai's disappearance. News might have already leaked and rogue cultivators could have taken notice of her. Buying this artifact was a precaution for safety. It might also earn him some goodwill from Moai, ensuring she didn't forget him once she returned. Just then a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Friend, please hold on." Chen Guanyu turned to see a middle-aged man in a green robe smiling at him. Chi refining 9th level. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened as he swept his gaze around. Many rogue cultivators nearby were looking their way, and a few figures in black cloaks stood out conspicuously. Moai sensed something amiss and tensed slightly. Chen Guanyu patted her head to signal her to stay still, then looked at the middle-aged man and said flatly something. The man stepped forward, his eyes scanning Moai, and said with a smile, "Friend, this snake of yours looks quite fine." May I ask where you came from? Chen Guanyu frowned. This man had clearly been watching them before they entered the shop. Without courtesy he growled, "Get lost." The man raised an eyebrow. "Why so rude, friend?" "I was merely asking." Chen Guanyu said nothing, only staring at him coldly. The man undeterred continued, "ID wager you came from the south, friend." "The south is the domain of the Netherfiend sect. Coming from there you must have reaped quite a harvest, no?" Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What does this friend mean?" The middle-aged man was not offended and continued, "Don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist. I am merely curious. Lately quite a few cultivators have been coming from the south. I heard something major happened at the Yinsha sect and they are searching everywhere for someone." Chen Guanyu's heart stirred but his face remained calm. "Oh. What major event?" The middle-aged man looked at him with a half-smile. "You don't know, fellow Taoist?" "No, I don't." Chen Guanyu shook his head. "I'm just a wandering cultivator passing through that area. I didn't dare to linger." The middle-aged man stared at him for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "In that case I won't disturb you further." He clasped his hands and turned to leave. After a few steps he turned back and said, "By the way, if you're interested, there's a small gathering 3 li outside the town at midnight tonight. You should come take a look. It's all wandering cultivators exchanging goods. You might find something valuable." With that he left without looking back. Chen Guanyu stood there watching his figure disappear around the street corner. "That man is suspicious," Moai whispered. "I know." Chen Guanyu nodded. Of course he was suspicious. A chi refining layer 9 wandering cultivator was not a common sight in a place like this. Moreover, his words just now were clearly a test. Chen Guanyu scanned his surroundings. The figures in black cloaks had already vanished. "Let's go." Chen Guanyu patted Moa's head and quickly left. They found an inconspicuous corner and Chen Guanyu said in a low voice, "We can't stay here tonight. We need to leave immediately." Moai nodded, then suddenly asked, "Could that gathering he mentioned be a trap?" Chen Guanyu shook his head. "Whether it is or not, we're not going. The most important thing now is to get you back. Don't get involved in other matters." Moai let out an "oh" and asked no more. They waited until dark confirmed no one was following and quietly left the town. Once outside the town, Chen Guanyu led Moai westward, deliberately taking remote paths. The moonlight was hazy, visibility was low, but it was perfect for traveling. Moai followed in her true form, her over 5-meter-long body slithering through the forest, moving nearly as fast as Chen Guanyu. After about an hour of travel, Chen Guanyu suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Moai asked nervously. Chen Guanyu didn't answer, only looked back in the direction they came from. In the darkness, several indistinct black figures were rapidly approaching. "Someone's following us," Chen Guanyu said in a deep voice. Moa's serpentine body tensed. "Is it that man from earlier?" "I don't know." Chen Guanyu quickened his pace. "Let's lose them first." They sped up, but the black figures behind them drew ever closer. Soon Chen Guanyu could see who they were. There were 5 in total, all at chi refining stage. The leader was a sinister-looking old Taoist at chi refining layer 8, flanked by 4 wandering cultivators at layers 6 and 7. It wasn't the green-robed man from earlier. The sinister old Taoist caught up to them, grinning. "Why run? I've been chasing you for a while." His eyes lit up when he saw Moai behind Chen Guanyu. "What a big snake. This thing would fetch at least a few hundred spirit stones on the black market." The other wandering cultivators joined in the laughter. Chen Guanyu stepped in front of Moai and stared coldly at them. "Something you need?" The sinister old Taoist looked him up and down, sneering, "Kid, be smart and hand over that snake. I'm only after wealth, not your life." Chen Guanyu said nothing, his right hand silently gripping the sword hilt behind his back. Moa's forked tongue flickered a cold glint in her vertical pupils. Seeing Chen Guanyu silent, the sinister old Taoist thought he was afraid and waved his hand. "Get him." The moment the words left his mouth, all 5 cultivators moved at once. A cold glint flashed in Chen Guanyu's eyes as he drew his sword. Clang, the sound of the blade rang out and a sword light sliced through the night. The foremost cultivator didn't even have time to react before his throat was slit, his body crashing to the ground. "What?" The sinister old Taoist's pupils constricted, but it was too late to pull back. Chen Guanyu shifted his stance, instantly executing the shadow step technique, his entire form becoming a blur. Shush, 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 3 strikes and 3 cultivators fell. It took no more than 3 breaths. The sinister old Taoist's face turned pale and he turned to flee. Chen Guanyu didn't pursue, only watched his retreating back quietly.
The next moment a black shadow shot out from the side, a serpentine tail sweeping across.
Boom!
The sinister old Taoist was sent flying by the tail, crashing heavily into a tree, spitting blood. He struggled a few times before lying still. MOAI retracted her tail and slithered over to Chen Guanyu. Just as she was about to speak, a burst of fire suddenly flared up.
Dodge! Chen Guanyu shouted, kicking MOAI aside before leaping away himself.
But he was still a moment too late. The fire exploded instantly, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent Chen Guanyu flying crashing to the ground.
Cough! Cough!
He coughed violently, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, and quickly got to his feet.
Who? Chen Guanyu rapidly scanned his surroundings, shock and anger mingling on his face.
Suddenly he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. Without a second thought, he activated the shadow step technique and vanished from his spot. In less than half a breath, a figure burst out from underground. Had Chen Guanyu not reacted in time, he would have surely met his end.
Clap! Clap! Clap!
The figure that emerged from underground twisted its neck, looking at Chen Guanyu and MOAI while clapping.
Tisk tsk. As expected of an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect, your reaction speed is impressive, it's you. Chen Guanyu frowned deeply.
The figure was none other than the green-robed cultivator he had encountered in the town.
Who else could it be?
The green-robed cultivator smiled. These days demon beasts keep emerging from the 10,000 mountains.
I happened to catch a little demon and asked it a few questions. Guess what? The grin on the green-robed cultivator's face could no longer be contained.
They're searching for the princess of the Mo Snake clan. Tell me, if I were to capture that princess, how many spirit stones could I get? The moment he finished speaking, 2 talismans appeared in his hand, instantly activated. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu slashed out with his sword while quickly producing 2 golden armor talismans, pasting one on himself and one on MOAI. The sword light dissipated, but the green-robed cultivator was nowhere to be seen.
Chen Guanyu reacted swiftly, thrusting his sword into the ground, but struck nothing.
Understanding dawned on him, and he urgently shouted to MOAI, watch out.
MOAI, already prepared, had transformed back into human form and clapped her hands together.
In an instant, dust flew into the air, and the ground within a 5-jang radius around MOAI was covered in dense cracks.
He's not coming for me.
Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, and without time to think further, he unleashed the sword shadow step to its utmost limit, rushing toward the direction of MOAI.
However, just as he was about to reach MOA's side, boom!
The ground suddenly erupted and a massive dark shadow shot up from below, a violent wave of spiritual energy sweeping in all directions.
Clang!
An unparalleled force struck him, sending Chen Guanyu flying backwards, skidding several feet on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. The intense pain in his palm nearly caused him to drop his sword.
A second-tiered demon beast. Chen Guanyu was horrified and looked up.
In the moonlight, a towering figure stood before MOAI. It was a middle-aged man-like demon, robust and muscular, with a bare torso covered in gruesome scars and a pair of brown vertical pupils that glimmered with a chilling light in the night. His aura was mighty and ferocious, far surpassing any Foundation establishment cultivator Chen Guanyu had ever encountered. In his hand he was holding the corpse of the green-robed cultivator. The green-robed cultivator's eyes were wide open, his face still showing traces of terror, and there was a blood hole in his throat indicating he had died instantly. With this kind of trash they dare to covet my clan's princess. The hulking demon let out a cold snort and casually tossed the corpse onto the ground, then turned to look at Chen Guanyu. When his gaze landed on Chen Guanyu, a cold, killing intent flashed in his vertical pupils.
Human!
He spoke slowly, his voice deep like thunder.
To dare kidnap my clan's princess, you have quite the audacity.
As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a dazzling firelight shot into the sky, exploding in the night and forming a massive dark-colored snake pattern.
A signal. Chen Guanyu's heart sank.
This was calling the surrounding demon clan.
Damn it, why didn't the Xingyun sect send him a cloud-piercing arrow? That way he could summon help too. Uncle Xuanhuang. At that moment a surprised voice rang out. MOAI rushed out from behind the hulking demon, throwing her arms around his arm, her face filled with excitement. Uncle Xuanhuang.
How did you get here?
The hulking demon was none other than Xuanhuang, the newly appointed leader responsible for searching for the princess.
Xuanhuang looked down at MOAI, a hint of softness flashing in his cold vertical pupils, but he quickly resumed a stern expression.
Princess, do you know how worried His Majesty and the Empress have been?
Over the past 2 months our clan has lost over 100 demon soldiers in search of you.
If you had been captured by the human sect, it would have been.
Xuanhuang did not continue, but the concern in his eyes was evident.
Moa's excitement vanished in an instant and she lowered her head murmuring "I'm sorry."
Hey, Xuanhuang sighed, ruffling her hair, his gaze falling back on Chen Guanyu, and the killing intent resurfaced.
Princess, please wait. Once I kill this human who dared to kidnap you, I will take you back to report. Saying this, he released Moai and strode toward Chen Guanyu.
What the hell is this for real? Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, gripping his sword tightly, spiritual energy surging wildly within him. A second-tier demon beast was equivalent to a human Foundation establishment cultivator, and judging by this aura, it was at least at the late Foundation establishment stage. As a mere 8th layer chi refining cultivator, facing such a being was undoubtedly a dead end.
But he couldn't just surrender. As long as Moai spoke, he could live. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu looked at Moai with hopeful eyes.
Wait! Moai exclaimed, rushing forward to stand in front of Chen Guanyu with her arms outstretched.
Uncle Xuanhuang, you can't kill him. Xuanhuang halted his steps, frowning. Princess, what are you doing?
Moai glanced at Chen Guanyu, then looked earnestly at Xuanhuang. He saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of those from the Insha sect.
Xuanhuang was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes.
He saved you?
Yes.
Moai nodded vigorously. I was chased by those from the Insha sect at Chiman Mountain, and Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying died protecting me. I was gravely injured and unconscious, and he rescued me, gave me pills to heal, and escorted me back all the way. Xuanhuang fell silent. He stared at Chen Guanyu, his gaze scrutinizing yet complex.
After a moment, he slowly spoke. Human, is what the princess said true? Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and calmly replied, it is true.
Of course it's true.
Otherwise, with Moa's intelligence, she would have died 800 times already. Chen Guanyu felt speechless.
Then why did you save her?
Xuanhuang narrowed his eyes. Humans and demons are irreconcilable. As a disciple of the Xingyun sect, why would you save a demon princess?
What do you seek? Chen Guanyu remained silent for a moment and truthfully replied, at first I just happened to encounter her, saw she was gravely injured, and thought saving her might yield some benefits. Later, upon realizing she was the daughter of the demon emperor, I intended to escort her back to the 10,000 Great Mountains to establish a good relationship.
This statement was straightforward, even somewhat utilitarian, but Chen Guanyu knew that deceiving Moai, this naive little girl, was not an issue.
However, lying in front of a powerful demon like Xuanhuang was another matter altogether. Xuanhuang was certainly not a simple-minded girl like Moai. As long as he wasn't foolish, he would definitely deduce Chen Guanyu's intentions. Yet after listening, the killing intent in Xuanhuang's eyes diminished somewhat.
At least this human hadn't lied.
Having lived for hundreds of years, he had seen too many human cultivators' true faces.
Those hypocrites full of righteousness were often more terrifying than the straightforward greedy ones.
Uncle Xuanhuang, Moai tugged at Xuanhuang's sleeve, whispering, he really didn't harm me. He gave me pills to heal, bought me a tool to conceal my aura, and helped me fend off several groups trying to capture me.
If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first.
Xuanhuang's lips twitched, looking at his princess in this state, feeling a mix of emotions. They had only been apart for 2 months. How had she become so close to a human? But he was not someone who couldn't appreciate good.
This human had indeed saved the princess.
Without him, the princess would have been in grave danger.
Their Mo Snake clan was not an ungrateful group. He couldn't kill her savior right in front of her.
After a long silence, Xuanhuang finally sighed and cupped his hands toward Chen Guanyu. I apologize for the earlier offense, and I hope the young friend can forgive me.
Chen Guanyu was taken aback and hurriedly returned the gesture. Senior, you're too polite. It was just a misunderstanding.
Xuanhuang nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Chen Guanyu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes.
8th layer of Qi, refining impressive sword skills and courage as well.
To rescue the princess on the territory of the Insha sect and deliver her safely to this place, you indeed possess some skill.
Chen Guanyu humbly responded, Senior, you flatter me.
Just then a series of whistling sounds echoed around them.
Dozens of figures rushed in from all directions, landing behind Xuanhuang.